Okay, guys, let me check to make sure I can hear myself as people come in. Gotta turn the sound down. The sound is always way too loud. Gotta turn the sound down. The sound is always way too loud. Yep. See, I had to turn it down, but I can hear myself. All right. Good afternoon, everybody. Back to having a normal live today. No grandchildren harassing me. Even though I can't lie, I enjoy it. They really make me laugh. They're funny, funny, funny children. And it just, I don't know about y'all, but for me as a black woman, it feels good to be involved with family and helping to raise and mold and sculpt the minds, the character, and the authenticity of young black people. I'll use that little segue to put this in here and then don't come back to it again in this live. But I'm really funny. I'm one of those black women that do not believe that all biracial people are not considered black and that they belong in their own category. And I will fully explain to you what I mean by that. Like, I fully believe that biracials born from white mothers are not black people. They are fully white people with black fathers or whatever the hell it is. Hello, Ria. So to finish my spiel, I say that because all those little kids that you heard interrupting my live yesterday, they're all from a very black mother who is my daughter, right? Parent lineage to the side. We're not discussing that. And a Turkish dad, right? But they're raised to be culturally black people. They're raised to understand the plights of black people and they live a black life. Despite the lightness of their skin, the funniness of their eyes, and the texture of their hair, which is the texture of many black people's hair, right? Their facial features scream black all day, blackety, 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 black, right? And I have never been one of those people to, you know, uh, champion or worship whiteness or lightness of black people's skin tone because I literally come from women who were violated through slavery, where the majority of the women in my family are light women. We have browns, we have darks like me, but the majority of them, a lot of them, I told you this before, do not have black fathers, not due to any choice of their own. So, I personally take offense when people say those type of black women are not black because every black woman that I've came from who had a black mother that was violated by a white man, she's very goddamn black. And her struggles in having to be violated and having that child, whether she wanted to or not, was very much a real black woman's journey from the legacy of slavery, the duration of slavery, living through slavery, coming out of slavery, and even to the current day. So that is the way I feel. And honestly, just to end this on that note, talking about this and not to, you know, return to it during this live, black women in general, you got to recognize that that's part of your own family tree as well. Because when all those African women came over here, if you don't think that many of your foremothers in your own family were not violated by these white men, you're crazy. And just because today you look like me, who literally comes from the product of a great grandmother who was violated by a white man who had my grandmother, and then to have my mother who also is a product of that, and then for me to be who I am. So what y'all trying to say, that women like me are not black either? Because that's what all that nonsense comes down to. So I'm telling you that because this is going to be a live today about expanding your mind and understanding that Black women, no matter what we go through in this world, and especially in this God-forsaken, white, racist, white supremacy ran, white people running around trying to play with our heads and minds every day, all day, especially on YouTube with their white fragility, is why we're doing this live today. So understand that going forward, okay? And understand that we as Black women, those of us that are on the same spool, the same level, right? Where we understand that we care about Black women centering themselves. We are not here caring about Black women that want to, pun intended, worry about Tyrone, want to live and love and work with Tyrone. We're not interested in them. We're interested in the Black women like our foremothers from the civil rights days, from the slavery days, from every other day up until present, who had the courage to stand in front of the crowd and say, I'm not doing that shit. I'm not down with that. I'm going this way. And those women of you that are Black like me, that are not part of that and want to come this way, let's go. We have to be the modern day sojourners, the modern day real Harriet Tubmans, and not that shit Cynthia's talking about. I'm very, very serious about that today because I happen to see two lives that were very impressive to me, which is making me do this live today. Yesterday, it was Unbiased and Unbossed's live. She did really hard hitting. I suggest all of you go watch it. And also today, one of my personal favorites is RWS hashtag exposed. She did a video on things in general, our circumstances, and talking about the They Clone Tyrone movie. Now let me tell y'all something. I want to talk about that today. Rhea, I'm gonna get to you in a minute. And or Raya, I'm sorry if I'm mispronouncing it. I want to talk about that today as the basis of our conversation because that movie was hard hitting. Now I know RWS hashtag exposed. She did her thing. She gave her opinion, and I do agree with her because I understand where she's coming from in total. Okay, there's probably nothing she's ever going to say that I'm going to be in 100 disagreement with because I understand where she's coming from, and where she's coming from is kind of like the same type of desire, or I would say the state of mind, and what is the other thing? Like standard of living. I want all Black women to be in myself, which is a belief in having Black women be like warrior women. And I don't mean punk bitches that get nervous and get shook when shit gets tough and things are hard for us and they fucking whining and crying like the video I had did the other day where the woman was speaking on Black women making money's channel and she felt like, oh, since things were getting hard for us, oh, woe is me. I have no way to go, no outlet, no win. I don't want shit like that. I want Black women from yesterday that know that when times get hard, people who are tough, they fucking get going, they make change, and they do all the things those Black women did back in the 1800s, the beginning of the 1900s, up to the 1960s, and to today, where they stood in front of, and I don't mean this literally, I mean this figuratively, they stood in front of the barrel of injustice and inequality and said, no, motherfucker, we demand change and we're going to get it, period. That's what I'm talking about here and now on this live today. So let's get into it. Now y'all got to bear with me today because of how funny YouTube is, right? I couldn't just I wanted to so badly, y'all, put that goddamn movie up here for y'all so y'all can see it, but they would take my whole YouTube channel down. Y'all know that, right? So I cheated. I recorded this stuff, little clips on the phone, and I want to start by showing you one. We'll go through it and we're going to discuss it because overall, right? Let me tell you the basis of that movie, the summary. And I don't care if I'm spoiling it for people. Go watch the shit 3, 4, 5 times if you have to get the message. The message is assimilation of everybody over annihilation. Okay? And we have seen this throughout the history of America. Whenever America feels threatened, that they're going to lose power, their dominance in the world, their influence, they resort to trying to throw rocks and hide their hands behind their backs. Meaning, every time they fuck up society, right? And they do it a lot. They try to retract, pull shit back, regroup, and make it seem like it wasn't really us. It's because of this situation over here. But guess what? This is the remedy, or this is the other thing we're going to put out here instead to try to fix it, to make it right. While we continue all of this anti-blackness to always keep you focused on the niggers and not on what's really happening in this world that you really need to be fucking concerned with. That is America in a nutshell. Point blank, period. Okay? And all of the idiotic people that live in America that come from other countries that buy into that bullshit. That is America. Has always been America. Let me just read this and then we can continue on. Because I was on the couch rolling at this movie. To me, it was funny. There were, honestly, like I told y'all, when you know a lot of your history, things that you see that may shock the shit out of somebody else who may not know the history of this country, it doesn't do anything to a person like me but go, okay, I know the next foot that's going to drop. So that shit don't bother me because this country goes in a cycle of stupidity, 365 days of every year. White people scrambling and always trying to climb to the top and hang on and stay there when you got all the black people and then all the rest of the other people that of other nationalities who are woke, our real version of woke, not the fake Republican white people's version, but who are really woke going, nah, we see what the blacks are saying and we down with them. We're not down with you. It's that constant fight, that constant struggle every day of every year leading to the next election and the election after that. And then you see them doing it now, which is why this movie came out and everything else, because, and the other movies that they try to minimize so that you don't want to fight for the things that are in the best interest of you in this life. And when I say that, I'm talking about Sounds of Freedom, right? Now, that's a movie that's out right now where you got a whole FBI agent that had to leave his job because he was doing the right thing. And because the United States government makes much money off of, I don't care whether they hear it or not, they can take the channel, do what they want to do, off of human trafficking and organ trafficking. This guy had to go underground, live his life by donations and gifts of money from regular everyday people to continue his quest, his journey, his purpose in life of ending human trafficking of children. And I wish this guy all the best. I hope all his endeavors always work out for him because we need more people like him out there fighting the good fight. Now, by saying that, that's not for the rest of us, every one of us listening on this live, me included, to sit down and feel like, oh, we don't have to do shit because he got the job handled, he's going to get it done. No, you have to do your part too in every community, which is what that movie was about. That, oh, they cloned Tyrone, right? It's trying to speak to you, understanding what the government and the country on the whole is trying to pigeonhole you into. The reason the whole focus of the movie and the message of the movie was assimilation over annihilation is because America refuses to have real justice and real democracy. I have seen tons of videos, right, this week alone about how Texas, right, has now become the state in America where the Hispanic population overrides everybody, even whites. Now, that is no surprise because when you know your American history, you know that Texas used to be Mexico, period. And when America fought Mexico and they won, one of the spoils of war was for them to take land from Mexico. Hey, amen. And so they did it. Now, on that land, it came with people, right? It came with people. It came with Americans. It came with other people that was coming the same way they do today from other countries through Mexico to get to America. And it also, for those of you that don't know this history about Black history, is that Mexico has always been a place that was like a safe haven for black slaves. So back in the days, during that war and before that war, all the slaves that were escaping America, they went to Mexico. They lived in Texas. They lived in other parts of Mexico. If you know the history of Mexico, there's actually an African man who founded different parts of Mexico that later became, other part. What was it? The black part of Mexico where they live now. It's a whole history of Mexico. This is before the Spaniards came, okay, and then things that happened after. So Mexico has a huge history with America. Never look at Mexico as if it's some foreign entity because it is literally connected to America. And before these white people came here, the Native American indigenous people who lived on the land of Mexico before the Spaniards turned it into Mexico were from America and were a part of America. So for these people to make it seem like, oh my God, this is something that we didn't know would happen. What happened is bullshit. And ultimately, here's the end result. It doesn't mean anything because even though you have a huge population of Hispanics in Texas, who cares? Because they vote Republican, which is against their best interests, right? Secondly, white people have them living like shit. They can't get jobs, a lot of them. They have poor education the same way we do. Their housing is poor, and they're pushed into black neighborhoods to take up resources and to basically be impoverished like we are. So it doesn't really matter how many numbers you have if you're not doing anything progressive and positive with it. That not only goes for Hispanic people, but that goes for black people too. ADOS first and every other black person after, because all of us should be pulling ourselves up, to I guess reiterate a corny phrase from Booker T. Washington. Pull yourself up by your own bootstraps. And I don't mean it literally the way the whites mean it, where they trying to insult you, give you a backhanded insult. I mean, every single one of us should be working towards the best version of us. Get the best employment, the best education, live the best, treat yourself the best. Have your conduct reflect the best version of you that is possible. Live up to your individual excellence and stop letting yourself be turned around and clouded by whatever is happening in social events. Okay, this person got shot today, so now I'm gonna act like a fucking fool. Oh, they looting and robbing, so now I'm gonna act like a fucking fool. Oh, this election didn't go my way, so now I'm gonna act like a fucking fool. That's not what we should be doing out here. Oh, we know that this crime is happening in our community, but I'm gonna stay quiet because snitches get stitches, and I'm afraid of everybody in my neighborhood. No, get a fucking heart in your chest, stand with your head erect and your back straight, mean what you say and say what you mean, and do what Malcolm said. Live in this life standing and walking tall. Don't live through this life crawling on your fucking knees. It's ridiculous. Let me hit these comments. Ria's saying, oh, happy Sunday, Ria. Yeah, I'm good. I'm rested. I got energy. She said, but mixed people and white people can share bone marrow with each other no matter if the mother is black or white. A black, white, biracial cannot share. Okay. I mean, I don't know that. If you say so, then it is. But, I'm standing down on what I said because I come from black women that don't have black fathers, and those women are black. All their children are black. None of them has had a quote unquote literally white person. And there is a real difference between a black woman who has a biracial child and a white woman who has a biracial child. First off, the black woman carries she's the mother of the earth. So let's be all the way real, she is the mother of every single other group of people on the face of this earth. So it doesn't really matter who the father is because her genetics remain the same. And she's still going to be dominant no matter what the kid looks like or who the dad is, because we know scientifically black women are the key to civilization. We have genetics that no other women have. And all of the things that we have as women genetically, we can only pass to our daughters. So it doesn't matter what she looks like, she's still carrying the Mother Earth genes. That's still who she is. And it doesn't matter how many white dudes she has a kid by, how many Arabic, Hispanic, or Asian, or I should say Oriental. Those people's genes that are recessive to her can still make black people whole black people 100%. And it has happened several times in this world where they've made the news and all this other stuff, and it's not newsworthy. It is a matter of real genetics. Even if in this movie, we'll get to that point, it's at the end of the movie, in they clone Tyrone. This is what white people know already, and they laugh at us when they hear us on YouTube having the same argument we're having now, because they know, they literally know it from slavery, that, and we all know this because we all took science, dominant genes are dominant genes. Recessive genes can never, ever in the history of our species ever take over dominant genes. It's not possible. And there are even practices today that scientists do where they open up a cell and they can scrape out all of the insides of a cell from a black person and transfer it to a white person to give them some of the same qualities that black people have. Our pigmentation, our skin color, same thing, texture of hair. Literally, they can give them traits from us. But because they're not really us, it's not going to work on them the way it works on us. They are beginning to understand that. Remember a while ago, I put up that video of those black women sitting at the table with those two billionaire white dudes. One was a human trafficker and the other one had gotten in trouble for illegal experiments in his biological lab on human beings. I'll try to find it and put it up again. I had did a whole video on it. I put it on TikTok and YouTube, and I had also put it on my community page, right? There's a full process where that is done because they understand, they understand. They are genetically recessive, right? All other people besides black people are genetically recessive. So they spend all their time trying to splice our DNA and our genes with them because they need it for longevity and they need it to become stronger, better people. It's never going to happen because it's like this. There's natural mutation that happens in every species of this planet, right? So there's already a blueprint for everybody who exists. There's no man-made device ever going to be made possible to change a white person into a super white person where they're genetically stronger and better than a black person. This is what they're trying, but it is never going to happen. You know why? Because whatever the fuck it is that made us and brought us and created this earth, that thing, that person, not person, whatever that entity is, they made the rules and said that's not how it goes down. So it's never going to happen. The same way a man will never be a woman, despite how medically altered their body may be. As soon as they stop taking those hormones, their body is going to go right back to what it originally was, because nature, universe, whatever, is stronger than any man-made science on the face of this earth. It is what you come from. So I'll get past that. Let's get on to the next. Amanda saying, hey, Stephanie, hey, everybody. And then Rhea saying, did you hear about them now teaching in schools unstable slavery was beneficial because some people learn skills that they use for employment once free. Okay, let me just say this, right? We want to be black, we want to be progressive, and we want to not play into the ignorance of white people. This is how they maintain anti-blackness, and they make this world extremely hostile for us. When it's stupid shit like this, we have a responsibility, and I'm not saying that towards you, Rhea, I'm saying that towards the information that you're reiterating, right? When we know it's stupid shit like this being narrated, it is our responsibility all over, wherever we come from in this country, to explain to people the reality of slavery. Slavery was a crime against humanity. It was white people at their most savage, barbaric state of being, which is, I feel, what they really are, right? Against people, African people that were they found in this country, who were indigenous to this country, and who they brought to this country, and who they reproduced in this country. People, African people, black people, who are the first people of this planet who had education, farming, or I should say agricultural skills, and living skills, mathematical skills, science skills before any other type of people on the face of the earth. So there's nowhere in the world of people who had to learn from the very people they later enslaved could have taught them anything. The only thing whites ever taught any people on this planet that they colonized was death, devastation, and destruction. They brought with them disease and colonialism, which was always devastating to their lands and their peoples, both their minds, their physical bodies, and their soul and their spirit. So anybody who would believe shit like that is ridiculous. And children are not exempt. Children have parents, which are supposed to be the first teachers of the parent. So these white people can put out any amount of stupidity they want to. This is why we're talking about mentality today on this live. You as a parent should know, regardless of what they try to push and promote in school, I'm the parent. So when my kid comes home, it is my responsibility to break down and deconstruct all that bullshit they have been teaching my child all day. It is my job to educate my child in the way I want to raise them up and teach them the real history, the true story of everybody in this world, right? Not just the history of Black people in America, but African history, world history. That India has next to Africa, India, and then Africa's first, then Asians come second, with them being the oldest people on the face of this earth. Okay, so when you teach stories of Africans and people and the history of man, you have to include the people that are almost as old as the Africans, and you tell their stories and you tell their incredible contributions to this world. When finally you get to the whites, because they have only been in existence for 8,000 years. Don't get shit twisted, y'all. They have not been around as long as every other person of color. Do understand that. So when you're teaching your history to your children, you let them know they're the last motherfuckers on the pole of humanity. The pole of existence, they're the last people to exist. And when you look at certain historians' books of why and how they came into existence, they are a human mutation. They're not supposed to be here, but they are, like every other mutation. The same way when we're born, we're healthy. But if we get cancer, now we have a mutation in our body. That's how they came along as well. So don't ever, what y'all got to do is what this movie is saying. Understand that assimilation versus annihilation is what we're dealing with here. And me personally, I'm for annihilation before I do any assimilating. Because what they're talking about is that shit is code for everybody keep worshiping, and we go into super warp drive of white supremacy so that you don't think you're important. You spend all your life trying to be like me so that I maintain power and control. You live and have nothing, and I could treat you like shit all your living days, and you are being convinced and in the movie hypnotized and messed with to believe that this is the way things are supposed to go. It's the same shit they did with slavery and the Bible and religion. Whether you're religious or not, you got to understand the reality of how things began. When Africans first came to America, that they brought here literally to enslave, the preachers had a gun in one hand, a Bible in the other. They told the Black person standing in front of them, you choose which one you want. You want to die, or you want to live by learning this word? What you want to do? What would most people do? They're going to say, oh, I'm going to take the book. I really don't want a bullet. That is what happened. And that is what has continued to happen all this time. All right. So let's try to get into this so that we can talk about this. Because I'm telling you guys this because the other day when I was listening to Unbiased and Unbossed is live, right? I was thinking about when she was talking about how we as black women got to start organizing and moving on our own. Now I've been saying this as many as well as many other YouTubers, and it's real. Black women, we got to separate those of us, the small numbers of us who understand that black women need to center themselves for themselves, from all the other women that want to worry about black males and argue about what's my son gonna do. I love my husband. I want a man. I want a relationship. Those of us that's focused on only black women and our children, we have got to pull ourselves away from the rest of the pack. The same way all our foremothers did in the past, to make sure black women got rights, make sure black women got jobs, education, and everything else from there. If you look at the history of those women like Ida B. Wells, Sojourner Truth, Harriet Tubman, what's my lady? I keep forgetting her name that ran for president. Y'all know who I'm talking about. She was from New York, but I'm drawing a blank right now. Shirley Chisholm, everybody else. These are women whose minds were focused and dedicated to the progression of women. They were not wrapped up or concerned with the status quo of, oh, I must get my validation from a man in order for me to say I'm really a woman. This is my husband. This is my family. They were not concerned with that shit. They were concerned with women having the same opportunity as everyone else. And then when you're a black woman, you have to look at it in the sense of, especially in America, you are the last man on the totem pole anybody wants to get anything, because they know just how different you are from everyone else. We survived slavery. We had to fight against our own people and our own black male who wanted to keep us there. We had to fight against all the white people and everybody else that was part of that system that made America what it is today. And when I say made it what it is today, I'm talking about the reputation in the world, the power it has, the money it has, the resources of what's going on in the country. All of that was built off of the backs of black people being worked to fucking death. Understand that. Everybody understands this about us, apparently, but us, because white people know it better than we do. They have seen us throughout the hundreds of years we've been captured in this country rise up against everything stacked against us they thought we would never be able to get ahead of. We did it. Black women. The men followed thereafter. But when you really look at history and you look at all the headway that was made in this country, it was a black woman. So if you know that and you're a person that is in charge of America, or you're invested in keeping America where with the status quo of whites being the most important and having more than everybody else, if you know your biggest contender is that black woman, wouldn't you do everything in your power to make sure that they stay beneath you? This is what's happening in America. This is also why they came out with this movie, and things are happening the way they do on YouTube, where you have all these little cliques in different sectors of black women fighting, arguing, and bickering with one another to keep us separated. Because even though you might not want to believe in whether Willie Lynch really was real or the letter was authentic, you cannot dispute the fact that the logic of the letter really speaks to the division, the separating and the separation and divide tactics that have been used against black people in this country since its creation of America. You know it to be true. So when we know these things, we got to stop acting like we don't know how to help ourselves. We do know how to help ourselves. And if you really don't, then now this is why history is so important. Because you could pick any black woman in history that has led the way, study her life, replicate exactly what she did to make change wherever you live. And believe me, you will make change. Because I'm sitting here and I'm a black woman that believes in black women and children primarily. Okay? That's me. That's what I live for every day. I care about other black women living well, not having to deal with hardships, not having to deal with danger, having to be safe, and they're in the right mind to raise up children that are going to become law abiding, beneficial citizens. I'm not interested in the hoochie mamas and the rap women and all this dumb shit that's out here tearing us down and making us look like shit to the world. I don't give a fuck about none of that. To me, I could live my life without all those motherfuckers. And that's another thing black women got to understand. You are the purse strings of this country. I have said this a million times. I've heard many content creators this week talk about black women reclaiming their identity. I totally agree. I think you need to leave all the Cardi B's alone, the Jocelyn Hernandez's, whatever this little white looking bitch's name is with the curly fucking fro who raps. Leave her alone. Leave all the white women's children with black fathers alone. Like what's the girl? I enjoy her music, but I say leave her alone too. The one that made the song with SZA. What the fuck is her name? Oh my god, I forget. I forget. Doja. Leave them all alone and start demanding that you want to see your own representation of yourself reflected in rap artists, R&B, whoever the fuck they are. If they're going to be there, whether you deal with it or not, you want to insist that they look like you. I want to see more women that look like SZA rapping, singing, dancing, and representing black women's so-called black culture. Because we don't want to see these half brights, damn near whites, representing somebody that looks like me. She don't look like me. She don't know shit about what I live, shit about what I go through, or what my existence is like. So fuck you. I do not ever patronize that bullshit. I don't let my children do it. I don't let my grandchildren do it, and they bright. I don't do it. I tell them as well. When it's black people and it's supposed to be black women, if they don't look like your grandmother or your mother, they're not black women. We're not having that shit. We're not having Hispanics represent black women, Asian women represent black women, or white women represent. We're not having that shit. And you hold the bottom line to that because it's your fucking dollar that promotes these pieces of shit or leaves them flat where they stand. It's time to start leaving them flat where they stand because if black women don't get behind these people, they don't get bumped, they don't become anybody. And you know this. So start standing behind the black women that look like you, come out the hood, look like you. As long as they're not out there acting as fucking ridiculous as Sukihana, that shit is deplorable. Okay, she may thinks that she got a reason to the madness for her justification, but that shit is not flying with me. I'm sorry. You could do you, make money without being repugnant the way that she is. I'm sorry. She's just like she's not good. All right. Hold on. I want to get I'm gonna try to widen this screen and put it as close to the camera as possible because and let's y'all know this, right? If you gotta record this right now, do it because you know what's gonna happen. As soon as I put up a bit of these clips from this movie, they're gonna probably hit this live with a copyright strike and take the shit down. So if you want to save it or whatever, do that now because after this point going forward, I'm gonna just show y'all a bunch of clips that I've saved that I thought were important. Speak on it. Y'all are free to give your own take on shit. I just put the link in the chat. Can I pin it from here? No. So give me a minute and I'll pin it after this clip. But it's there. If you want to speak, speak. Because I told you, I'm all about black women sharing their voices on this channel. We represent us. No one is going to tell us how to be a black woman. Not no fucking miserable, disgusting black male that can't get his shit together, looking for us to be his personal welfare. No white man, no white woman, no Hispanic, no fucking body is telling us how to be us. And it's about time you start standing in your fucking greatness. Asia, thank you for coming. You can speak while I get these clips. Go ahead, Asia.
Hi, how you doing, Steph? How are you?
What's happening? I'm very well.
You sound good.
Thank you.
Yeah, I like to hear that because it's been crazy lately. So I'm just making my rounds and just checking on all the all our ladies.
We good. I'm good. Listen, I fight to the death, girl.
No,
I
I
fight
know,
to the
but
death.
I gotta check on the strong ones too. We need that.
I hear you. Garn, you got the floor while I'm looking for this clip.
All right. So basically, I've been circulating your petition pretty much everywhere as much
Thank
as I
you.
can. Like
Thank you.
so I don't know if you know about an app called Clubhouse. I've actually posted your petition there too. I posted it in a room that has like 18,000 like followers because it's a because on Clubhouse if you sign up if you get accepted into certain rooms you can make your own posts. So once I saw that I said, oh, I'm taking advantage. So now I'm pretty much just posting anything related to Black femicide, related to any wins for us, anything that can offset the bullshit that's
Yeah.
currently going on. I'm just doing. And right now, I think your petition is at 4,800 signatures. So you need like only 200 more to hit the 5,000.
You know what, Asia? I've been watching the numbers too, right? And I really hope they do what they say because at 5,000 we supposed to get media coverage.
Okay.
If we do, if anybody contacts for me for that, I want to have a live where Black women speak collectively. I'm not
Yes.
the spokesperson for Black women. I am a Black woman. So it's important that if someone wants to listen to us, it's a bunch of us giving our opinions. And I really would hope that people show up to the march in California. It's still going, even though unfortunately our beloved passed, but we got to make a stand for ourselves. We
Oh,
have
I
got
want to do
to.
that. I'm already set on going to that. I just have to get my tickets soon. But I'm definitely going.
Good, because we have to. It's. I'm trying to find. Oh my goodness! It's like, did you see they cloned Tyrone?
Honestly, when I saw the name of that, I didn't want to. I the name of it alone sounded like a black exploitation movie. I said, no.
It is. It is. It does. It's a black exploitation movie for 2023. This shit was hilarious, but it also had a major message. Now, like I told when I started out, most respect to RWS hashtag exposed. That is my girl, right? She wasn't feeling the movie. Me, I'm a little bit different. The shit was hilarious, and the end part of the movie really spoke to what America is doing right now. Okay, not just with the black males, but with the black women too. Like this, I'm trying to look for that scene. I'm gonna get it where the white man is talking to the black woman like, "You ain't nothing but a hoe. You a fucking dime a dozen. I could get a million of you." This is the reality of what these people think about us. Okay, so even though we have, and I'm not shitting on them, I'm just being real. Even though we got a bunch of black women on here trying to get black women to get down with white men, we have to remember the reality of our situation in this country. White men are not our saviors. They're not on our side. Yes, you will have a small percentage of them that will marry you, do the right thing, but those motherfuckers are not going to come together and rally and lobby at the Senate or the Congress for better opportunities for you or different rights for you. I have not seen one of them motherfuckers do that yet.
Well, the thing is, I don't understand how they would expect that when they repealed Roe v. Wade for their own women. I mean, if they'll do that, anybody else is expendable. So I just don't. To me, I think we shouldn't even be. My
Go ahead. Asia, come
can you
back.
hear me?
Go ahead, come back.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, okay. No, I was saying that I almost lost my train of thought. Oh, I realized that basically we need just each other. I think that's the one thing we haven't done. It's like we've entertained helping out other groups at the expense of ourselves. So what's really the solution? It's just focusing on ourselves. It's just excluding other people from it. And
That's why I say black women send to black women, because when I'm saying that, right, I'm talking about the reality of shit. I'm not talking about what you want to do personally. I'm saying black women understand. Nobody here's got your back in this country. Not white people of any kind, even if you married and sleeping with the dude and got 29 kids. He don't have your back to go to the president and to the Congress or whatever and go, look, black women got it bad. We need to start living up to our responsibility and our promise that Martin Luther King made the speech about. Everybody was down with it at the time, but now you delinquent on this shit. You have not come through on making black people whole in this country. And you know that the way you do this is by starting with the most vulnerable, which is black women and children. Where you at on that? Are you pulling up to do what you're supposed to do, or you're going to just keep talking about it and never doing anything about it? That's what I want black women to understand, so that we're the only ones who historically and who today can stand back to back with each other for things that concern us, like better housing, education, employment, safety in our own communities. That's the shit we have to fight for. Nobody else is going to give a fuck about how things affect us if we don't. You understand what I mean, Asia?
Mm-hmm.
So and I'm not, believe me, right now, I usually like the shit on them, but I'm not doing it right now, right? Because I don't like the divestors for that fact, because it's nothing wrong with telling black women to reach for the stars somewhere else. I'm with it. But stop trying to make it seem like this white man is going to be your messiah, because he's not. He's not. He's not going to be. He never has been. As a matter of fact, when you really want to analyze it, he's the reason for all of your fucking problems. And I'm not talking about that shit that people normally do where, oh, we're going to start talking about white supremacy. No, I'm talking about the fact of shit. When they write laws, do you not think they don't know that, okay, we need our own special committee about investing in black women, bringing black women up to equality of other people and men? They know that, but you never see them putting those special interest groups together for us specifically. They do it for Hispanics, they do it for this one, they do it for the gays, they do it for everybody but us. And
because a lot of that also has to do with their women too. Their women don't want it either. But the thing is that they're the shield. The white men are the shield for what their women want.
Fuck their women. I'm talking about.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I don't think you understand what I'm saying. I'm saying that they're a part of it. They're a part of it. Like, the thing is, white men aren't really going to entertain doing anything that's going to upset their community too much. And unfortunately,
that was my point. That was my point.
Helping us out is part of that. They're not going to do that.
That's why I'm saying black women got that very point you made was what I was saying. I didn't, miscommunication. But when black women understand that, then they have to default to, well, then we got to look out for each other, which is what those of us that are really about black women being centered is what we've been saying for the longest. That's it. Like, and when I mean that wholeheartedly. Like, you see how when shit gets bad, black women get evicted. Well, check this out. We won't get evicted if black women start home sharing with each other, handling bills and taking care of kids with each other. Fuck a dude, because he's usually the reason why you fucked up in the first place, right? Because we're responsible. And if you get with another responsible woman, what the fuck can affect you no matter how bad it gets? Even if they take your job from you, most times black women got a little money saved up. They got a side hustle. They know other ways to make money, or they have another black woman that's in a better position, or even in a position to help them when they need to be helped. Am I wrong, or is that not a reality?
No, you're right.
All right. So when we know that we only have each other to rely on, why aren't we doing it? Because we are too busy arguing with other black women that want to worry about black guys. And even though I have male sons and shit like that, you got women that want to make that their life. I know the difference. I could tell the difference between understanding that what happens with me personally, with the dudes in my life, are not what's happening collectively to black women in our communities. I walk the streets every day, see them fucking with black people, bothering black women, preying on little black girls. I see this shit all the time. But I'm not Superman or Captain America where I could save everybody, So if I could see this, I know those other women that are always trying to say, oh, my dad was the greatest, or my son is not like that, or my husband is one of the good ones. You don't see it either? Of course they do. But because they're cowards and they don't want to stand up for what is right and actually start rallying for black women instead of worrying about black dudes, they want to use that as a way of getting out of their responsibility. Period. That's how I see it. Asia.
Oh, I'm sorry about that. I was reading something.
Girl, I'm talking to you, read something.
No, I'm sorry. I was here listening to you at the same time. I'm so sorry. But repeat what your last statement said, because I was listening to most of it.
I was saying, I know the difference between the black women that don't really care about standing up for black women's rights, but are more so worried about black community in general, meaning
no, I
the
understand.
guys. Yeah. Those of us that are really for black women, we're gonna have to pull away from those black women too, regardless of who they are. Even if they're related to us, we still gonna have to pull away from them as well. Because I'm gonna tell you something about black people.
I've already done that. That's why I'm like in the most peaceful spot ever right now.
But we got to do it to the point where we make an impact. And when I say make an impact, is even though we might be a small group currently, if we use this social media to recruit one another and then start talking backwards and forwards with one another, we could take this country state by fucking state and make changes the same way Stacey Abrams did. And like in this movie, which I really recommend y'all watch the movie, because there's a point in the movie where the white people were surveilling the whole town of the black people to control every aspect of their life. So Jamie Foxx's character said, that's no problem. We're gonna beat them at their own game. And if you know, and this is why I say knowing history is important, because that is the way black people win every time in America, is to beat them at their own game, because they never think we're smart enough to do it.
That's true.
And the best thing about an arrogant fucking person is the fact that they're going to always be arrogant. And their arrogance is going to always make them lose. Because they can't see nothing else but what they think, how they feel, what they know, what they can do versus what you can't. And that's what always fucks them in the end.
Yep, it always does. The problem is that from what I'm seeing, all the evil in the world is being supported.
Temporarily. Because you don't have any outliers. You don't have anybody speaking out against it.
But we do. We're being silenced. Every time somebody speaks out about it, they get shadow banned, they get their channels taken, they get flagged, they get all this, and they get suppressed.
So what? You know what you do? How many goddamn social medias do we have? A bunch, right?
Too many.
All right. So this is the way you handle that. Every one of us should have every one of them. I don't think I have all of them, but I have a large majority of them, right? In addition to having YouTube, and I say like the next one everybody's always on is on TikTok, right? You need to have your own fucking website as well. I have one, but it's not for this stuff. It's for my Google certificate thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
But if all of us had a website as well, sometimes to own a website is like $6-7 a month, right?
Mm-hmm.
So they could have YouTube. They could shut the whole motherfucking shit down. The fact that okay, Simply Stephanie has a website, I can go create simplystephanie.com, right? So that way, when we want to communicate, we do it. We're going to go here. This is what I'm doing. This is what I'm talking about. This is where I'm going to be. This is where I'm coming for you, ladies. We got this plan. We got that. That's how we're going to have to do it. If it comes to that, you have to create the same way they did in the civil rights and even in slavery. You have to appoint different people who are going to be like the storyteller, right?
Mm-hmm.
This person has to stay in the loop at all times. And all the other people, the grassroots people, the people who are out there in the community with the people, they bring back the information to the storyteller. The storyteller presents all the information to anybody that's interested, not part of the loop, or wants to get involved. That's how it's done. It's just a huge matrix we're going to really have to create. And it could be started. Like, my thing was, I don't know if I should call her name. I got to talk to her first, right? Because she did contact me behind the scenes, and she's like, listen, I'm like you. I know black women need to start mobilizing. They need to get shit together. I'm here. What do you want to do? Okay. I said, let me get back to you. I got some things I'm thinking about, and I'm gonna hit her up. I'm also gonna get in contact with Spiritual Whistleblower because she's here with me too. I don't know who else is here in New York City, but I'm trying to find as many as we can.
Oh, I'm here.
So now you too. So what we could do is we sit behind the scenes and we try to gather information and we share it with the masses that are like-minded. And we decide how we going to vote, how we going to do things in our community, how we going to help other Black women. Fuck everybody else. If you want to do what you're doing, that's you. In the same way you saw what happened on TikTok when they had the Black girl follow each Black girl, that's the same thing will happen when people who don't believe or who don't think that we could get shit done because they don't know their own history, right? Will look at us and go, yeah, y'all just doing what y'all always do, talking shit. But then when we start getting results and making changes, then you'll see people who want to jump on board. That's just literally how it goes.
That's true.
So, and that is the regular civil rights movement actions that they always take. That is what they always do. It's one person is the one that gives out all the information, is the go-to person. They are the ones that get all the information from all the other players, and then they just hand it out like giving out goddamn notes at a meeting. This is
it's like working a business.
Exactly. Now, what I was gonna do was because, and I still got to kick this to all of y'all. I'm gonna start my list, right? So I got 3 of you now. I know that in this country is different elections and things affect us. We got to get off of that craziness of worrying about the whole Democratic Party versus the Republican Party and start focusing on individual candidates who are going to do the right thing. So now I don't know how any of y'all feel about Elvis Presley. Follow me. I'm talking about this for a reason. But I don't give a shit about Elvis Presley, okay? However, his cousin is running for office in Mississippi. That shit is important because Mississippi, as we know, had that fucking House bill, that Senate bill 2010, right? That created that individual court proceeding to prosecute Black people in, I think it was Jacksonville, Mississippi, wherever it was in Mississippi, only because it's so-called the crime was so out of control. Remember, y'all was calling it the Jim Crow law, right? So now here you have an opportunity to vote somebody in who you could put enough pressure on to deal with that shit and to make other headway in Mississippi. This is why we have to start grassrooting in every state we live in, even if we only get 5,000 people, okay, to be in every state pushing the Black woman's agenda. 2,000, 1,000. Every little bit counts until we become so big you can't ignore us anymore. That's how every fucking movement starts. You understand what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So I wanted to try to find somebody from Mississippi. I don't know how I would do that. So I also want to talk about that today. But we got to start finding in every state the Black women content creators who are about Black women only. And then we have to talk and we got to come to a common ground on us moving towards policies and things in this country that we can get into law that benefit us. Because it's about fucking time. Like, how long are we going to sit stagnant? Like, we have not had a real Black female leader since who? Shirley Chisholm died, and how many years ago was that?
Yeah, because the thing is, they really don't want one. A lot of people really don't want to see one. Truth be told, I think a lot of people don't. I as much as I want us to, I really don't want us becoming leaders of anything that doesn't benefit us. Like, if it ain't for strictly our groups, I just don't see it, because any and everything is going to look to be blamed on them. Because look how it is already.
Who cares about blame? They gonna always blame. As long as we get shit done, that's all that matters. You can blame me all day. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna point to shit that I got done. I don't care about your blame. That's human nature. Oh yeah, look what you said. You said you was gonna do this, but look what happened. You didn't do nothing. Oh, that's bullshit. I got this done. Even though I fell short on that. Look here, motherfucker. Look what I did over here. I'm working towards it, and I'm not gonna stop. That's how you deal with that. Because if we keep worrying about what's going to be said or what they're going to do, how are we ever going to accomplish anything?
That's true.
We need somebody from Mississippi. We need somebody from Mississippi to get black people motivated behind this Presley dude. Because when you look at this, and I'm not just saying that because he's his cousin, because I don't really care about Elvis Presley. His story was tragic, it was fucked up. I like some of his music, but the thing that happened between him and what's that, the black lady that's the song they stole, the Hound Dog,
Yeah,
totally fucking wrong. Totally wrong. They owe that money, her lady, her money. But this dude, that's the cousin. He's not even bringing up the fact that he's related to this dude. But you know what about that cousin? This is a poor fucking white man. Poor, poor, poor. Mississippi poor don't get no poorer than that, right? Poor like imagine, because people tell the stories about Mississippi, the houses where the floorboards, you can see to the fucking ground underneath. That type of poor, right? This is a dude that came through that type of stuff, living with his mom, a single white mom, her killing herself to work to take care of her kids. This man, I'm not just saying this, I'm going by what black people who have interacted with this dude has to say. They say that he's a person that means what he says what he means. Okay. He's been running for office, doing other things in Mississippi that have been beneficial to everybody, not just black people. But the point is, he's not a white dude that is ignoring black people. You see the difference? He's not like DeSantis and the rest of them. And when you're talking about a state where they have allowed this so-called Jim Crow bill to go into take effect, and it is the poorest state in all of America. You already at rock bottom. You can't take a chance on a white dude that's not like all the rest of them. And know the history of the state of Mississippi. It has not had a Democratic representative like a governor and shit like that in like almost 30 fucking years. So don't you think it's about time shit changes? Because that shit has not been working out well for black women and children there. Remember when I did the video about the universal income programs and how Mississippi was one of them? Even with those programs, you know those women are still below poverty. So what's going to give? When are black women going to say, like, we got to get out of the mindset of listening to all this nonsense that's being said on YouTube about craziness and start getting into the facts? Like, we take state by state, go through all their individual problems and start looking for the people that will help us change it. That's my proposal. I don't give a fuck what part of the side of the ballot or aisle they're on, as long as they're about real effective change, bringing real democracy and an increase to equality and justice. You got to find these people. That's the only way it's gonna work. Cause what we gonna do? Stage our own Black Women's January 6th and storm the White House and take over everything? I don't think that's gonna work.
That's true, because that would be crazy. We couldn't pull up nothing like that off anyway.
We don't have the firepower for it, the gunpowder. Not yet, anyway. So, all right.
The amount of ammunition in this country, I don't think we still could.
Oh yeah, okay, we can see it. You could. I mean, shit, guns are so easy to get in this country. But all right, I'm trying to. I guess I'm gonna have to put this directly to the camera. Is
it a video?
Yeah, it's on the phone because I wanted y'all to, but it's giving like the
glare.
Reflection. Yeah, I'm gonna run it. Asia, can you put yourself on mute so we don't have echo? But this is the beginning of this. All right, let me set this up, y'all. This is not the beginning of the movie. It's more towards the middle where Black people are being cloned, and they're being cloned to continue the dysfunctionalism in our neighborhoods. Drug running, prostitution. The main three focuses on this movie is pimps and hoes, drug selling and dealing, and killing. Those are the three factors in this movie. And those are the three things that plague our community that lead to human trafficking and Black femicide. Let's be real. So in this thing I'm about to show you, this is when the black people realize, being told by this white dude, how they're being controlled and that they really don't have what the white man feels any say in it, and they don't have any way around it. So let me try to play this. Where's the, sorry y'all. Without, hold it, stop. Has to get some volume here. All right.
A pimp, a hoe, and a drug dealer walk into a bar. So you the nigga in charge? Nah, everybody's got a boss. Mine's a real hard ass. You two really hit it off. You see, I'm just the guy that guy calls when there's a mess that needs to be cleaned up. You should think of me more like mall security, except for a really, really big mall.
Mall security? Y'all torturing people down there.
Not torturing anybody. We're researching, experimenting, doing science for the greater good, I might add.
Oh, so you Kevin Bacon.
Hollow man, motherfucker.
Telling lies in America?
America was an experiment. A half-baked idea cooked up by aristocratic ideologues living in mansions built by slaves. And when they checked out, they left us with the bill. A country constantly at war with itself. No common ground, no dialogue, no peace. We're all on the same page, and we're not ripping each other's heads off. And all of this has a chance to work. And that's what we strive for. Keeping the United States united. Cloning pimps and drug dealers? Everybody's got a part to play. In order for us to continue our work down here, this place has to have a certain flavor, quality of life. Je ne sais quoi. The fuck is you talking about? You're in a trap. And you use us to keep it that way. Well, if we were to pull you all off the street, there'd be 3 Starbucks here by Tuesday. And there goes our control setting. So yeah, we use you to keep the place, well, undisturbed. Lets us experiment on the good people here in peace. So the only reason I exist is to keep the place fucked up? Fontaine. Don't go glass half empty on me now. You're a goddamn patriot. As far as I'm concerned, you're Captain America.
Oh, there we go.
So, what now?
Is that a trick question?
No, ma'am. You've got a choice to make. And the way I see it, you've only got 2 options. Option 1, Chester here kills you. Option 2, you do nothing. You go back to your regular lives. Do what you do best. Look the other way. I gotta say, option 2 sounds pretty fantastic. What do you think, Chester? Chester agrees. A real Sophie's Choice moment. Yeah, I see that. So, what's it gonna be? Option 3, Olympia Black. Olympia Black. I say those words, and you do what I tell you. And I know it's unpleasant, having no control, feeling powerless. We all take autonomy for granted. But I really need you to understand your position here. We own you. That gold chain around your neck, that sweet fine girl, that 45 in your
He
head.
ain't the only one with a gun, motherfucker. Unfreeze him, or I put a bullet through your fucking teeth.
Fontaine. Fontaine, point that gun at Yo-Yo. You know what my friend Chester, Fontaine, and Sleek Charles all have in common? They're expensive. You? Dime a dozen. Just a regular old hoe.
I know I'm doing this shit to you.
Doesn't seem like it's getting through. Fontaine, put that gun in your mouth.
No, fucking stop this shit.
Fontaine, pull the hammer back.
No! Shit, don't you hurt him.
Fontaine, say your prayers. Is it starting to sink in yet? Are you getting it? You got no cards to play. The only reason you are not getting is because I'm not the one calling the shots. Relax. make the right decision. Jester, let's get out of here. Grab a cheeseburger and start.
Okay, so you see what I was saying about that scene there. Let me put Asia left. All right, so it's like this, right? You see how all of them are clones, right? The black woman is a clone. Jamie Foxx is a clone. There you go, Asia, you back. And the man from The Woman King, I forget his name, right? He's also a clone. Now, let me just put this out there. The reason Jamie and the dude was a clone was frozen, and she's a clone and was not frozen, is because of her mentality. She refused to allow these people to have control over her like that. And it is also part of the American stereotyping of black women, where, you know, she's always supposed to be this, how they say, angry black woman, overly aggressive, overly masculine woman, because she's a woman, but she's stronger than the two men who are also clones, who are also hypnotized like her, but she's got the power to break free because she's this strong, angry, black, masculine woman. And did you see how he demeans her with that shit about they're expensive, but she's just a hoe?
That doesn't even make any sense though, because historically that wasn't even the case. It was actually the women that were more valuable. So it kind of throws me off with that. And also, you know what's missing?
No, but missing. Go ahead. Let me finish my point about that.
Okay.
The reason they did that with trying to demean her like that is because, again, remember, this movie is about controlling the masses. In the movie, they do it by hypnotism, right? They actually hypnotize, and this, even though I probably shouldn't be saying this, but this is true. This is true to American history. They used to put things in the water and the food to mess with people, period, poor people. They did it where people were born with, you can look this up. They gave out inoculations where children were born with flippers. They gave out prenatal drugs where children were born with extra toes and fingers. They put different things in the water. Children were getting polio and other things. And that recently just happened not too long ago with the New York City projects. So some of the aspects of this film are very true to real life. But the degradation of this black woman is to continue to do the same thing YouTube does all the time, which is try to beat down the self-esteem of black women, kill your reputation, because if you stand up and you become the black women you're supposed to be, you will bring those children with you. And when you teach those kids to be as strong and to be as insightful and as focused as you are, there will be no more fucked up black community. Then they lose. That's what he was trying to say. I'm going to say this last point, then you can take over. Because in all actuality, like you said, it doesn't make sense. She's also a clone. So if they're expensive, she's expensive too, because is she not made in the same lab? Did they not go through the same process?
Yeah, that didn't make sense to me. I'm like, I feel like that was thrown into the movie on purpose.
Yeah, to make, it's to kill. You have to beat. This goes back to the art of war. If you want to control a people, you have to control the first mother of the child, the first teacher of the child, which is the mom. When you teach the women how to raise up and show the children the way to go, you control the people. It's never done by the men. The first thing people do when they invade your land is kill the men, because they don't want anybody to fight back. They don't want any competition. Then you control and conquer the women by controlling their freedom, making them behave a different way, making them think a different way. Then you have a slave. That's what that whole part was about right there. Like, don't get to how they used to say back in the days, a nigga with a chip on their shoulder. Let's knock that chip off your shoulder a little bit by saying shit to you that isn't actually the case, but you need to believe you ain't shit so I could treat you like shit.
That's what I was going to say, the preemptive strike.
Go ahead, Asia.
Oh, did you hear me?
Yeah, preemptive strike.
Okay. Yeah, no, I was going to say that. I was going to ask you if you thought the same, but yeah, no, you're right. It's a preemptive strike. It's not true, but they need to get you to believe it.
All the time. That's the reason why you have Manosphere on here, and they could be on here, but Andrew Tate got to get his ass off. That's the reason why all these dudes now, when I come, I don't watch their shows, but you know how they do that recommended shit. When that comes up, it's like all these panels these days with them going buck wild about, y'all gotta excuse my phrasing and my slang because I'm an older person, so I say whatever the fuck comes out of my mouth, right? So that's the reason why they're losing their minds, going wild over women being independent and being educated and trying to make that the huge barrier as to why relationships don't work between black women and black males, when we know that's not the case. The fact of the matter is, the reason why relationships don't work between us is because we don't have men. We have grown adult boys who want to be the overseer of black women in the black community, and black women are not trying to be anybody's slave anymore. Period. Go ahead, Asia, you can take it.
No, you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. But the thing is that I feel like we have more enemies in this day than we've ever did before. And the thing is because it's easier. We don't have any power. And you know what I noticed about that scene?
Yes.
Take a guess which party was, as usual, is missing from that scene.
Oh, the white woman?
Yeah, I've always noticed that. And to me, that's also propaganda as well.
She's not missing. You know why she's not missing? She's represented by the white dude.
Yeah, that's true.
She's never missing, because that's the thing I want black women to stop.
He's her representative. Yeah.
Right. I was getting ready to say that. He is really the Trinity, the white people's Trinity. The white man is representative of the white woman, the white man, and the government. The government being their colonization of whatever it is they trying to take control of. He is that one thing, and he represents all three of those factors. So she don't have to be there. She's represented by him, because we have never, and you will never, see them get up and do the right thing, because it's not in their best interest. They got the complexion for the protection. They don't have to work hard at doing anything, because evil and ill will and the pendulum is always up here for them, and for everybody else is down here. So we, whether we got power or not, because it's not about power, it is about controlling your actions in life, working collectively for the benefit of your own kind. I don't give a fuck what group you are. If it's all men, black men working for black men, that's what they need to do. If it's black women who are crazy enough to believe that they want to fight for black men, they go do their thing. And for the rest of us who have sense, and we as black women understand that we have to take care of ourselves, because all we got is ourselves, that's the way we have to think too. And that's the only way we got to think. And believe me, remember the history of this country. Every time they see black women trying to move ahead and do the right thing for ourselves, and make no mistake, when we do the right thing for ourselves, we pave the way for everybody else. So that means everybody else that's having a hard life and shit is going wrong for them, when we bust down those doors and we say, okay, we're here now, let's start divvying all this shit out in the pot the right way. Let's start making this program work the way it's supposed to. Let's give everybody they do pay, their fair, this, that. When we do it for us, it works for everybody else as well. But we got to start focusing on us, because you're going to always have times like that. What's happening now on YouTube, because I'm watching it. You have a trickle of black men, black males coming from out of nowhere. Now they want to stand up and talk up for black women. Now they want to try to put down the black guys that's talking shit. Where you been all this time, motherfucker? Where you been?
I'm not even listening to it. As far as I'm concerned, if action ain't taken, it's all they all just want attention for it. I'm not listening to it. If action is not taken, I don't care for it. It's a dog and pony show.
That's what it is, because they're not stupid. And I'll go back to this again. There's a black guy on YouTube called the Shoe Make Way, or whatever his name is, from Florida. Mm-hmm. He predicted this shit that's happening right now like a year ago.
Yeah, because he was also a part of it.
Yeah, he was. I by no means am giving him praises or promoting him, holding him up. No, I'm just stating the facts. He predicted this because, like you said, when you're involved in it, you're womanizing, you're destroying and abusing black women and children. You're not stupid. you understand that eventually even a beat dog is gonna bite your ass back eventually. They know that. And so when they watch the room, they read the room, they look at what's happening with black women. They walk down the street, they see black women crossing the street from them, rolling their eyes at them. When they speak to them, keep walking. They see black women like me getting ready to fucking pull out their shit and go off on them if they get too close, right? They see this shit.
They know they're much more aware than what they pretend to be. And that's why, and this is why my hate for, and this is why my anger and hate for them is exponentially high. Because once I know that you're aware of it and you still do it, you're intentionally evil. And at that point, as far as I'm concerned, you can slit your fucking throat. I could care what happens to you. Get the hell out of my face. Stay away from me, because it'll be nothing but bad and negative energy coming in your way every single time. And that's the type of energy we need to be sending them every single time.
Not just them. We need to be sending that to people who represent America. People in the Senate, people in the Congress, people in the city councils, everybody. We need, look, black women fed up. We're not falling for any of your fucking games and shenanigans. We're not doing it. Those of us that are not out here, Black Lives Mattering it up. Those of us that are not out here worrying about, oh, well, what about the black male? We don't give a fuck. Our slogan, our motto is Black Women Centered. That's our shit. So move out the way, because we're coming. It might not be a lot of us now, but as times get harder, and speaking for New York City, we got almost 100,000 immigrants in the city, in the welfare system, the shelter system here, along with, I'm only talking about black women, among others, but black women. Those black women are being pushed to the back of the line so that all of these, who are mostly Hispanics, that are coming from other places can have a place to live, a job, while some of these black women that are in these shelters and who are homeless, they got good jobs. They got thrown out of their houses, not always due to the fact that they got rent arrears, but due to the fact that this is New York City, right? The governor and the mayor work together here to not work on the housing crisis, but they work on how to make money off of the housing contracts with contractors. They're putting a good amount of money in their own pocket and leaving the rest of us that live here ass out. As you know, Asia, like where I'm at, Asia and Queens, my rent is getting ready to go up to $3,000. Okay,
that doesn't make any sense.
Fine though, because what I'm gonna do is spend the rest of this year looking for some fucking where else to live, because I'm not paying that shit.
That's right? I'm sorry, Queens for $3,000.
What talking shit about Queens?
No, but I'm just saying Manhattan is charging $4,000. I'm sorry.
Asia, anywhere is prime real estate, they're doing it. Like the beachfronts, Far Rockaway, Waterline, Long Island, Elmont, all that shit, Five Towns, all that bullshit out there. Anything where the water hit the land, they're charging them people there, the people that's buying the homes and condos and all that shit, $5,000, $6,000, $7,000 a month. A month. And the houses are already over $1 million.
But see, I don't think it's shit. That's the thing, and I wasn't trying to come for Queens or anything. No, not at all. I love Queens, but no, what I'm saying is that because I'm from the Bronx, and I don't think the Bronx is worth no damn $3,000.
No place in New York City is worth that. I don't give a fuck. Even Nassau and Suffolk, these fucking buildings are old as fuck. They've been here since World War II. All right, ain't none of this shit unless it's a brand new building. This shit ain't worth all that money. You know why they doing it? Let me tell you.
They're trying to cut out gas. I don't know if you know about that. All new buildings can't have gas. It's all electric.
Yeah, they're doing that. They could do that. That's cool. I don't have a problem with that. But this is part of gentrification as well, because in this building where I live, it's rent stabilized, right? Rent stabilized don't mean rent control, y'all. It just means that when everybody else's rent goes up, ours goes up the same amount, but slower, because our rents are lower. But the catch with buildings like this is that once you get enough tenants to get out, either through eviction or they move out, when that unit is available, it's no longer rent stabilized. It goes to market value, which is why all of the empty apartments now are I just looked at it the other day. A 2-bedroom apartment was $2,700. A 2-bedroom with a terrace was $3,000. You see how they doing it?
Mm-hmm.
And it doesn't even matter if you can get the same 2-bedroom on the same floor, but it depends on how many feet the apartment is. They charging hundreds of dollars per feet. Okay, that's the shit. And because of the fact that you know how New York City is, you live in the Bronx, so it's quick for me to get to you. All I gotta do is go through Manhattan, jump on the bridge, come to Manhattan. I'm there. I'm there. It don't even take me a whole hour to get to the Bronx. It give me like 30, 40 minutes, right? Same thing for Brooklyn, 15 minutes to Manhattan. So depending on who's coming to live here and what north, north, south, east, west, whichever part they live in, depending on where they want to go, they're trying to make it 45 minutes between every single borough for people to get to work, do whatever they want to do. They're making it that convenient. But to do that, you got to get rid of all the poor black people and poor other people that's taking up the spaces where these rich people want to live. No, that's what's happening here. But what always happens is you could change shit around, you could throw people out their houses, and what's going to happen is rich people do not take care of rich people. That's all, and that's the best part of life. And you've seen this happen time and time again. Somebody should do a study on that. Look at the history of all the areas that were gentrified and see how that shit always ends up going back to the same poor people. Because rich people don't take care of each other. And eventually,
that's true. It's all greed. That's the thing. It's literally just
they want what you got.
Mm-hmm.
They just want what you got. And when you don't have it no more and you don't give a fuck about it, and you doing well somewhere else, and everybody's now gravitating over here, now they like, oh, fuck this. I want that now. That's all it is. It's stupid and it's ignorant, but that's what they've always done. And they're doing it now. And you know what my thing is? Have it. Take the shit. I've been here like 23 years. I've been here too fucking long. I'm due to be somewhere else. But I bet you what? I'm going to go to another area where rents are cheaper and it's the same type of diversity. And I'm going to have the same fucking lifestyle there that I have here. You're not doing anything to me. But I'm not paying that fucking money. I'm not. I'm really not. And I'm not doing that shit. I'm not. And you know what I'll never do? I will never get in my car or get on a plane and move to Florida or move to Georgia or none of that bullshit. I would not do it. I would not. But you know what I would do? I'll get on the plane or in my car and move to every fucking border state in the West. Because you know what? Nobody wants to go there. No why? Because of the border problems. I'll be there locked and fucking loaded. I'm good. And I think maybe that's the way a lot of black women need to start thinking now, because think about stuff for real, Asia. When people are less than 35, this is for black women now, especially, so y'all listen up. If you don't have a real education, you want to get a good job, you want to live a beautiful life, you could go work for Border Patrol. Is it dangerous as fuck? Yes, it is. Will they teach you how to be an ultimate badass? Yes, they will. Will they teach you how to blow somebody's fucking shit back as far as you can? They will. Will they teach you how to break their ass up? They will. So if you want a real change, a real adventure in life, go do it. You can work for Customs, Border Patrol, go work in California, Arizona, where's the other one? Nevada, all the southern states with the border. They always put you in areas where the people are crossing, causing the most trouble. You will work there, but you won't live in that area. You can buy a beautiful big ass house somewhere. Your kids go to lovely private school. Do whatever you do. Live wonderfully, work horrifically. You got that option. I'm saying that so that whenever shit gets as bad as it can get and you still within that age range, change your life completely, because that is always going to be an option. As long as America did the Hartwell Act and started in the Immigration Act and started letting all these people in here, you are going to have border issues. So if you're going to exploit characteristics of America to be wealthy and live a good life, there you go. And it's not like you're going to be out there by yourself and you got to take on all the cartel, because that's not how it is. It's a structured environment where you're going to be in control of the situation, period. That's up to y'all. That's one option. So when things get so ridiculous, where you know how people always telling y'all get out of the community, do this, do that, you can literally write your own ticket if you go into law enforcement. That's the only place, unless you're gonna sit down and really like learn one of these IT certificates. But now guess what? Now you got to worry about the fact that affirmative action is gone, so there's no enforcement on diversity unless the place you're hiring is receiving Title VII funds from the government. Then diversity is enforced. Go ahead, Asia.
That's true, and that's the thing. It's the enforcement part that is what's most important, because we have I can't tell you how many laws that are written down and hardly any of them shits are enforced.
Indeed, that's really true. Some of the best ones, like the ones that I think about every day, because I have to control myself at work because I'm gonna catch a case there. Work harassment rules are never enforced. Like, now, when I say tell this story, I don't want nobody getting offended because I don't mean it, and I'm not saying it from a fucked up place. I'm saying it from what really happened to me. This happened to me Friday at work, right? So where I work, we have cubicles, but it's supposed to be soundproof. But you know, shit ain't never really soundproof, right? It dulls the sound, but you can still hear shit. So I'm sitting in my cubicle. I'm bored. I finished work. I'm fucking around on YouTube. Or, oh gosh, maybe I shouldn't have said that, or whatever. So I'm fucking around on YouTube, and then I stop and I start eating and drinking. So I start listening to two co-workers who are immediately adjacent to me. I mean, I'm here, they're right here, right? And the other one is in front of the other one. So it's like a L shape. So I can literally see them. I'm not supposed to hear them, but I still can, right? It's a Russian woman. And like I said, black people don't get offended from the Caribbean, right? This lady, I think, is from Barbados. She's a Caribbean woman. They sitting there having a full-blown conversation about how black people from Bed-Stuy are animals. How when the Bajans, I don't know what they call people from Barbados, Bajans?
Mm-hmm.
Right. Yeah. When the Bajan woman would leave her black friend, her Ado's black friend's house, she didn't say that. I'm summarizing the conversation. The two brothers of the woman had to walk her to the train station because she says out of her own mouth, you know, because some neighborhoods, you know, it's like at nighttime it turns into a forest. I said, what? And now, mind you, this is the part of the conversation that got me. It was more shit to it before that about different things they had to deal with, doing other jobs where they had to deal with the families in the project. So I let all that slide. When it got to the point where they were trying to say that at night it turns into, literally, she wanted to say jungle, but she's at work, so she thinks she's being politically correct. I said to her, okay, that's enough of that conversation. I'm getting offended. All right. You're over here breaking all types of workplace conduct rules, and I'm about tired of it. I said, you do realize I am an American black person from America since the beginning, since before America even existed, right? I said, my people have been in this country since before the white man came here, before slavery, etc. I said, you're offending the hell out of me with that. I said, and what's worse is you're doing nothing but reiterating stereotypes. Not everybody who lives in those neighborhoods are a piece of shit the way you're saying it. I didn't say piece of shit, of course, but you know. So she got upset, and her whole thing was she feels like she shouldn't have to stop her conversation because I shouldn't be listening. So here's where the point comes in about how what you said, rules are never enforced, right? So I said to her, okay, so if you feel you need to still have that conversation, all I'll do is report you then. She says to me, good luck with that. I thought about it for a second. I said to myself, yeah, bitch is right? But then I came back and I said, okay, maybe on this level. But I said on the state and federal level, I ain't gotta have no luck. You gonna get got. So you better think about that. So then she sat down, her and the Russian woman, and then they started talking about some other shit. For the rest of the day, then she's giving me all types of fucking attitude. So you are absolutely right when you're saying that laws don't get enforced, and because of the fact that laws on the book don't really get enforced, people feel like they got carte blanche to be as wild and as crazy as they want to be. But when we as Black women start making people enforce the law, and you can do that, okay, that is what the federal government is for. That is the reason why you have the Department of Justice. That entire fucking thing was created to enforce the rights of Black people after we came out of bondage. So you got to start doing it, y'all. When I'm watching YouTube and I see all these stories about Hispanic people fucking with Black people in Florida and etc., don't take that shit. Take a fucking video, take notes, do whatever you got to do, voice recordings, whatever. Send that shit to the Department of Justice, Civil Rights Division. Send that shit to the state Civil Rights Division. Send that shit to the Attorney General, the U.S. Attorney General. Send it to everybody you could think of that's in the Civil Rights Division. Make it stop. It doesn't stop if you don't complain and demand some action. It just continues and it gets greater later. You don't have to deal with that shit. Go ahead, Age. I'm gonna start looking for this other clip.
No worries. Oh man. I'm trying to think because there's been so much happening lately.
All right, let me go to the other clip. I want y'all to see.
Have you heard about a case and that happened recently in the city with a Black woman involved with Equinox?
Yeah, I know about that. That's old now. It's like a year or so. Or the one who won the case over $1 million. Harassment.
That was this year. That was wasn't it?
It was like a year ago. It's like a year. It's like a year.
Oh, I saw the article released this year. That's why I thought it was this year.
Well, all that stuff has happened to her a while ago. I guess her suit was finalized within the year because it's been a while. I saw that on Dateline. I saw that in December, as a matter of fact. After I got hit, I saw it then. Yeah, I know about her. I seen a video about her too on YouTube with her speaking, not the people talking about it. So yeah, I know about her. But listen, if you ever been in that building, it's called the Gray Bar building, right? I know it because I used to have 2 attorneys that I worked in that building. It's a real hoity-toity fucking piece of building. It's also like some type of funky landmark. When you go in the lobby, it has all the building's history and stuff. So it's like old white people money building. So of course you're gonna get that type of snobby goddamn environment because they feel like you don't belong there in the first place. Period. That's what that whole thing is about. All right. So in this next clip, this clip is a little bit lengthy, Age, if you want to wait or if you want to come back and whatever you want to do. But this clip is about, remember I started off by telling y'all how Jamie Foxx has said we're going to beat them at their own game. So this is them coming up with the plan to shut down and expose the cloning and the fact that the government, and ultimately, to tell you the end of the story is and you should have seen it coming, right? Above the white guy is the black guy. The original black guy who created, they always make the Black people the victim in their own dysfunction, which is actually true to life, but in the movies it gets tiring real quick. So he's the ultimate bad guy. The white guy is the ultimate good guy. You know how that goes, right? So and by that I mean the white guy being the ultimate good guy is the bullshit about the assimilation versus annihilation, right? So ultimately they feel like if they can get everybody to be the same, nobody be different, America would be this harmonious okay, help me with the word. Harmonious, wonderful place, instead of being what it really is, a chaotic legacy of slavery piece of shit land. Period. Where white people want to live in their white fragility and never give people their equal footing, equal pay, and equal standard of living based off their fucking humanity. not off of how much their taxes were, what bracket they fall in, just based off of the fact that they're human fucking beings and need to be respected the same way you want to be. Period. So anyway, I digress. This part here is going to show them, like I said, getting together the plan, and once they do that, they act on it. But I want to listen closely to how they're playing this out, because they're tricking them by being themselves. And this is always the case.
Wait, you said what, the white people are tricking the black folks by being themselves?
The black people are tricking the white people by being themselves. And this is the common thing.
They actually are what they were supposed to be.
They are what they're supposed to be, but they're tricking the white people because the white people don't know that they've caught on, right?
Oh, so they're pretending to keep up the act, but
Yeah,
in reality, they know what's up.
Yeah, they're pretending to be their dysfunctional selves. But in reality, like you said, they're all coming together to do the right thing to take them down.
Gotcha.
This is a common tactic that is played out in war and many other things, right? It's written about in several different books in literacy. Like, I know you guys have already read Uncle Tom's Cabin. That's the same theme of Uncle Tom's Cabin. Like, most people think that Uncle Tom is the Uncle Tom when actually he's not. It is the cousin, the dude, Uncle Remus or whatever the fuck his name is, where Uncle Tom is very, very pro-black. Like, he's the dude that he code switches. He's Master's best friend. He's the type that people believe will give his life for the white man. But at night, this motherfucker's planning what do you call it? White people attacks. He's planning revolts and rebellions. He's stealing shit out of the master's house to give to the slaves to kill these people with. He's a double agent, right? Mm-hmm. So this is a common theme, I guess, in a lot of stuff. So they're playing it out here. But let me show y'all.
I'm so sorry, Fontaine. You know, personally, I would never, but you know, a girl needs a little coin in her purse, and with the recent cold front.
Listen, sit tight, okay? This is time for reflection and silent self-discovery. What you thinking, nigga? You ain't gonna like it. You ever play dead? These bitch ass niggas think they got it all figured out, but they forgot I'm a stone cold pimp, goddamn. I pull tricks for a living. We gonna beat them at their own game. But first things first, we need somebody to shoot your black ass. Tell Isaac we need to talk, alright? Begin. Fuck you! Oh, shit. Fontaine come up on you. Hit you in your shit. Give you $1,000. Say he want to talk to me. Man, that's what the nigga said, bro. They got eyes everywhere, though. You know they gonna be watching us. Let them. Ain't no easier mark than a sucker who sees exactly what he expects to see.
They got their music. Hold on.
All I gotta do is shoot him again.
Shit. Sorry, y'all. I forgot the music. Okay. Like I told y'all, record this because as soon as it goes to YouTube after StreamYard, they're gonna hit me with the strike, and I'm gonna probably private it so that they don't do that because fuck the music. I forgot. You know how y'all
do fair use.
No, they're gonna still do it. Fair use, copyright, whatever the law is, fair use, they still gonna do it. But to get to the point, that was just, let me go past that piece. That was just a setup to explain like how he said it's nothing better than tricking a person to see what they actually believe they supposed to be seeing. Like if they see you as like they said previously, a hoe, a pimp, a drug dealer, then that's all you are to them. But if you are organizing, getting your community together, a hoe, pimp, or drug dealer, then now you're a problem because you're not doing what you're supposed to be doing as far as they're concerned. You're not just causing chaos. You are fronting like you're causing chaos while you're getting your people together. And we have seen this in real life situations. Like, I don't want to go into this completely because I don't want people getting upset and all that type of shit. But like with the dude Vibes Cartel, right? Whatever you feel about him, he was in Jamaica doing things for the people, giving money, whatever happened with him, they put him in jail. We're not talking about that. But the fact that he was somebody the people listened to over the government, that was a problem for him. And that's why one of the reasons why he is where he is, right? Same thing, the message is right here. They, like he's saying, trick them at their own game. If they expect you to be pieces of shit, so what? Who cares what they expect you to be? If they call you a piece of shit, I'll be that piece of shit. But I'm gonna be that piece of shit getting my education. I'm gonna be that piece of shit seeking out a well-paying job so I don't live in poverty. I'm gonna be that piece of shit that keeps my family together, teaches my family about generational wealth and doing what the fuck they supposed to do so that they stay out of your jails, out of everything and every trap that you put out here for them. I'm gonna be that piece of shit that does that. That's what that whole clip was about, but the music is a little too much. All right, so let's speed it up. So let's get to the part here after that. I want
Is compromised, but our department is taking a minimal necessary. Yes, sir. Of course. After all these years, still so strange. Good to see you, Fontaine.
I had to speed it up. All right. I'm gonna speed it up to the next one. I want y'all to hear the part I was telling you about where they literally talk about the assimilation versus annihilation.
Marriage of convenience. I'm the lead geneticist of this operation. Ronnie. Is he? No. He died. It's the way you remember. It's the one thing I wanted you all to have. But yes, he is the reason I made a deal with the devil. You see, Fontaine, the powers that be, the invisible people above me who pull the strings weren't getting the results they wanted. Years of experimentation, billions of dollars spent, yet no true peace in America. Hair products, songs on the radio, fried chicken, clones, maintaining the charade. Short-sighted, waste of resources. All because they couldn't see what's so obvious to you and me. It's not enough to think the same. We have to be the same. Nah, you're tripping, man. My work in the cloning initiative helped me track down 378 unique genes that separate you and your ghettos from your counterparts in the suburbs, the barrios. Chinatown. Once I sequenced them all, I approached my superiors with an addendum. I'm sure you're aware of our first test subject. but we have since perfected the process. Think niggas might notice if they wake up one morning with blonde hair and blue eyes. This won't happen overnight, Fontaine. It'll happen over generations. And now, we are at the precipice of our true national rollout.
Okay, so you see what I was telling you about, how that movie's whole message was assimilation versus annihilation. So that scene is kind of like role reversal. It's not so much as what he said, trying to be. It wasn't finished. Oh, she muted. So it wasn't what he said about the whole situation trying to be clever. Like, you don't think black people will realize or notice them waking up with blonde hair and blue eyes. That's not the point of that assimilation message versus annihilation. We don't have to worry about that. Black people already come with blonde hair and blue eyes, right? We're the first people. Every other people in this world comes from you. They are genetically recessive, a mutated recessive version of you. So if you go to Africa right now, right, and you go to the islands or for the outskirts of the main countries, I forget the name of those particular islands, you're going to run into tons of African black children and people with big, fluffy, curly blonde hair and blue eyes. You're going to with brown skin.
Are you talking about Melanesians? The Melanesians?
I don't know about Melanesians. I'm talking about African people, period. Because
I think those are it. The Melanesians. They were the ones with blonde hair, right?
It's not one people. It's all African people carry the same traits. Depending on where you are in Africa, the climate will dictate you do more of that or you do less. But it is in you, period. Whether it's dormant or not, it is there. Like a couple of years ago, it was a Nigerian woman. She had twins or something. She gave birth to very pale children with blonde hair and blue eyes. It's part of who you are. It has nothing to do like where you come from or what group of people. I could do it. You could do it. Any black woman can do it because you carry all the genes of all the world. So if ever, whoever you with, they trigger certain things to make the child come out a certain way, that's what it's going to be. And it has nothing to do with interracial this or interracial that. You could do it with another type of black male. It's in you, all of that. So that whole thing of thinking that it's only this one particular people or this one particular place, no, it just has to deal with African women, period, in a nutshell. Period. So white people already know this. So in that scene, and they have successfully convinced all of us that we all come one way, which is dark-skinned, brown-eyed, and coarse hair.
Yeah, they try to. It's like with us, they try to make it seem like we're one phenotype, and that everything else is somehow different.
Everything else is a different variation of us.
Yes,
that we are not one sole singular thing. Like every black person does not look like me, no, or you. We look like everyone else, and then all those other people are watered down versions of all of us. That's really how
hatred come from.
Say what?
You think that's where all this hatred for us comes from secretly? Like, because we are because end of the day, people know that we are the original women of this planet. We were the first to be brought here, and we were the only women that were born free.
It could be, but I think mostly it has to do with the fact that it's taught. It is taught by white people of the world. Like you have people that I'll use my sister-in-law as an example. This is a Korean woman who was born and raised in Korea, never saw black people her whole entire life, right?
Mm-hmm.
So she came to America, started working here as a teacher, ended up getting into a relationship with one of my brothers and getting married, right? She never saw a black person before in her life, okay? Even though we do know black people go to Korea or whatever, but there are people in those countries that live further out. They don't interact with the people that live in the main cities. She never saw a black person ever. All right. So now years go by and she's in America and she begins to speak freely because she's an American now, right? She spoke about how when she was young, she had TV, she had a computer, she had a mom, she had a dad. Those people were heavily influenced by white hypocrisy, white anti-blackness, and etc. So she was always taught that we were horrible people by whites, that she should stay away from us. We ain't shit. We're the reason. Literally, she told me, they told her, we're the reason why America has problems. And you have to understand that the same way they did in this clip, they do in everything, in the movies they make about us, the videos, the documentaries, etc. They always show the dysfunctional ism at its best as if it is the entire essence of who we are when it's not. Okay? They don't show the teachers, the scholars, the inventors, the this, the that. They don't show the black women, like the black woman whose mom is a YouTuber, Colette Alexander, I believe it is on here. She talks about black women and them dealing with the toxicity in the work environment, right? I think it's Colette Elizabeth. Her daughter just graduated from a really prestigious California medical school as the only black woman in the school over all the whites, all the Asians, all the Hispanics, with honors in neuroscience. She's going to be a brain surgeon.
Oh my God, what is it? Was this released in an article somewhere?
Of course, yeah, you can look it up. Yeah, it's all over. It's on YouTube. It's on the news online. She was on Good Morning America. She's been everywhere.
Wow, and what's her name again?
I don't remember her name. Just look it up. Just look up black woman graduates from California Medical School as top neuroscience student or whatever. She pops up. She Colette was talking about her daughter, but she didn't tell people it was her daughter. I read like 3 articles on this woman, saw her on TV one morning. I was getting ready for work, and then I saw her on YouTube, and I was like, oh, good, because I'm always so proud of black women doing like great things. So getting back to it is like, you have tons of black people like this. People don't want to believe about our greatness. They want to believe in the negativity because this is what white America promotes. Like, people don't give us credit. Like, you because of black people, you have the internet, not because of white people, because of black women and black men who made individual parts that worked with different ways to transmit with the frequencies, created all of this, right? You could look all these things up individually. I don't know their names off the top of my head, but there was a black man who came up with the way to create the internet. That's number one. Then the black woman came along and she found a way to pull the frequencies out of the air to produce the live and all this shit we're doing right now, interwoven into running the whole network of the internet through all the computers. These are black people that did this, not white people the way they're trying to make you believe. All right. There's even a black woman. You gotta look her up on TikTok. She cured cancer. She has cured every form of cancer, but you don't hear about her now, do you? But she's on TikTok because somebody put the video up. I saw it like end of last year or something like that. She has cured cancer, but because big pharma and pharmaceutical companies in America makes huge money off of keeping people sick, you're not gonna see her doing a Dateline interview or whatever, or be on the main channel at night and, oh, I've cured cancer, now everybody can be cancer free, because it doesn't make money. So yes, she's there and you got to seek her out to find out how she can help you, but she's there, and that is also a black woman. So this is what that whole scene represents. Like, when he's talking about, and again, sorry, let me go back one more step to talk about again those 2 billionaires, again on a TikTok video where they were sitting at a dinner table with like 3 or 4 beautiful black women trying to buy literally their cells from these black women. I put that video up. Somebody did it originally on TikTok to expose them, but the black women were sitting with 2 billionaires. One of them was a billionaire dealing with stocks and stuff who was into human trafficking. The other one was a billionaire that was owned all types of biochemical labs. that was getting in trouble for human experimentation, right? So this movie is not as far-fetched as y'all think it is. They were sitting at the table with these black women and literally told them, okay, you black women have something nobody else on this planet has.
I would have said, we know.
No, I don't even think those girls knew, or maybe they had slipped some shit in their drinks because they were sitting there like they were brain dead, right?
Oh, okay.
So he has said to them, you have something we want. And what they're talking about is the transfer of that it's some system. I did this video on it, but I'm drawing a blank right now. It is a system where they can gut the nucleus of a cell, take everything out of it that makes that cell what it is, take it from you and put it into a white person who doesn't have that. And now they can have similar things you have, but they don't have them originally. They have to be put into them. They can never, even though you put it into them, their bodies cannot replicate it.
And it becomes a deformed version of what it is supposed to be. It's not even a real replica.
They found out. That's what they found out, because that's how beautiful and how magnificent whoever and whatever nature is and whatever said, these are the laws of what I'm putting down.
This is what I'm putting in place, and I ain't. You could do whatever you want. It ain't gonna be what you
work.
Yep.
That's right. They found that shit out, because let me tell y'all what I'm talking about. And I know y'all have seen it, but you didn't know what you was looking at. There's this, I think she's German. She's a white woman. They call her Patina. She got these real big, unnatural titties, right? She had that shit done, and she also takes shots and stuff to make her face dark, right? So she looks like an unnatural black woman. Like, her face literally looks like somebody put black shoe polish on her face, right?
Mm-hmm.
And she has her hair permed to make it curly, and she literally thinks she looks like a black person. She does not look like a black person.
Is this woman from Germany? Is supposed to be a white lady who took like melanin injections?
Yeah,
Martina Big.
Yeah, she's a big model for this bullshit, right?
Yeah.
She did that. She looks horrible.
They clowned her though. A lot of people, everybody's been clowning her though.
But listen, where she's from, she was making lots of money with that the way she looked, because she doesn't look like a black person, but she thinks she does just because her skin has become darker, but she still looks nasty. And the thing that they found out that I later read was that because they do that to their skin, they're not like us. Their skin still breaks down in the sun. They still get destroyed by the sun, even though their skin is darker, because you're not black.
Yeah.
You understand what I mean? On top of that, they're dying of cancer from that stuff. Their bodies are literally breaking down. It's crazy, okay? Because if it's not for you, it's not for you. And then you are not going to be able, they want to manipulate it and become us without being us. And nature is saying that's not going to happen. So that whole part of that movie with that clip I just showed was speaking to all of that. Because when the real version of so-called Tyrone, right, who is actually Fontaine, that's the old man, right? The reason he started all this genetic research and playing with black people is because his younger brother that they spoke about got killed by police, right? How typical, right? He got killed by police. And so Fontaine, the original Fontaine, decided that he would make tons of clones of dysfunctional people that he could try to learn to manipulate to make all of society peaceful. That never happens, okay? Because even though you can hypnotize them, and there's a scene in the movie where they go into the strip club and a regular club and everybody's dancing and they're using hip hop music. You know, that same degenerative black woman misogyny created music that we complain about. They're playing all that nasty shit in the movie, right? And the DJ is one of these white guy scientists having fun with his lab rats, right? They're dancing to the music, and he's like, "Oh, let's do this now. Let's all spin around," like he's playing games with them because he can control them. So they're all turning around. They're all doing all these stupid movements, like Simon says, because he's actually able to control them. So the other people who have more freer will, which are the three main characters, Yo-Yo, that Fontaine, and Jamie Foxx's character, Slick Charles, or whatever the hell his name is, they can fight the hypnotism a lot more. So as they're fighting that and they're coming out of that club, they run into the guy underneath the real Fontaine who exposes the whole plan to them, right? Which brings us back to that clip we just saw where he was saying, what you think? Black people just gonna be cool with waking up one day, not notice waking up with blonde hair, blue eyes? That's not really the point. The point was for it to be the other way, so that the white people can have the things that they want, that they don't have, that they feel the black people possess. So it is like the movie is really good. It speaks to just basically dysfunctions in this country, and really it's doing that thing that most people get upset about because it's promoting black love and black unity, right? Which we are not talking about here right now on this live. We're talking about black women being centered, but that's what that movie is all about. Okay. Mm-hmm. So the movie is talking about mind control and controlling the conditions and standards of which we live in the black communities when we live in poverty and dysfunction. So what I felt I was doing when I came to do this live today was to talk about how we as black women, when we center ourselves, right, and we only caring about the best interests of black women and our little girls, we will be able to sit back. It doesn't matter what they do to try to hold you down or even take stuff away from you to slow you down. You have to remember, like I said in the beginning of this live, is that the way we've always made it out of any type of obstacle, hard time, or, depression in this country for us was to rely on one another. Black women have always had other black women's backs. And that's the only way we're going to be able to move forward and do all the stuff we got to do, is to rely on each other. You can't rely on white people and other black women telling you that you're supposed to have allies and alliances and shit like that. You have seen too many things in your own time right now where that's not true. You've seen the shit with the abortion thing. Now you're seeing the fallout from the end of affirmative action. You see that we live in a world that is really anti-black woman. It may be anti-black, but when they put anti-black, they're mostly talking about us, because they look at black males as if, oh, this is my black coon. He's cool with me. He's all right with me. But whenever it's you constantly represent that, like pebble in somebody's shoe that, however, even though they walking on the beach or some shit like that or whatever it is, they can't getting shit in their shoe, right? That they feel shouldn't be. That's what they feel you are, the thorn in their side. But he's okay because, he wants the same thing they want. That's all that movie was talking about.
Because that's what the whole he's more valuable thing, because he's helping me keep it together. And we're the ones that are trying to dismantle it.
Yep. And it's always been like that. When you look at real life stories, even fictional stories, like they called her Moses, like the old Cicely Tyson movie, or Sounder, or Miss Jane Pittman. Any of those type of stories where it was based off the true life incidences where black women had the courage to stand up when nobody else did. The black woman is always the one that goes, nah, fuck you. I'm not going out like that. If I'm going out with a fight. You're not just going to make me comply to some bullshit that I know is going to hurt me and my children. I'm not doing that shit. And that's the thing they were trying so hard to clone out of these people. Because I'm going to show you the end of the movie, but they cloned so many people that in all the problematic cities of America where gun violence is going on, human trafficking, domestic violence, black femicide, it's all the same people, literally cloned thousands and thousands and thousands of times over, put into those neighborhoods to do just that, cause fucking havoc. And that's what they were doing. And it was only a few of them that woke up and was starting to remember some of the times that they were recloned and going, something's not right. Something's not right here. And they were trying to pull back and change things. And those few were those three that were depicted throughout the movie. So I would tell everybody watch it. You know, I laughed a lot through it, and I only watched the movie based off of like history I know and the strength of Black women. I wasn't looking at the coming together of the community or the so-called black male coming to save the day, because I know that's story based. That's Fantasy Island, right? Because these guys don't have no heart in their chests. They're wicked, and like you said, they're part of the plan. They're part of what everybody wants in this world, right? If they could get rid of us, it would be a perfect world. But if you get rid of us, you're going to end all of civilization.
I think that's what they want. I don't know. I think a lot of them are just so internally miserable and upset that they just want to destroy everything.
They don't. They want to control you. And that's what the whole movie was showing you.
Mm.
That's why it says assimilation, right?
But if they
Instead of
can't,
annihilation.
what is the ultimate? What would, again, if it gets to the point, what is that? When it gets to that finalized point that they know that they can't control us and we fall back, what's going to be the move? They're going to have no choice but to take us out, which would essentially end them too.
So what? I mean, good for them. I
That's
mean,
what I'm saying. It seems like they want. It seems like then it tells me that they do want to die.
That's going to be their last case scenario. That's not really what they want. They want us to literally fall into the fold with everybody else. Be okay with being fucked over your whole life. Be okay with literally living like a slave in this life without the shackles. They want you to be okay with that. But since they know that you're not okay with that, then they say, okay, let's try to substitute mind control and environment control. And when that doesn't work, then we'll kill as many of them as we can. And eventually, we'll keep trying to work on assimilation, because we don't really want annihilation for all of us. Because, see, they probably would have no problem with annihilation if they wasn't included in the package. But they are definitely included in the package. Because think about how stuff goes. They use Black women's bodies, our genetics, for medicine. They still using Miss Leak's cells to this day to come up with new medicines and cancer research and etc. Who knows? Maybe part of Miss Leak's genetics was which is what led to the Black woman curing cancer. You never know. They never tell us the whole story. But we know for a fact Miss Leak's is not the only one that they have found incredible amounts of information and ways to save humanity through Black women's bodies. There is another famous Black woman whose name I can't remember. Y'all look her up. Was the 17-year-old Black woman from slavery who died from infection in her vagina from them forceps from that doctor that they took his statue down, who's supposed to be the doctor of gynecology.
Oh, yeah.
Now, that young Black girl was 17 years old. However, her body had some type of incredible ability to fight infection on its own without any antibiotic. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
So they learned a lot from that girl's body. I'm quite sure to this day, her cells are somewhere in somebody's fucking peach jar in a lab somewhere. Because her body was the only one out of all those African women in those days that she could never get infected. She could not get an infection. They were sticking rusty instruments in her body, and her body was growing the tissue back right after the tissue was being destroyed. She's kind of like a living, breathing like Wolverine, so to speak. Okay,
oh, that's dope.
So that's what happened to her. A lot of these cases are in this book called American Medical, what's the name?
Apartheid, medical apartheid.
American Medical Apartheid. Yeah, it gives the whole history of all the things, the experiments and stuff. She is also another woman. I don't remember her name, but she needs to be up. It's so many Black women, right? So this is the stuff that they know, because this is the information they keep from us hidden, right? So that Black woman, that young girl, her body had this re-healing ability that was almost like X-Men level, okay? Because they wrote about it in their journals. They had never seen no shit like that before. So, of course, they kept experimenting on her until she died, right? Her body was so powerful. Listen to what I'm about to say. She was able to be pregnant, get pregnant again with a dead baby in her body, side by side with a growing baby. Did you hear what I said?
What? So like her body like compartmentalized. What?
She was one of these people, because there are people out here who have more than one DNA. She was probably one of these people that had like 3 fucking DNAs in one body. They have them out here.
That's true.
All right.
Mhm.
So think about what I'm saying. She was already pregnant and a baby was dead inside of her. They aborted that baby. At the same time, she was growing another baby in her body. Not a twin, just a totally separate, different other baby. That's why they was experimenting on her when they found that out.
Mm.
Yeah. I forget her name, but if you look in like some of the slave narratives about pregnancy and that particular doctor, she's gonna come up. She was like his favorite fucking person to dig on. We
Wow.
know today in 2023 that a person like that would be medical experimental gold, because whose body is stronger than fucking antibiotics?
That's true.
Okay. And here she was, her body was stronger than antibiotics, and she was back in the fucking 1700s, I believe it was, before even 1800. That's how long ago she was.
But I'm not surprised though, because if you think about it, you don't make it this far by mistake. We don't make it this far by mistake.
Right.
If we were the first group on this planet, and we're still here.
Yep.
It's not by accident.
No,
And there is something special. There is something special about us, and this is why we are. I feel like a lot of Black women don't understand reverse psychology. We really don't.
They don't.
A lot of us don't.
They don't know anything about psychology for the most part, because I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna let you finish, but I just gotta get this out. You know why? Because we see it every day on YouTube. If they understood anything about psychology, it would be no Black male on this platform that would be able to outnumber subscriber count over Black women telling them, stay away from these dudes. You know they killing you every 4 to 5 hours of the day, right? Domestic violence has shown us that you're not safe in your home with these dudes. Your children are not safe in your home with these dudes, right? The other thing is, people are telling them every day, you're not validated as a human being or a woman just because you're in a relationship with them. If they knew anything about psychology, they would never, ever be on here doing any of the stuff they do. From people like Crimson Kerr to people advocating for being a, what do you call those people that's like the 5%ers where Israelites and all that
the Masons and stuff.
Yeah, none of that shit would ever be. You would never have anybody on here trying to convince Black women that they're supposed to be led by a Black male, supposed to be submissive to him, or treated like a literal slave, indentured servant to a grown-ass man who doesn't know how to do shit for himself. That's how you know they don't know shit about psychology. Because you would never be able to come on here and be controlled and manipulated to think that your value comes from somebody who abuses you.
Yep.
That would never fly.
That's true. And that's something, and you know what? It's also something that the community preaches too, because think about it. If some award show isn't giving us an award, or if some mainstream platform isn't celebrating one of our own, all of a sudden people start feeling like they're being left out of the conversation, or they don't feel worthy enough until a certain outlet celebrates them, or until a specific party celebrates them. And that's also another sign too, because my thing is, why can't you just celebrate it amongst your people and that be it?
Or why can't you just realize your own value?
Yeah.
And stop needing somebody else to validate you, because you don't need anybody else's approval to exist. You're already here.
Yep.
Hold your head up. Know that you're worth something. Know that nothing in this life that you can buy or somebody gives you your value. You have value and you are worth something, and you are somebody from the first fucking day you open your eyes. Period. You don't need anybody else telling you, here's an accolade for you today now you're special. You're always supposed to feel special. Whether you got only a pot to piss in and the window to throw it out in of, or you're living in a fabulous mansion and you got people waiting on you hand and foot. You still somebody. It's just ridiculous. That's why I said we need to start really mobilizing to get Black women together. We're going to have to move beyond this internet shit and actually do some face-to-face stuff where we can sit, talk, deal with each other, and start getting information out. You have to. That's how grass movements work. People have to put in the actual work to get stuff done.
Yeah.
Like I said, we can start with any state you want, but I think we need to find somebody seriously from Mississippi so they can start trying to rally the Black women there to get somebody else into office, starting with that Presley dude if they can, or anybody else Black that's on the ballot as well. So that all those fucking white people that been in office, rednecks, Republicans for God knows how long, fucking up Black people's lives, could slowly start to trickle out of office and not be there anymore. Do y'all know that Mississippi in the whole nation of America has the highest population of Black people than every other state in this country?
Wow. That I didn't know.
So they need to get their shit together, okay? Because they got more than enough Black people to do it.
That's true. What about New York? What about what do you think about the dealings on that's been going on in New York City?
In particular,
Politically. Just politically, as far as like with the governor and the mayor. Like, I'm not liking what I'm seeing. So personally, I don't like Kathy Hochul, and I damn sure don't like Eric Adams. I think both of them.
Go ahead.
Oh, okay. So Arthur's gonna say something.
Let me get something to drink. You can keep talking. I'm gonna come back. My
Okay.
nose is acting up. Go ahead. I'm hearing you.
All right. Yeah, no, I just think honestly they're bad for the city. I don't really see anything that they're doing except siphoning money from housing development. Because it seems to me, because I just read an article recently about HUD magically now having some money available for incoming to house immigrants. But before, they were complaining this entire time that they didn't have any funds to be able to help out with other situations that were already going on before this immigration issue. So now people are looking at them and saying, okay, well, where'd you magically get this $30 million from?
The federal government. The federal government. That's where they got it from. But okay, so I work for the city, okay?
Mm-hmm.
And I deal with this every day, right? They got the money from the federal government. To answer your question, we did this to ourselves, okay? He got me too, though. I ain't gonna front. I voted for him as well because I thought he was a decent guy, right?
Yeah, I didn't vote for him. I couldn't.
Do you mind telling me who you did vote for?
I didn't vote for anybody because there wasn't any policies that I saw that really were impertinent to me, because my number one issue really is just the safety of us. So yeah. I feel like if that's not brought up, my vote is wavered. So I never really give it to anybody.
You know what? I'm gonna tell you, when I look back on those elections now, I was hoodwinked, right? Because my vote was split between the Black woman and Eric Adams, and I only wanted to vote for her because she was a Black woman. But then when I saw how she was going hard on like trying to fight parents about forcing them to give their kids that shot, I started disliking her immediately.
Right.
And then my choice was left between Curtis Shriwell and Adams, right? Now, looking back, I should have chose Curtis Shriwell because remember, the only thing that they had to try to like throw Curtis Shriwell out of the running and try to make it seem like he wasn't shit was the fact that years and years ago, he staged the kidnapping to get notoriety for his Guardians Association and for himself. Now, he didn't commit no crimes. He did the same thing years ago that they're all jumping on the backs of Carly Russell today for, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. He never went to jail, never paid a fine. People felt like, okay, we understand. You wanted some attention. You got it. Let's move on. I wish they would give that black woman the same type of grace, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if Curtis Shrewell was to ever run again, I would vote for him for several reasons. One, I know he has a true history of really walking through the city of New York and understanding that working people and people that work for the city and the state, they're not fairly represented, and that they're always looking out for rich people in this city only. He knows that firsthand, right? Can you remember, like when, I don't know if you remember, but I remember because it happened to me. When they fired all of us city workers, right, because we refused to take the shot, Curtis Shrewell was the only one during the campaign that had said before they did it, because they had told us, no, we're gonna fire y'all if y'all don't take the shot, right? We all like, no. Some of us believed in natural immunity. The other half of us felt like, I have rights. I'm gonna enforce my rights, and I'm not putting no experimental shit in my body. Period. All right. Both groups of us got let go. He was like, okay, if you vote for me, this is what I'll do. I'm gonna get rid of the goddamn mandatory vaccination for the city, rebuild the city, get people back together, back to work. We're gonna reinstate you in your job, plus give you retro pay for what they took away from you. You would think that would have made people say, oh, I'm gonna vote for this guy because he's gonna do the right thing, or at least he's saying he's gonna do the right thing, because we have these Democrats that have been doing the same shit for forever. Now, I'm registered Democrat, but I don't vote Democrat all the time. I vote for the best candidate, right? So when I look at this city, I look at how all of these people are only here for money. So even though Curtis is also one of them that's for money, but if you have a person, this has been my life experience now, that when they talk more about caring about the everyday person all the time and not just when it's convenient for them, they're going to most likely do more for you than somebody that's pretending the way Eric Adams was. Like, if you remember seeing a lot of the footage from the Curtis Shrewell dude, there was one part when he was giving a press conference and it was a regular homeless dude in New York City, jumped in front of the cameras and would not move and start acting belligerent and shit. He didn't let no police beat that dude up. He didn't let the police move him away. He stopped talking, walked calmly around to the dude and said, what's the problem? Why are you interrupting my speech, right? The guy started literally breaking down, crying and talking to him about it, right? He told me, say, okay, he said, you know what? Let me finish what I'm saying. Sit right here. And when I'm finished, me and all other people that could do something to help you, we're gonna talk to you. We get you sorted out. Now, even after people saw that real human side of this man, they still was hung up on that bullshit between Republican, Democrat. Oh, he's a Republican. He just showed you that he was a real fucking human being.
Because people are, I don't get it, man. People are so fucking ridiculously brainwashed and are just they're desperate to be right. People are so desperate to be right, they end up wrong. It don't make sense to me.
Because he literally showed you. He literally just showed you how he would treat and deal with a person that was not part of the script, not part of the program, just popped up, start going wild. He didn't jump back and run like, y'all see this cowboy singing dude that was talking all that tough shit don't try that shit in a small town, that all that bullshit, right?
Yeah.
There's this dude that I watch on, I'm
gonna be honest, I thought it was funny.
I thought it was funny too.
I thought it was a troll. I thought he had every right to do it. I thought it was a response to I thought it was, you know what I thought it was? Honestly, yeah. I thought it was a get back to like the gangster rappers, like with the shit that they talk. Okay.
It's part of that whole shit that all these white people do whenever it's election time. If you pay attention this year and next year, you're gonna see. And they're gonna beef it up more 2 months before the election. So when September hits, they gonna go for fucking broke. And when October comes, you ain't gonna be able to breathe without seeing commercials with black people on it. And we gotta get tough on crime. We gotta take our city back. We gotta take our state back. We gotta take our country back, and everything about trying to make black people the bad guy. Because
Oh, so they're going Nazi Germany it. They're gonna make us for ish.
they do it every year.
Yeah.
They use black people as, like I said earlier, like we're the problem in America. So if you stomp out the problem and you put away the problem, America gonna be beautiful, a living fucking dream, like it's always pretended to be. They do this every year, and mark my words, the closer it gets to November, presidential election, right?
Mm-hmm.
You're gonna see all these pieces of shit come out the woodwork talking about how, oh, vote for me. I'm gonna be tough on crime. They're gonna be showing old clips of the Hispanic woman in the Bronx being chased into her building by the black dude that was trying to rob her. They're gonna be pulling all types of crime clips out their ass. Of black people only.
Yep. And watch these same niggas that were out here pandering. And you want to know, the funny thing is, you want to know who's going to look the most stupid out of all of this? The ones who were pandering.
Who?
And,
Who?
Black men.
Who?
Black men. Stupid. Oh, I'm sorry.
Sorry, y'all. I had to blow my nose. Sorry.
No, go ahead. I don't care about that.
They already look stupid. They look stupid 365 days of the year, okay?
Yeah.
So, how many times I've seen it. How many times have you come across a video on TikTok or YouTube randomly where it's a white dude talking about he's sick and tired of hearing black guys trashing black women? I saw one the other day.
I'm seeing a lot of those. It's a lot of white guys coming out and
just tired of it. And they speak to what other people really think. These black dudes are idiots because they believe that when they come on here and their sole purpose is to beat us down so that they can use and abuse us. That's all this shit is. Mm-hmm. You know what it's about, because if they don't have black women attached to them, they cannot survive in this world. They just cannot, because they don't have no strength within them to get their ass up and do the work we do. Like nobody can hold us down.
Women though. Like my thing is, if you know that you hate your own women, you're saying that it's better elsewhere, then why not just go and stay there and leave us alone?
You already know the answer to that, Asia. You know that no white woman, Asian or Hispanic or other, is going to let them motherfuckers come sleep on their couch the way black women do. Let them run through their money the way black women do. Let them abuse their car, their house, their property, their business the way black women do. Those women are not having that shit. They feel like if you here, you supposed to be a man, you going to act like a man. Run me my fucking money. Run me everything else you supposed to run me, or get the fuck up out of here. That's how they get down. Because they're not taught like us, oh, you got to protect the black man. You got to help him. Like that fat fucking black preacher was saying, that fat faggot, talking about, oh, you got to make some room in your life for us.
What, T.D. Jakes?
Yeah, that fucking piece of shit. Yeah,
I don't listen to anything he has to say. Like, he's pretty much non-existent.
But that's the mind. He's the mindset of how they want black people, black women to continue. Keyword, continue to be. Because we all have been raised, even me. Like when I was younger, I have 3 younger brothers, right? My mother and grandmother, even though they was 4 women and shit like that, they would tell me, oh, make sure you watch out for your brother. Kids picking on my little brother at school. Stephanie, beat their ass if he can't beat them. Why I gotta fight somebody because he can't handle himself? That's the type of shit they used to do. Wow. And I'm sure other black women have stories too. Like, listen, I remember it was 6 of us, 3 girls and 3 boys, right? We always had to do the fucking kitchen, the cleaning of the house and shit. These bastards, only thing they had to do was take out the fucking trash, walk the dog, and sweep the fucking leaves. What the fuck? That's it? That's all them little pieces of shit gotta do? We doing hard, back-breaking work. Oh my God, they was working us like slaves. You hear me, Asia? Every Saturday, we would have to clean that house, every bit of it, vacuum them from the top of the stairs to the bottom. Every fucking room, dust, Asia. Wash walls, wash windows, clean curtains, sweep floors, mop floors, make beds, wash laundry. Girl, they was like doing us like the fucking help. That's how they was doing us. And you cannot tell me that many other black women didn't live those lives. And in addition to that, we had to learn to cook. I can remember being in the kitchen with my grandmother, at like the age of like 9 years old, learning how to do sweet potatoes and rice and chicken. I'm like, the fuck? When I think back on it now, I'm like, yo, they was really doing me the way, because my grandmother's mother was born a slave. I don't know if y'all know that, right? That shout out to all you people out there talking about slavery was a long, long time ago.
It really wasn't.
She was a fucking slave. She was born a fucking slave. Didn't even have a motherfucking birth certificate. She was logged in the census as the nigga's property on the fucking plantation she was born in Louisiana. Do you hear me?
Mm-hmm. I'm not surprised at all.
So when people are here talking about it a long time ago, no, it wasn't.
They only say that because they don't want to deal with the ramifications of it. That's all it is. A lot of black folks don't want to. The black folks that don't want to deal with slavery, they don't want to deal with their own issues. That's the only reason. They want to they want to keep it far, far, far away.
That's right. And it wasn't. What wasn't? When was my great grandmother born? And the year she's born to make your head spin. My grandma was in 1919. When the hell was she born? Because she was young. 1890, y'all.
Oh, wow.
She born in 1890 and was owned by a white man who fathered her children.
Mind you, the emancipation was supposed to happen in 65, but in 1890,
she's born a slave.
Right.
She's born a slave. She sharecropped starting at seven. She was in the fields, right? Mm-hmm. Having babies by 13. Yeah. So those people could come talk to me about history if they want to talk about slavery was a long time ago. Okay. If that lady would have lived a little bit longer, I would say about 7 years longer, she would have met my mother. But she died before that. And why wouldn't she die? She was a fucking slave that bore a whole lot of children. She was in the teens with the children she had, working every day like a fucking dog. Had what did she have? Rheumatoid arthritis. So
I'm surprised they worked her to death.
They did. They literally did. Like this is the one thing I could say about my family. Like they did a lot of things a lot of black women did back in those days from slavery. Like there's this thing called tree grass, right? Tree grass is a type of literally a type of grass, right? But anyway, they made a book out of that. And for people who could draw, you know, like the down south, the clay, it's not really dirt, it's like clay. Y'all know what I'm talking about? Red clay, black clay. Any of y'all know?
The red clay, I think I know what that is. It's a
type of dirt.
A gasul, is it a gasul clay?
I don't know all that. I ain't that scientific. I don't know about geology like that. But like this dirt is not like regular dirt like we have in New York City. The dirt down there was more like a clay, right? So
those are cleanser. Those are our natural cleansers. Right. That so-called dirt, those are our natural cleansers.
Let me tell you what they used to do, because the black people are so fucking smart. They would make like a mud, like a face mud, and put that shit on somebody's face and put that tree grass on their face and press it and make like a face plaster. That's how they kept track of their family members in that book.
Oh my God.
Because remember now, they used to get sold, right? Mm-hmm. So they would make the plaster of their face. And then, have you seen my mother? Have you seen my sister? Have you seen that? They would carry that with them to show the other black people. This is a part of slavery nobody tells y'all about either. But I have that shit in my family.
My God. That sounds like it would be, I would love to do a story like that.
They did that. So this is how I got to see what this woman looked like. Because she had a plaster of her face in that book. So from my grandmother's childhood, going back like 6 grandmothers, that's what they did. They had those plasters of the women only. Because remember, Africa, contrary to what white men and black men tell you, it was a matriarchal land. Matriarchal. Okay? Even though you had kings that were men and women too, white people have whitewashed African history more than American black history. So here I have 6 grandmothers deep who were in that book telling them the ways of their people, the language. I can't speak it. I can't even read it, right? All that shit is in that book. And the faces of those women are in that book because of that. So, you know, it's just really something. And I'm telling you that story so that when people are telling you today, oh, that was a long time ago, like it was hundreds and hundreds of years ago that this shit existed. You know, now you all who have seen this video know personally. No, that's not true, because I know an actual black woman today whose great grandmother was born a slave, and she told her story, and I know her story, because it's true. It's true. Like she didn't have a birth certificate. She was listed as property of the dude's house that owned her. She was listed underneath the animals. Okay. My own grandmother didn't even have a real birth certificate. She had a piece of paper that I can't remember. It was a hospital they had for only black women in New York City, in Roosevelt Island, right? Used to be a hospital for the black women, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's where my grandmother was born, and she doesn't have a birth certificate either. She had a piece of paper that showed her mother was owned by whatever this man's white. I'm not saying his name for a reason, y'all know that. For the white man that owned the plantation, she was born from her, and it states who the father was and that she is, you know, the property of this dude. That's what the paper says, and it's not a birth certificate. It's just a paper, like a census paper showing like the date, the year, the date. When I say date, I mean the day of the week. Then they have the year, the month, the name of her, the name of the man that owned the house and the land, everything else he owned, the listing of all his family members that resided in the home and who would be next to own his property, the will information, all that was on one piece of paper. Yep.
Wow.
Yep.
Wow.
So see, they don't, when they be telling all these slave stories and all this shit,
They pick and choose which ones they want to show.
they do.
There's so many more out there, and I hate it, that people kill. That's why whenever people really need to start being more skeptical and actually ask more complex questions when they like, why is it that they pick and choose these stories?
Because
Like,
it tells really how we were dehumanized. Because like, I don't know if y'all been to Louisiana or y'all know anything about Louisiana, but when the slave owners was there and they were rich and they had money, when you go to Louisiana, the rich people, the way they lived, their houses back then are replicated in the way projects are made today, and the way that even like big apartment buildings like what I live in, where you have the apartment on the four corners of the outside, and then in the middle you have like a courtyard and all these different places for entertainment and stuff. That's where the houses are in Louisiana when it comes to rich people, because those people that I'm talking about related to me, they were property of some dude that was a senator there, right? So in his house, you had where he lived. This is a square, right? A square like this. This part is where he lived. In the middle is the entertainment center. And down in Louisiana, they have these really big tanks in the yards to collect water, right? For when it rains and the morning dew. So there's one big one there, right? Then on the other half of the square is the slave property and quarters. Small ass fucking rooms, y'all. Small fucking rooms, like I would say like a college dorm. No, smaller than that. A jail cell. Half of a jail cell would be for like 4, 5, 6, 7 people to live in together. That's how that shit was. And when I was down there, because I was looking, I go down there a lot. And when I go there just to learn more history, go to places I've heard about, never seen, or I go to my own family situations and I look at shit, I get so fucking angry. And I just be looking at this shit. And I be saying to myself, this is the type of shit, this is the reason why they hide stuff. Because if you could take any like anti-black person, they really hate black people, and put them in the situations that those people had to live through, leave them there. Only take a fucking day. And come back and get them. They're gonna have a different frame of mind. That's why I believe they want to like make it seem like it was not as bad as it was, because they don't want people to hate them for who they really are. Y'all, I mean, I hate to say what I'm about to say, because I don't promote this because I believe, like most Louisianan people believe, we don't really like people to patronize plantations in Louisiana because we feel like those of us that's really about our ancestors, we feel like our people had to die and be worked to death for white people to make money off them. They should not be allowed to make money off of them in their deaths. That's how we feel. But in order for y'all to really get a full understanding of what the fuck they suffered through, sometimes you really got to go on one of them plantations and try to squeeze your ass into some of those bed quarters those people used to live in. Because everybody, I know they like to make it seem like on 12 Years a Slave and all that shit, everybody had big shacks they lived in. Not true. Sometimes people had small ass pallets, living in a small space, hot as fuck, in the attic, some cubby hole in the basement, the hallway, behind the stairway. Yo, the most ridiculous shit you could fucking imagine. That's how they used to treat people. Worse than a fucking dog. Okay? So I think sometimes people need to experience that for them to really understand why black people hate America, hate white people, and hate our treatment here in this country. Because you can't erase that shit. And it's not enough to say, oh, that was a long time ago. Get past it. Fuck you. You get past it. Give me my motherfucking money you owe me for doing me like I was nothing. Give me my shit you got from me. It's too much. It really is.
It is. It's
too much. And so I done got all twisted around getting emotional on that shit. But it wasn't a long time ago. And there are more people like me than you know who are more closely related to people who were actually born slaves. Like I'm the great granddaughter, but there are people whose grandparents and parents themselves were born into that shit, depending on how old they are. Because everybody don't die at 50, 60, and 70. We know this, you know?
Yeah.
It's crazy. And then the last thing I'm going to say on this and get back to our topic is that movie that Keke Palmer played in called Alice, that was a true life story. It was based on true events. You can look it up. This lady was born to people, a family, a black woman born to a black family who was owned by a white family, once again in Louisiana, who kept these people believing like they were still living in the fucking 1700s when it was, what year did they find that lady? I think 1962 or some shit like that.
62?
Yeah.
Wow.
You gotta watch the movie. You gotta watch.
I have to watch it. Yeah.
That's a true fucking story. They had her whole family kept there on that plantation, because that is one thing about Louisiana that makes me mad as fuck. The amount of plantations that literally still stand to this day and that are actively active. It's enough. It's so fucking disrespectful. It's crazy. But that movie was talking about how this rich white family kept these black people in bondage all the way into the modern era. And there's a part in the movie where it shows like this guy was what was he doing? Not hang gliding, parachuting. And he came out of the plane and he unfortunately landed where they had this shit going on. And he had a lighter, some fancy lighter. He gave it to one of the black dudes that was on the plantation. The black guy was looking at him like, who is this strange man that just fell from the sky? Because he don't know nothing about modern living, right? He only knows the shit like they living in a real world of recreation of the past, right? So he gave him the lighter for whatever reason, I forget. And he tried to walk off thinking he was going to go back to his plane. And the dudes that own the land, they came and killed him and buried him because they didn't want no outsiders to know he was there. That's a true story. That is a very true. You got to watch that movie. So that's another example of like, this country is huge with all this hidden fucking weirdness and strangeness it does to black people and all this anti-black shit. When you read these stories and you know about these stories and you spread these stories, you will understand why people like DeSantis and others have to hide black history. Because if the world really knew how disgusting white America was and how America is to this day, they would not want to fuck with them at all. They be like, y'all are some fucked up people. Get back. It is what it is. You gotta watch that movie because it's really true. Like, and that's why I say the amount of history that you don't know will hurt you because it could creep back up on you if you don't know what you're looking at, and if you don't know what to keep from coming back. Like, let me tell y'all something that y'all need to be aware of. You see how they did all this shit with the Roe versus Wade, and now they trying to play with keeping women from being able to order birth control pills by online. Look out for forced sterilization, because in the 50s and the 60s they did that to black women down south, and you can look that up and you can see how they slowly implemented that into society, and they gave justification for it through prison inmates. Then it worked its way up to teenage mothers. Then it worked its way through women and girls that went into those. You know how sometimes people send their kids to those camps to be reformed and shit, whether it's because of bad behavior or because they gay and they think they could beat the gay out of them, all that type of shit. So this is why you need to know all this stuff, so that when they start, and it always comes through these religious people that are in politics, they always try to sneak this shit into the law. So you have to look out for all this type of stuff. So this is why stuff that we were talking about today, like with this movie, talking about black women centering themselves. This is all the things we got to be constantly concerned with. Now, I know it's a lot, but it ain't hard, and it's real easy to do because as black women, you know how to multitask. It's nothing to it. We do it every day without even thinking about it, right? So when we're starting, and we got to talk behind the scenes.
Yeah, we need more of that. Because honestly, there's a lot of things that there's a lot of ways that I normally talk that I just don't do online, because they're just when it comes to a topic this serious, there's some things that are just best left offline.
Why? Because I hear what you're saying, but
yeah, because not everybody needs to know what we're doing. It's like, the thing is,
they're gonna stop. They can't stop shit. They can't unless they decide to do what they did with the Asian people, the Japanese people, and Chinese, and put us in concentration camps. They can't do stop shit. I mean, let me tell you something. They listen to you. They listen. This is so real right now. They listen to you every day, whether you know it or not. They intercept your phone calls. They read your emails. YouTube is bullshit. This is fun for them. This is probably fucking entertainment. It's probably 3 or 4 fucking people assigned to watching this shit right now, sitting back, eating something, and fucking laughing at everything we talking about, because this is what they do. All right. When you watch that movie that we're going over here today, they clone Tyrone. There's a part in there where they show you that in the movie. How they listen to your phone calls, listening to what your conversation in your house, because you got to remember the military has the ability to do all that shit. Okay? The military is not a fucking joke. Okay? First of all, and remember the policies and things that former presidents put into place. Bush been put in place years and years ago, a program called Carnivore. That gives them the right. Look it up. That gives them the right to listen into your phone calls, go through your emails, look at you through your computer at your house. Any other fucking smart shit you got in your house where it's a receiver that could work both ways. They can listen to you. You know how y'all like to put that shit in your house, Alexa, and all that bullshit. They record off that shit in your house. Listen to all the shit what? Y'all don't know that? They done had 3 or 4 lawsuits already about those companies recording what's going on in their house illegally. This is what happens. Like, you don't have. So what I'm saying is, there's no reason to be on here being quiet, being timid, being safe, or thinking that you're not threatening in any way. The first time you ever talk about your rights in any way, you're already looked at as, this motherfucker's a problem. But let's just see how much of a problem they're gonna be. You all look like, none of us are an exception. Because honestly, truth be told, and we got to be real, it is nothing for this government to hone into where you are exactly Even if you walking in the street with a million people, they take that satellite, they put your face image, hit it. Where's this bitch? There she goes. Send somebody to go blow her brains out right now. That is not nothing that they can do.
Yeah, that's true.
There's not there's so there's no such thing as, oh, we gotta be quiet, do shit behind the scenes. They don't give a fuck. If they're gonna move on you, they're gonna move on you. My point is, don't be afraid. You must be fearless when you go to make change. Otherwise, you're gonna never get change. All you're gonna get is a different level of fucking complacency. And it's nothing we talking about that's that fucking dramatic where you gotta be like, shh. We're not talking about overthrowing the government. We're talking about changing the government by voting, by doing everything that is within our rights. So there's nothing to be quiet about. And I honestly think that if Black women stop trying to be so safe on this motherfucker, things would change. Because then other people would see the change in the delivery and go, God damn, they not fucking around. Oh, are they serious? Let me see what she's saying. But they're so used to us code switching, playing shit down, not being serious, the topics being bullshit, people being not really invested in what they talking about, half-assing it. If you might as well sit down and don't say shit if that's really where you're coming from. Seriously. Because you're not gonna make any.
Well, no, that's not I mean as far as planning things. Because the thing is, I'm that's just me. I'm a private person. Like I've always been that way, regardless of what anybody thinks or not. I'm just private. But yeah. That's the only reason that I prefer to do behind the scenes.
We have to do that behind the scenes for some things.
Yeah.
But then there will be other things when you need volumes of people that you have to do in public because.
Oh yeah, I'm aware of that.
You know, I understand what you're saying, but I'm just like pointing out, like, don't play it safe. Just do whatever you got to do. Be open with it. Even if it comes to like putting flyers, like we're having this meeting because it's not against the law for people to come together and talk about things they want to do. That is not breaking the law, not at all. Yep. And that's you, and especially when it concerns you, because there are no politicians out here. We don't have Black leaders anymore that are real. Al Sharpton is full of shit. Let's be real. I have called this man's office. I've tried to call him on his radio show. I spoke to that other dude that fills in for him. They don't give a shit about Black femicide. He don't care about Black femicide. You think he don't know about all these Black women that's being killed? He most definitely does. He works on CNN. He knows that shit. He never does a topic on it. He don't care about it. Black women get in trouble all the time with domestic violence. They can't get no justice from the police. They can't get nothing. You don't see anybody talking about that. So we need to do it. And while I'm talking about that, I'll take this opportunity to let everybody know, please show your ass up in California. Even if you got to take a Greyhound bus, it don't cost that much. Please show up and show out. Do not let any of that shit happen like it did last year with the, oh, it's going to be dangerous. Don't do that. Just show up. Show up and support for Black women and for yourself so that people could recognize we need to have something happen here. We need to have this Black femicide dealt with. I mean, it basically starts with us.
Yep.
We gotta stop having these relationships with these dudes and get away from them, because they only killing women that are in relationships with them because the women are allowing them to be with them. If the women tell them, get the fuck out of here, I don't want shit to do with you, none of that happens. Oh yeah, Mapina. She was telling me, she said, we just call it red clay. It's very bright and pretty in the sunlight. I'm in Texas. Thank you, Mapina. She was telling me, remember I was asking the question about the dirt?
Yeah, that's right.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So, but changing our mindsets is the biggest thing, Asia, because in that movie, right? The thing that kept that Black woman from, what's her name, Yo-Yo, from not being frozen like the guys were, is because she wanted to stop it. She wanted to take them down and make them pay. She had like, we got to make this shit right. You know how Black women are, right? But because those two Black males do not possess that quality, they could be manipulated. And that's the whole thing that we're talking about. Like, we as Black women who center ourselves, we got to understand that as long as they can be manipulated, and you see that by the way they conduct themselves, the behavior that they gravitate towards, the things they do online, the music they make, how they treat Black women, how they kill and murder Black women and little girls, how they traffic us, how they do everything, that shows you they can't help you, because they are invested in hurting you. So when you know those things, whether you care about them, want to be with them or not, you have to come to the realization that you got to be with other like-minded women to start taking care of the Black women and children in the community. You want communities to change, right? So it starts with us. We got to put aside. Go ahead.
No, you're right. It does start with us. It's just the thing is, I know it's not, the thing is, it starts with us, but we have to also realize it's not going to be all of us either. You know, I think, because I feel like there are a lot of people that are on this impossible mission of trying to make 100% of Black women all come together, and that's not about to happen, because we've never 100% always been together. No group is. But
can you hear me?
Yeah, now I can. He was on mute.
Yeah, I was blowing my nose again. You know, I hate that when I'm trying to do something and the allergy starts killing me. But
no, look, I know what season it is, so it's okay.
But it's like, what you're saying is right, because I was like that too at first, and then I started noticing from the comments I was getting and a lot of the backlash. I was like, you know what? Later for these women that's on that shit. I'm only caring about the women that's really speaking like me and feeling me, and then. That's it. That's, you got to work with whoever gravitates towards you and leave
That's
the rest.
What I do. I stay out of these other spaces where they want to argue and do all that other shit. And
Nah, because that's a waste of time. But I will say some shit about people if I feel it needs to be said. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, if it's pertinent and it's on topic, if it's pertinent and it's obviously regarding our safety and stuff like that, yeah, then you have a right to.
Because, you know, I'm not with all of the mess. Let me just say this to y'all, right? There's a content creator. I'm gonna say her name. I don't have beef with her, but I don't like a lot of her comments and content. But sometimes she will make some good fucking videos where I'm like, oh my God, girl, I really wish people was feeling you like this so they could hear this. This is lady. She came on the same time I did. Her name is Nosy Neighbor Lady, right? She did a video the other day about, I haven't heard many people talking about this case, but I've read about it in the news before I heard her do a video on it. This young girl, Tyra, who's 25, and this older woman was 51. Her name was Stephanie something. You know how, and I got to tell this story because I want to do a video on it, but I said, don't do that. You know, people ain't going to listen. But this 51-year-old woman shot and killed this young girl in cold fucking blood because she caught this girl in her house with her old bum-ass husband, right? And the reason this happened is because, let me finish, Asia, because I don't know how you feel about this. And everybody else listening and in the comments, brace yourself, because I'm going to go in. You know how Shira and them always telling these young girls this bullshit about soft life and finding these pieces of shit to live off of? Trying to make it seem like there's ample Black males in the community that, number one, have a job. Number two, have the money to house you and take care of you for your life, or for as long as they can use you and you are attractive to them. This is what this girl was living off of. It doesn't have, I'm not necessarily saying she got this shit from her, but she's on that same type of vibe, right? So she's dealing with this dude that's married. She knows everything about him, whatever she's getting from him, she thinks this is a good thing for her. Nowhere in the cards did she ever think that this man's wife was going to blow her fucking brains out. Okay? Now, in addition to this, blowing her brains out, which I think is totally fucked up, this guy don't have shit to offer her. He don't have shit. You know how it is with every other case. He's living off his wife.
Yeah. Well, it's very clear that she values him more than she values herself. She's one of those.
She probably is regretting that shit right now, huh? But you know what I want to talk to the young women about is.
But I think both of them look stupid. The wife looks stupid shooting her too.
But I'm not holding no issue with the young girl. Let me tell you why. She's young, okay? She ain't been on this earth 51 years.
Yeah.
I don't subscribe to that shit about that's what you get for sleeping with somebody's husband. Fuck
No,
that.
no. Oh, okay. No, that's not what I was saying. I'm sorry. I didn't. If that's what I came across as, hell no. I'm
No,
sorry.
I'm not with that. Nah, because
I'm not with that either.
Yeah, I'm not with that because his ass, the husband or the wife, and most times it's the husband. Those are the motherfuckers 100% at fault. At fault because they know they got a wife. Whether the person you fucking with or trying to fuck with, whether they know it or didn't know it or they find out, that's not their fucking responsibility. You are the motherfucker that went into that agreement. You got all the responsibility, and you the one in the wrong. So she's young, she's stupid. You don't know how she was raised, whatever's going on in her life. But she really was believing that this dude, she was going to get something from being with him because he was an old dude and he has what she believes to be things that are worth something in life. When in fact, this was another fucking bum living off the accolades of his wife. So I wanted to talk to young women about when we're talking about Black women centering themselves, you got to understand that, once again, no one here is on your side. You don't have no saviors. There's no man coming to rescue you. So you have to take your education and making your own money seriously. If you get into any type of relationship with a dude that is trying to help you, that shit is always to be looked at as supplemental. You're supposed to always have your own money, always have your own education, always be able to take care of yourself. Period.
Oh yeah, that's I mean, I thought that's rule number one though. I've never really believed in the whole, like, I get it. There are some women out here that, you know, they have husbands, they don't have to work, they stay at home, blah blah blah. But to me, I feel like you have to have some type. You have to be able to sustain your own living, have some type of experience, being able to sustain your own living without the assistance of somebody else.
Yeah, because people die all the time, unexpectedly. People get hurt, get disabled unexpectedly. Then what you gonna do?
Yep.
Right?
Everybody's trying to live. The thing is that everybody is competing to live like the people that stole wealth. And that's what kills me. Everybody, they don't even realize that all this shit is one big MLM scam. It's like, hey, I made money doing this. I was able to live like this. Let me sell you this product so you can now fund my lifestyle, trying to sell you that you can have my lifestyle.
You're definitely right. And that is really what it is on here and in real life.
Yeah.
Because I don't know how many times I've walked outside and over here we got these people that I don't know what's that about, but there's these realty people that try to buy your property. You ever see the signs like if you have
buy houses in cash? They got them everywhere, honey.
They got them literally walking around here like harassing people all the time. Like, get the fuck out of here! So it's everywhere. It's like all this get rich quick schemes.
Remember all the back in the day. Yes, first of all, now I'm starting to see Jehovah's Witnesses popping up.
Me too. They're out here too, and one of them got mad with me the other day because I told her, I said, I don't believe in religion at all. She said something slick, and I said to her, I said, yeah, and that's why your ass is on the corner peddling some bullshit that suppresses you. So you ain't got shit to say to me. I told her, you fucking piss them off. They'll tell your bitch ass you got to be quiet in the hall. You can't even fucking speak. Yep. And I know that to be a fact. They will shut them the fuck down and make people like shun them when they walk in the hall, like act like they not even there. That's how they discipline them. So you're not allowed to talk. People not even allowed to acknowledge you. What the fuck? But you supposed to be godly? Okay. Yeah, yeah, man. Oh my God. Everything to keep women suppressed underneath some type of patriarchy. Like, have you seen the clips recently of all the TikTok women being killed for doing dances and songs online without their hijab?
No, I haven't seen that because I don't have a TikTok. So anytime I would have to like see YouTube, like people who upload TikTok videos. That's the only way I can see it.
Oh yeah, they have that too now. Like That's a big fucking thing where they're killing all the women. Like a 10-year-old little girl just got killed by her father the other day because she did a dance on TikTok. That's how I see what Naya's doing. What the hell you doing, Naya?
Yeah.
She did a dance on TikTok the other day without her job, and he killed her. He killed her for doing that.
Wow. I'm not surprised. There was a situation in India. What I think it's Manipur or Manipur or Manipur. I'm not sure, but somewhere in India where a video went viral on, I guess, on their area on Facebook with two guys, a couple of guys, like sexually harassing and gang raping two girls.
Oh!
Live. And this is in India, and people are laughing and
they laughing.
Yeah, I'm telling you, there's people that are laughing. They were when the video initially circulated, there were people laughing about it and sharing it. So thousands of Indian women started to galvanize and protest against it.
As they fucking should.
Yeah.
And black women, I hope y'all heard what Asia just said. They laughed at some despicable, nasty shit happening, defiling women and girls. And then the women got together to do what they were supposed to do. Stand up for their women. So y'all need to learn to start taking a page out of other women's book and stop letting all these fucking black guys get on YouTube and talk about how you stink, how your hair, your lashes, your clothes, what you want to do with your body, how many children you have, and how you supposed to do them and other men. Stop allowing them to do that shit. And most importantly, stop allowing these losers to get rich off of disrespecting you.
That's what I'm saying. The thing is that how are we able to verify these channels being flagged? Because I flagged some of these channels.
They don't care about the flagging. So you know what? When we're talking about trying to get these black women together, right?
Mm-hmm.
We have to start getting them to understand that you got to stop watching their videos, period. You got to subscribe into their channels, period. When the majority of women come off those channels and it's just dudes talking to dudes, how long you think that shit's gonna last?
Not long.
Okay. Women have to understand their influential power. When they have them dumbass panels where you see like all that shit, they always gotta have like a minimum of 3 women. And if you look at all that shit, there's always 3 varieties of women to catch multiple different types of men's eyes, right? It's all a psychological game they play, right? So if you didn't have those women there, you didn't have women viewing this bullshit, you would have the elimination of these people faster than you know.
Yep. And I think that's what I think a lot of black people know that. They just don't want to do it.
They have to. You know what they got to understand? The more these people keep shitting on your name on YouTube and making the world feel like you ain't shit, that's more people that when you go to get a job, they're going to think about, oh, that black guy on YouTube said she's a bitch, a hoe and a trick. All she wants to do is come in here and fight with people, and she's going to stink. And then all she's going to do is want to fuck people in the office. That once that shot's affecting your money, then you'll stop fucking with these dumbass black dudes on this YouTube.
Yep.
And it's sorry, I had to get up for a second. And it's gonna happen because now that they don't have diversity being forced the way that they used to, they can pick and choose now what they want. And they don't have to justify why they don't hire you. So now black women, hello, I hope you're listening. Understand that you're gonna have to put more of a best foot forward, put more effort into being the better candidate for the job, because you got these bitch ass motherfuckers on YouTube, these black dudes trying to make sure you got nowhere to work, nobody to want to hire you for anything extracurricular in your life outside of your job. People thinking that you stealing everywhere, that you some loose woman that they can't have around their women because you know all that ridiculous shit. They're tearing you down. And the more you patronize these people online by watching their videos, subscribing to their channels, believing their bullshit where they want you fighting against other women, you're doing a disservice to yourself. You are not centering yourself. and you are taking away opportunities for yourself, most importantly, and for other Black women, because when they see all of us as the way these people are presenting us on this YouTube, we have no options in this world. And we will be forced to stay in a hellhole of poverty with these broke, angry, overly violent, super predator motherfuckers.
Mm-hmm.
Why are y'all signing up for that shit when it's so easy to just unsubscribe, do not watch, and go to a Black woman's channel that is talking about uplifting Black women, not talking about relationships or fucking Black men or Black males, but who are talking about go over here to look for work. When you're on the job, do this. If you're dealing with a toxic environment, do this. If you're looking to invest, do this. If you're looking to buy property, let's do this. Black women, if you're having trouble making the rent, let's talk about home sharing. Let's talk about childcare. That's what the fuck you should be doing on YouTube. That's what you should not be talking about religion. You should not be talking about getting married, worrying about relationships with dudes. You should not be doing that. You should be not trying to trick somebody into giving you money. You should have your own fucking money. Okay? When you start getting money from guys, they want ass. If you don't give them ass, they get violent. Your ass will be out of here. It's not worth it. You know that shit to be true. No matter how much you want to think it's not. You know it. We have seen 1,000 videos about motherfuckers flying out women and then going fucking crazy, but they know they're not going to be able to fuck. Let's stop playing on here. It don't make no sense. They already have the fucking answers, but they keep playing because they want somebody to pacify them.
Yeah, that's true. I don't know. There's some days, I don't know. There's some days where I just see things getting worse. And
good.
There's some days that
good. Let it get worse. You know
Yeah.
why? You know why? Because when it gets worse, people have to take action, whether they fucking want to or not.
Yeah, that's true.
So let it get worse. Let it get real fucking bad. Let it get to the point where your back is up against the fucking wall. Because then guess what? Then we're gonna see who's weak and who's fucking strong.
Yep.
So let it get worse. Let it get as bad as it can fucking get, because then Black women will finally get fucking angry, get up off their fucking ass, and look at this Black motherfucker and be like, you sitting over here talking shit, walking around with your dick in your hand, talking about how people supposed to cater to you when you don't do shit for anybody. They'll finally start feeling like that, and they will get up off their ass and get shit done.
Yeah. Well, the only person he served is just the largest system. That's the only thing he's ever been good for.
Yeah, since the beginning of time. It's to try to push Black women down, thinking that if they stand on our head, they're gonna get recognized by the white man and be their homie.
Yeah,
and
basically enslaving themselves to
They're
be
stupid.
acceptance to another and to get acceptance from another person. I'm gonna be honest, that shit sounds pathetic.
Listen, Asia, let me tell
That
you.
is a pathetic existence. Like, how do you invest and preach that shit out loud with pride?
Because they're fucking stupid. But let me tell you what's coming for them. Y'all want to revisit history? Go watch all of the history of what happened to them in the 1990s, because that shit is right around the corner for them, right?
We need another crime bill.
Oh, it's coming. And even if they don't bring the crime bill, they're gonna sweep their asses up like a motherfucker and throw them all in jail. It is coming.
And it's going to be a lot long, and it's going to be a lot longer sentences too. They're going to use everything that's been happening lately to bring back remember the third strike law, what was it? Third strike law?
They need to. Let me tell you something. Did you watch Bias and Unboss's video yesterday?
I didn't get through all of it. I heard you mention it on your previous video. That's why I had started to go over and watch it, but I didn't finish it because I saw you come on live. I literally stopped in the middle of that video.
Oh, I'm sorry. I won't do that in the future. No, I won't do that in the future. I won't. Because I want y'all to listen to all of us that are out here giving out good information. From now on, I will wait till she's finished. I'm serious. Because she was talking about this yesterday. And she's way more put together and more politically correct than I am, because I will just put it out there the way I see it. I don't give a fuck. I don't.
Right.
All right. Like I said, I will die for what I believe in. I don't give a fuck. I don't like to see Black women suffering. I don't
Yeah,
care.
same. I said right now, I said if something was to happen where they would be like, oh, we bringing back slavery laws, or we
But
bringing back
then I'm gonna take as many of you motherfuckers until one
exactly
of y'all take me out. Because that's how I'm going out. Okay.
like, yeah.
All right. So she was saying yesterday about the same thing you were saying, but she was saying that we as women, black women, need to fight for them to be given the death penalty. And I agree. If you tough enough to kill up, like there's this channel that is so fucking crazy, but and I watch it and I need to stop. It's called True Crimes, right?
Mm-hmm.
On YouTube. And it's this week it has been ridiculous with the stories. Like this dude, it was in Virginia, I forget the state. He was married to the woman. Woman is successful. They got kids and everything. She had a thriving business. I know a lot of y'all heard about it. He shot the lady and their 15-year-old daughter outside the apartment, left them dead laying in the street, right in front of their apartment. He went after the cops looking for him or whatever and killed himself in the gas station not too far away. All right, whatever. He killed himself and killed that woman because he could not get a job, would not look for a job, didn't want to get himself together to get a job, and was jealous and envious of the fact that she was ridiculous to do all those attempts with him. But after they just could not reconcile, right? They had too many irreconcilable differences in their marriage. She left him, divorced him. She still tried to find him a place to stay because this dude was a bum, right? He didn't have nothing, didn't have nobody. So when he got to the point where he realized he wasn't nothing, he kills her instead. Because he's nothing. I'm so tired of that narrative. And then killed their 15-year-old daughter too on top of it.
I'm not surprised. I am not surprised. Hateful men like that, they can't let it's all about them. You got to remember, even if you look at the way those Nazi soldiers when the U.S. invaded and they were finally and all those when the U.S. invaded and all those Nazi soldiers went into hiding and all that other shit, they made their children and their wives take cyanide pills with them. They didn't let them escape and live.
Oh, that's fucked up.
Yeah, they took them out with them because it was like, no, we ain't letting you live either. It's about us.
That's like Jim Jones, where he did that shit in Guyana.
Oh, with the Kool-Aid, the poison, yeah, it has cyanide in it too, right?
Yep. But you know what? That's a fucking coward.
Yeah, it's all based on cowardice.
But black women on the whole, they gotta understand, right? Regardless of what type of male it is, when you are done with somebody, you're done with them. And if it's a black male, you know that the trend lately, because they've been getting away with it so far, but believe me, these white people gonna come set their ass straight, okay? That one thing about white people, it's real what I'm about to say. They can be as prejudiced as fuck, racist as fuck, white supremacists as fuck. They are not gonna let America get out of fucking control. They're not gonna have social chaos. They're not fucking having it, all right? So that's why I told you it's only a matter of time before they fuck these dudes up and put them back where they need to be. It's coming. Because think about it. What was it, last summer and last winter? We saw all of that snatch and grab shit in California. All this going crazy, stealing things, busting into stores, acting like they got no goddamn sense at all. If you think that's going to continue, you are sadly mistaken. They will literally, if they don't get enough cops on the ground to handle shit, you will literally see the fucking National Guard in neighborhoods first, okay? They're not having it. So until that happens, black women need to be like Miss Hood's son and understand that when you see a motherfucker acting stupid, take him out before he takes you out.
Mm-hmm.
And when, like with this lady, do not rely on the fact that because you going on with your life and you not fucking with him, he's going to let you do that. Calculate. These are losers we dealing with. These are people that hate you for being you, but then turn around, call themselves a trans woman, and think they could be a better woman than you. These are the motherfuckers we dealing with, right?
Yeah.
So, you have to say to yourself, I'm winning this fucking game at all costs. Now that I'm no longer in this relationship, I'm never letting this fucking 9 never sit on my hip. I'm never walking around in these streets without being completely Kevlar down. Because if you turn that corner and think you're going to shoot me without me realizing you coming, think again, motherfucker. Because I'm going to always have one eye looking for you completely, whatever I'm doing in my day. That is how y'all need to turn on your brains. I'm telling you. I have told y'all about Bulletproof. It's a website. It got backpacks on that motherfucker, jackets, coats, pants, everything to keep you from getting shot and killed. Why black women who live in these states who carry guns do not utilize it is beyond me. You don't, what's the use of having a gun if you don't have a fucking vest and stuff to protect your vital organs? Are you crazy?
Exactly.
You shouldn't even be carrying a gun because you're gonna be dead anyway. You don't always have cover to run behind. And even sometimes when you run behind cover, depending on the type of bullet somebody's shooting at you, that shit might not always work. Black women gotta get in a guerrilla warfare mindset when it comes to these black males and understand that they're not your friend. They may want to fuck you. They may want to have children because it makes them feel like they can control you. But nobody's caring about you like that but another black woman that actually loves you. And there are a lot of us out here, despite the bullshit rhetoric that's pumped on YouTube where they try to make it seem like all black mothers hate their daughters and black women can't get along. That's bullshit. I got a girlfriend that's still my fucking girlfriend from being 13 motherfucking years old. Okay? Let's stop it. All of us don't come from the projects, and all of us don't come from broken homes. Let's stop the bullshit on here.
Yeah, no, they just like to show that. That's it.
But we need to stop it too, because like Asia, you, me, and I'm gonna try to reach out to Spiritual Whistleblower. We're all women in one area that could do what we need to do for the women where we live. Everybody else needs to start doing the same where they're from. Fuck these dudes. Fuck all the shit they represent. Start honing in and like, look, if you don't know how to start a nonprofit or a for-profit, there are tons of videos online. There's actually the Small Business Administration and a whole host of other resources to teach you how to do that. If you know you're lacking something in your community for women, start it up yourself. Stop waiting for motherfuckers to do it for you. Do it for yourself, make the money for yourself, and when you're doing that, hire other black women so they can have money now. And so that you don't have no fucking employer over your head determining whether you get evicted or not. That's how you change the game, black women. It's really that fucking simple. It is not hard at all.
Yeah, no, it is. It's just simple. You know, it's simple. It's easier to say and harder for people to initiate into place because
they don't believe in themselves.
That's what it is.
That can't be done because other black women have done it successfully.
Yeah,
they do it every day. It's just because these people are so.
And also think about it. How many times do you see success stories when it comes to us? They purposely. That's also part of the programming. If we start, they know if we start seeing too many things where of us winning things and getting successful and stuff like that, that's going to motivate us.
Yeah. Well, we could talk about that stuff behind the scenes and try to get other people to work with us. And even you subscribers, y'all are not excluded from this.
That's another thing. Subscribers need to have more responsibility too, because it's not your job just to be clicking and sharing is one thing, but just coming in and saying, hey, I support your channel is one thing, but you have to actually you have to share, circulate petitions, like you also have to do your own due diligence as well. And I feel like a lot of subscribers, they think that just coming in and commenting means that they support. And it's like, no, you're not supporting. You're not actually doing anything. What are you doing to actively push this along? That's support.
Yeah, and we need them. We need them behind the scenes too. Like I was gonna say, for all of them that's in New York City with us, when we start deciding to come together, I don't want to hear none of that. I'm afraid shit. You know better. You live in fucking New York City. You know NYPD will be there and they'll be there. It ain't gonna take them 2 hours to respond and all that bullshit like in other parts of the country. You know better than that. And you know that if you gotta bust somebody's ass in New York City, you can do it. You just get the fuck out of there before the cops show up. You already know that. So there's no fear here when it comes to us showing up to talk about the progression and benefit that we need to work on for Black people in this city. Black women, sorry, I misspoke. So let's stop it, because all that cowardice shit too has to stop. It really does. Like, you walk the streets every day. If you're not afraid to do that when you out there walking the streets, the same way anything can happen to you during that time is the same way if you go into, we're going to rally over here or meet up over here to discuss this or that, what we decide to do, it's the same shit. It can happen to you anywhere. You're supposed to be prepared at all times, not just when you think you need to be.
Yeah.
And we got to stop being cowardice. Like, and the only thing I could say is what you said. If we could do more promotion of positivity and showing Black women doing the things that we say we want to achieve, maybe it will give a lot of the other Black women more incentive. But they got to understand it's okay to fail. It's okay to stop, get tired, put it down, come back to it. Because if you keep going, you will fucking achieve it no matter what. Period. You will.
Yeah, we have no choice.
You don't have a choice. We need more women to go into law so that Black women can have decent legal representation. We can have people fight for our rights, fight for everything that concerns us. We need Black women to jump into those spaces. We do. We need them in the medical field. We need them in education. We need them everywhere in our lives. And we need you to stop thinking that your life is supposed to be about playing house with some fucking man and having children and thinking that that's all you fucking worth. Because you're worth more than that. And you have more of an obligation to your life and Black women throughout life, period, than just that bullshit. Because it's more to life than that. Because what you going to do when your kids start getting bigger to the point where they don't want to fuck with you? Because all children get to that point.
Yep.
Then what? Then what? What you going to do? Like, you got to have some purpose in this life besides playing house. You have to have more than that in you. Because you're worth more than that. The divine mother and nature itself, or whatever it is that created everything we know of, picked you as its representative. It picked you to represent them. Whatever it is. So why are you shrinking yourself? Why?
Yeah, it's like, oh, let me shrink myself so I don't offend anybody. I hate that.
That's what they do every day. Every day, Age.
And then we'll try to do it with other Black women too. And I hate that. Like, I've been in spaces where I'll say something because me, I big us up. I don't give a fuck who feels anybody, any way who feels about it. And then I'll see another Black woman that I might be hanging with. And that's why it's like there were a few that I had to just stop hanging around that would want to correct me and say, oh, you know, well, not all of us. Oh, there's some Black women that'll do that. And I'm just like, they don't need to know that. Like, whenever you hear about certain things, you don't never hear other races of women say, oh, well, some Spanish women do that too. Some white women do that too. Like with this whole situation with Carly Russell, you think any white women came up and said, hey, there's many of us that have made false accusations.
What they were doing instead was they was going out of their way to get her fired from her job and just trying to make sure that she never works again.
Yeah.
Because that's the other thing that Unbiased and Unbossed showcased on her live, which she did.
I saw that part. I did see that.
And it was disgusting. It was a modern day virtual lynching of this woman, Carly. Like, believe me, I'm not justifying anything she did. I'm just looking at the reality of it, the facts of it. Mm-hmm. She fucked up. Should she have to pay for a fuck up for the rest of her life? Why? What white woman has ever paid for anything for the rest of her life? What Black male, when they out here as being super fucking predators?
What white male?
exactly
We
anybody.
go down the line. That's the thing. We go down the line.
Right. And there's nobody that had to pay for something for the rest of their fucking life. So why should she just because she's a black woman? Get the fuck out of here with that. Get out of here. Do to her whatever you want to do as long as it's in the range of what you have done to everyone else, and move the fuck on. Leave her the fuck alone after you deal with it, resolve it. Let her go back to her life. Because she's fucking young and simple. She did something a young girl would do. You got old motherfuckers out here doing the same thing she did. And they know better. But you don't hear nobody ever talking shit about them like that. You got black males on here perpetrating a motherfucking fraud every day. Look at that Kevin Samuels motherfucker. Came on here perpetrating like he was whatever he wanted to be and wasn't shit. And then in the end died fucking some goddamn trans woman who was really a dude named Omar, right?
Mm-hmm.
Get the fuck out. All these people are full of shit.
All of them are fraudulent. They're phonies.
They're all full of shit. Even down to, like you said earlier, that big fat fucking preacher, TD Jakes, with all his bullshit. They're all full of shit. They ain't for black women. They all for black women being, what do they call them shits in the medical field? Hospice fucking wives, when these pieces of shit are falling apart, but they feel like they're entitled to take up time and energy in somebody else's life. I'm not with none of that shit. If you're going to be a hospice to anybody, be it to another black woman, black girl, somebody that has helped you sometime in your life, not some motherfucker that don't care about how you live in life and is running around on YouTube tearing you down in front of the whole world, to the point where you got white men coming on talking about, I don't understand what's wrong with y'all. Y'all are black too. That is not how black women are. So clearly, motherfuckers, if these white guys are telling you that what you black guys are saying is everybody knows is not true about black women, why the fuck you keep doing it? Do you think that
because they're going under the mantra of, if I say it enough, I can program it into people's heads, like things, because that's how the programming worked with them. They think that they could use the same tactics against the people who created this shit.
We are a different motherfucker from them. Have they not realized that?
They don't.
When
a lot of people still under this "we're all human" shit, because I hear a lot of that. I'm starting to hear a lot of that too. That's also another cowardly argument I hear from black people. Well, technically, we're not. There's no such thing as black, and it's a racial and it's a social construct that's not real. We're technically all humans. And I'm like, okay, well, how does that fare out in the reality that you live in today? And then once you get into that, then they start explaining and deflecting and doing all this other shit.
Tell them fuck themselves with that, because race is a man-made construct. However, you clearly see the motherfucking differences that nature has created. So if you trying to say nature is wrong, you go to fuck ahead with that, because nature ain't been wrong about nothing.
Yes, nature made us look different for a reason. That's why I'm like, I've never understood it.
And it picked us to kick this motherfucker off, so it knew what it was doing. Now, if you look like me and you don't believe that, then you go over there with them and you just live your life.
Mm-hmm.
But those of us over here that know that there's a reason to the madness when it comes to nature, we're gonna do what we know is in our best interest, to take care of each other the way we always have, look out for one another, and we're gonna learn to start being politically aggressive in getting things that benefit us in this fucking country, the way we always have done. That's it. That is it. You cannot sit around doing the same shit looking for different outcomes. It does not work that way. It doesn't matter what anybody is saying, even though it's harmful and hurtful to us on YouTube, you got to get to the mentality where you don't give a fuck about them no more. You just literally, look, I'm drawing this line in the sand. Fuck all of y'all from now on. I'm only over here worrying about black women and what black women need to do to get their shit right in life. Fuck these dudes, fuck the white people, fuck everybody. What we doing over here, black women? What we doing today? That's why I said you got to start the WBC. You got to start it, Black Women Center. You got to start that. Even if you only think it and you say it or whatever, wear it on a t-shirt, whatever you got to do, you got to promote it so that people get into it. Because they seem to be afraid to utter the words black femicide when that shit is a reality.
To be honest, I was thinking about getting T-shirts. Not I was thinking about not like selling T-shirts, but I'm trying to get a T-shirt for me. And walk around with it. And I'm actually gonna get it in several different languages. I'm gonna get a T-shirt with that phrase in several different languages.
What, the Black Women Centered?
No, stop Black femicide.
Oh yeah, we could definitely do that. I mean, that's definitely something we should do when we go to that fucking march.
Yeah, have them have different signs in different languages, because if we want to reach mass, because you never know who might read it in their language.
True indeed. If you could get it where, you know, it maybe has like English as the first one, and then maybe, and this is me because I'm not a Black person that bigs up Spanish, right? So I would say if we get it in English and then French underneath, then Haitian Creole, and then on the back, like some of the European languages, you know what I'm saying? Of the people that are in huge populations in America, since we in America, that would be the best thing to do, because Hispanic people don't give a fuck about Black femicide. So why you wasting your money on putting some Spanish on the shirt? They don't give a fuck. They anti-Black as it comes. So I don't even be including them in nothing I'm talking about. They are fucked up in the head. They're gonna be that way.
That's true. I guess I was thinking it for the Black ones, the Black Hispanics, like, you know, the.
I mean, with them, if they don't speak English, what the fuck you gonna do for them anyway?
Yeah, true. Well, maybe they could do something for themselves or get a clue.
That if they want to do something for themselves, then they will attach themselves to American Black women, right?
That's true. That's one thing I've noticed, that a lot of Afro Latina women don't attach themselves to Black women. Like,
fuck them, because if you think that a fucking culture is deeper than your fucking genetics, you do your thing, because your ass is visibly Black. And just because you're born in another country where you speak another language does not mean that you don't descend from African ancestry. So you do your thing. If that's how you feel, stay over there then, and get treated like what is those disgusting fucking terms they call for Black people? Negro, whatever the fuck, all that nasty shit they call them. Let them call them that. Let them treat them like they ain't shit, because we all know that is how the Hispanic culture is. They treat the Black Hispanics like they ain't shit.
Yeah, and to me, it's basically a Spanish version of what goes on over here.
Because they were colonized by fucking Royce from Spain.
Yeah,
everybody knows that.
A lot of people pretend like they don't know that Spain is Spanish. Like,
well, actually, to be really correct, the only white Spanish is Spaniards from Spain.
Yeah,
everybody else is, regardless of that bullshit they call themselves. If you're not from Spain, they are true Spaniards. They are white.
No, they go to niggas with that. They like that because the niggas call them that. That's why.
But you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Those are white people. Those are Spanish-speaking white people. Those are the only Spanish-speaking white people. Everybody else is a motherfucking Hispanic, because they have been colonized by Spain.
Yep.
Period. They like to only make people believe that we were the only ones who went through slavery. No, bitch nigga. Your country had slavery too. When they took the Black people from Africa, they took them to South America first. That's how your ass came into existence. You are a product of slavery too. Hispanic slavery, but still slavery from Spain nonetheless. Just stop it. Like where I'm from, in Louisiana, we had the French, the Spanish. All those people colonized us. When the Spanish came, you had many Black freed people. The Spaniards did more of keeping the Black people free than the French, but we still had all those bastards fucking around with our lives. Okay? They're everywhere. They have done everything. And they didn't make no distinction between the people from Louisiana that they had children with that were enslaved Black people, then any different from the Black enslaved Spaniards they bought from them from Spain. Please stop the bullshit, okay? They don't give a fuck. So for these people to, I don't want to talk about them because I really can't stand them. I don't give a fuck who gets mad, flag the page, talk shit. I can't stand them because they're forever trying to fuck over Black people. They're the most anti-Black people in the world, and they are only in this world because they come from us. It makes no sense. It is ignorant. Completely ignorant. It is really fucking crazy. Like I've seen videos on YouTube and on TikTok of actual people from Mexico, other places where they're talking about how their mothers are so fucking anti-black. It's crazy. Why? We have never gotten up and gone into anyone's country and did anything that.
Right, they're so anti us, but we ain't never bothered to ever come to their shit to feel anything.
We have never ever gone into anybody's Hispanic country and colonized them the way the whites did. So what the fuck is your issue with us?
Well, I guess wait, oh shit, I just forgot. I guess except the Moors. The Moors were the only one, and it was only in certain
but that didn't last for long. The Spaniards ran them the fuck out of Spain.
Yeah, quick. Real quick.
And they fucking damn near destroyed them throughout the Crusades. Are you kidding me? That's not even an argument.
And that's why they try so hard, and that's why they try so hard to keep blackness out of Europe.
Fuck blackness in Europe. I'm talking about like.
No, I don't think you listen to what I'm saying. I'm saying I understand the behavior, but the thing is that I don't get why black folks are still trying to force their way into European acceptance. It's like, yo, I don't get it. It's clear that It's clear that. What do you mean?
Well, this is what I'm saying. Okay. Not American blacks. The only people I see black trying to force themselves into acceptance in Europe is Africans.
Yeah, those what I'm talking about.
Those are the only people. Honestly, it's not a lot of like American black people in Europe. It's mostly Africans and people from other places in the world that are black.
Oh yeah.
There's hardly none of us in Europe. Hardly. Those are. Oh, Kiana, what's up, girl? Hold on. She said a lot of these people hating on mentally ill too. They are, girl. They crazy as motherfucker all the time. They just hate because you know what it is too. We got to remember this factor too. We all women, right? Mm-hmm. So these women, regardless of the bullshit men all over this world talk about how beautiful other women are, whatever. These women know, even in looking at women, that they can't compete or compare to black women. Let's be real.
No.
That's
why this whole shit, you notice there's always this obsession with people giving us compliments. Yeah. Like, there's this obsession, like people get so mad and neurotic whenever somebody says something nice or gracious about us.
It's true. It's really true. Like, same thing Friday as well, coming back from lunch. You see how I did that video when I was telling y'all about the fucking dude that put the abortion pill in the black woman's food and made her lose her baby, and now he's in jail.
Yep.
So I sit outside every day at work, whether it's summer, rain, sleet, snow. I got to get the fuck away from them people, right? I got to go outside. So I go outside. That's where I make a lot of videos. So I'm finished making the video for y'all. I'm walking down the block to go back to work. And some dude in the truck, I don't even know what the fuck he was, some type of white person, right? So he's in the truck. I'm walking down the street. Right? When you see me in real life, for the people who have seen me, y'all will see I don't look the way I look on this video here. I look completely different. But when you see me, you'll see what I mean, right? And I look a lot younger than I actually am. But you'll see that when you meet me in real life. So anyway, I'm walking down the street and hold on a minute. Hold on, one minute. All right, and we're gonna come to that in a minute. And hold on,
I read it too. That happens so many times it don't make sense.
It's true. It happens all the time. Because remember the dude? I forget his last name, but he's an actor. The Christian dude,
Christian Keys. Yes, I remember that. They flooded him so bad. They said we're old women.
He was like, "Listen, I'm sick and tired of y'all doing that shit." Like, yes. I'm part of the problem. I was like, "Oh goddamn, arrested, fuck with Christian Keys."
I'm not gonna lie. I was impressed when he came back and said something. I was dying when they do that.
I was dying. I was laughing my ass off. I was like, "Yo, look, they got him upset." His fucking eyebrows wrinkling and shit. He's all in the camera. Listen, you're part of the problem. I was like, oh shit, look at it. He got him upset. Look at him. He's going to fuck off. I
felt it though, because it's the truth. Like even with the Black Girl Follow train, did you see the responses to that?
I was laughing at them bitches, okay? I wish I knew every one of them. I would go up to them and go, fuck you, shut up, shut the fuck up.
No, let me tell you something. There was this one video. When I tell you, this was a straight up Karen. She was hollering and screaming, talking about why are black women deciding to only follow each other. Mind you, there's a man in the background telling her to chill and calm down the whole time.
Because, let me tell you something. Certain white dudes, they don't really be feeling as fucking crazy as those women. But you got to think about, they got to live with these bitches. Half of these bitches are their moms, their sisters, whoever. So it's like they prisoners of war in a sense. It's fucking crazy.
Prisoners, and think about it. They have nowhere, and think about it. White folks really have nowhere to run to because they run everything. So they'll just end up running into each other.
But see the thing.
So they trap themselves with each other, with themselves.
But you see the thing. I'm coming, Kiana. But you see the thing you said when you said they got nowhere to run to. That's the reason why they go so fucking hard to make sure you don't replace them. Because where are they going to? If they fall, their ass is going into the fucking abyss. They know it. Because nobody else is gonna catch them. That's why they gotta. Oh no, black people are bad. Black women this. Black women this. Black women this. They gotta keep pounding that shit into people's heads. But the reality is, because I know from people that are not black that are around me, before they meet me, I'm gonna tell you this always happens every fucking day. The first time they see me because I'm dark, they right away, after they get to know me, oh, I thought you was mean. I thought you was nasty. You didn't look friendly. You didn't look you didn't look approachable. I always say, why? You read that shit on my body somewhere?
No, when they say that, what that means is that, no, you know what that means? A lot of that, yes, it has to do with you being a black woman, but it has to do with you also looking like, don't try me.
Oh yeah, because I'm that motherfucker. I'm not fucking around.
And that's the thing. And that's the thing. It's not, we don't hide our energy well. Like when people, we don't hide our energy well. Like if we feel in a certain way, or if we're just at peace and we know what we're talking about, people can't come and exploit us. See, that people come to us looking to exploit. That's why they say that you're not approachable. When you can't, what they're saying is not easily exploitable.
You're right. You're right about that shit, because when I think about certain things in the past in my life, you're right about that. I think about in college when it used to be me and a couple, how you young and you black girls in college, y'all all come together because you're few tokens, right? So I remember when we was in school and stuff, how when we would get grades in the class, we know all the answers, we'd be laughing and fucking around with each other. I noticed the way people would watch us and try to like add themselves onto us eventually. Then they got bold enough to actually ask, like, oh, can we hang out with y'all? And it wasn't like they wanted to hang out with us because they really liked us. They wanted to hang out with us because they were working up to ask the question, can you help me with this? Or can you show me how to do that? That's what the whole shit was about.
Yeah, they got the long game.
So you're absolutely right with that. You're absolutely right. It was even one that we didn't know it at the time, right? But like when you're in the dorms in the college, right? You got to go through a process when you don't want to live in the room with your roommate anymore. So it was me and my roommate. We had an extra bed because our people had paid extra money for us. So we got a bigger room. So it was this girl, for whatever reason, she could never be cool with the roommate she had. I don't know what would make her think she would fit in with us or whatever, but she was like trying to be cool with us to work up the nerve to ask us, I put in for a transfer. Can I put your room down as one of the options? She asked that question. I told her, I said, fuck no, straight off the bat. My friend was like, oh, don't be like that, Steph. I was like, nah, this bitch is not living with us. No, she's not. I'm like, she's not. She's first of all, she's a sneak and she's full of shit. She didn't have to like try to cozy up and buddy with us. But it was like days this bitch was hanging around us, okay? I was always like looking at her like, why you over here, girl? Right? Why you over here? So then we found out that's what you talking to. And that's real life shit. I was like, this girl, get the fuck out of here. No, you can't. Because, in order for them to make the thing go through, they got to talk to you. They send the house parent, the people that's in charge of the people in the dorms. They send them to talk to you and stuff too. And when it was my turn, I was like, I don't want her in here. I do not want her. I said, if she come in here, I'm gonna tell my mother and them I need to leave this room. She ain't coming in here with me. Nah, cause she's like one of them girls where you could see like how she moved, her mannerisms and shit. Like she was a shit starter. Like she
I
would
hate those. The ones who just go around.
Yep, you can
and you can tell by the questions they ask too.
You can see it, how they be looking at people when people talking and shit. Like the shit is calculating in their head, and I was already be looking at her like, get back, yo, get back, get away from us. No, you can't eat lunch with us. Get the fuck out of here. They were like, oh, you evil, you New York people, you evil. I said, nah, we don't fuck with people like you. That's what it is.
Yeah. A lot of black, you know what I realized? I said this to myself the other day. I said, black women are under, we're dealing with global identity theft.
Yeah, we are.
It really is.
That's crazy.
Oh no, but I mean, it's the truth though. They just
but it's still funny too. It's funny to like shit is funny. Like it's true, but it's also funny because she's right. Like
it's a sneaky bitch mentality.
It's true because you talking about they stealing our identity. They are like the other thing. I don't mean I'm gonna have to keep going back to Unbiased and Boss, but she talked about how they're so hateful of black women getting praises about our beauty, but yet they want to appropriate it as much as they can, right? Mm-hmm. So remember the part when Unbiased and Unbossed was talking about how they rename our hairstyles to make it seem like they created it when everybody in the fucking world knows they didn't. So they take our micro braids and start calling that shit spider braids or whatever, right? It's an example of what you're talking about, hijacking our identity. I was on the train, the R train the other day going to work, right? And I was sitting next to this white lady. And when I sat down, the black lady sitting next to me was acting crazy. She didn't want me sitting next to her. She acted like a fucking asshole, Asia. She had the face mask on and she was all moving over when I sat down. I'm looking at her like, you dumbass, right? I'm looking at her. So the white lady sitting on this side of me. I look at the white lady like, I don't know why she's acting like that, right? So the white lady goes, but you know what? You do your thing. I looked at her and said, then I went back to her, I said, listen, right? I don't know if anybody's ever told you this. I said, look at me, I'm talking to you, right? So she turns around, right? I said, look, yo, don't talk to black people like that. I said, we don't like you reiterating our slang to us. I said, you don't know me. I don't normally talk like that. And what do you know about you can do your thing? Don't do that, okay? All right? She's like, oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know. Okay, thank you. I was like, yeah, because a lot of black
and they low-key hate that. A lot of them see that as, that's what that is. And see, it took me a while. It took me like pretty much up until my teenage years to realize this. Like they'll go to one of us, have a bad experience, and then go to another and start saying about how, oh, well, you know, I thought you were unapproachable because, well, I had this situation and such happened and this black person was mean. And then no, I see. And why is it that we don't do that? Why don't we go up to them and say, hey, well, I thought you were, you know, anti-black because of such and such and such. Well, I didn't want to associate with you, and I thought all Spanish people were this. I thought all white people were this. Why is it okay for them to feel that way about us, but it's such a problem if we have something about them?
Because you're not supposed to be human. You're supposed to be this moldable thing that resembles a human being that's supposed to go out of his way to conform to everybody's opinion of you. You're not entitled to shit. Everybody else is.
Yeah. And whenever it comes to us, it's always the argument is it's not fair. You ever heard that? Have you ever heard that about us getting good things? What do you think that is?
If anybody could tell the story of shit not being fair, it would be one of us.
Yeah.
We could tell that story to, I guess, all the stars in the sky dim.
I guess the question I was asking was, why is it that other groups see it as not fair when we get something great for shit that we actually do? Why do they see it as not fair? What do you think that is?
It's what Enna's talking about here. When Enna's talking about they low-key seek validation.
They do, because think about it. Oh, they won't let us think about it. They won't let us leave. Black women don't want us to do this. They don't want us to do that.
Think of what does that say? That we're not doing it because you're not validating us doing it.
And then when you think about the other way, like when you think about the cultural influence we have on the world, ADOS women only. I'm not talking about all other black women, but ADOS women, right? That's a part of it as well, right?
Well, we didn't do that but that wasn't on purpose.
No, it wasn't. But
we instituted a system and forced people to do it and brainwash people to become and follow what we do. They decided to do that.
But they do it in pockets. When you think about how they do it, like ADOS people have one role to play. Caribbean women have, ADOS women have one role to play. Caribbean women have another. African women have another, right?
Mm-hmm.
They break us up into what I call the black women trinity, right? Because when it comes to, they always have likened us to the Hottentotten, right?
Mm-hmm.
So when it comes to what the woman is supposed to be, flashy, stylish, what do they call us? Feisty, sexy, get the man, girl, do your thing, girl, all that bullshit. It's always us, right? When it comes to the black woman that has a certain allure, she's magical, she's also very seductive, but at the same time, she has like all these family values, and she's the one you would want to be if you really, really have to have a husband. That's the Caribbean woman's role, right? Then when it comes to the African women, it's like, these are the women that come from a culture, a tradition of the structured family, things that are basically the parallel to the white people's nuclear family, right? They come from centuries and centuries of this type of stuff. They understand the family format and the family situation, so that's what they stand for. So however you slice it, it's always a black woman that they put as like the Madonna, where if they can attain to whatever it is she's supposed to be the best at, they hitting on something. They that shit, they that girl. That's all.
And there's some that'll fuck around and think that they can antagonize us by saying, "Oh well, we could be I've heard some say that just to be antagonizing, especially joining in when it comes to niggas.
Say what?
I could be a better black woman than you, or I
could be my guest, bitch. Be my guest.
You want to be me so bad that now you got to compete with me to be me. What the fuck?
Because they think who we are is fancy colored hair, lashes, snapping your hands, moving your neck, talking shit. That's not who we are.
Yeah, we just express it. We just express it. Those are just expressions. That's it. It's much deeper than that.
And those are also extenuating stereotypes of us, because even though if we do those things, that's not the frame or the mold that we stuck in 24 hours a day.
Exactly.
No,
because none of them are with us 24 hours a day, and on top of that, they're just picking and choosing. It's just propaganda. They're parceling information to create whatever story they want to.
Because most times when you think about your life, what are you doing the majority of the day? Because I can tell you what I'm doing the majority of the day.
Majority of the day, I'm either doing research. I'm on the computer doing research. Maybe watching documentaries. I've been kind of on this documentary binge lately. Cooking, like just the regular everyday stuff.
Right. They don't know nothing about that. I do the regular everyday stuff too, which in my situation, because of my personal situation, I'm constantly being the mother of a mother to mother, period. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? I'm constantly worrying about my children's futures and securing them currently in life. I'm always dealing with my grandchildren, even if they're not my daughter's kids. One of my sons, he has one son with a young lady who lives in Brooklyn. I'm always worrying about, is she okay? The baby's okay? What you need? You okay? Because every time her mother don't always do what she needs her to do. So I would tell her, don't disrespect your mother, but you low key tell me what you need. I have it for you. So this is what I do in a day. I constantly, like on my cell phone, I got just a little while ago while I'm talking to y'all, I got a video of my grandson from his mom showing me what he was doing today. And this is the type of thing I do every day, right? So when they make up these caricatures about us, they don't know us at all. Because it from what their opinion of us is, a person like me shouldn't exist. Because this young lady is not my physical daughter. But I care about her. her welfare, treat her, and provide for her just like she was my physical daughter, because she's my grandson's mother. You understand what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So this, when I when I ask you that, if I went through this whole chat and each one of these women would talk about what they do mostly in the day that they always do, and I'm not talking about work, what they do for themselves, right? It would all be different, but it would always be concerning something that was loving, caring, and considerate of something else bigger than themselves, because that is who we really are. But people don't want to portray that, because it would put a real hard knock in the shit that they say negative about us.
Mm.
It's real, because I won't put too much of the girl's business out there, but when I first came in contact with her, found out she was having my grandson, I went out of my way and made sure my son did the same. Like, make sure she gets everything she needs, what she's supposed to have, whether her family could provide it or not. So she's in a position to make sure that child does not suffer. Okay? When I say suffer, he needs to eat every night. He needs to have adequate clothing on his body and shoes on his feet. He needs to have a place where he can be secure and not have shit strange or dangerous happening around him. That's what I'm talking about. You understand?
Mm-hmm.
And black women do that every fucking day in their life. There are black women who, like, I have a couple of sisters. I have a niece that lives in Kentucky. I speak to her on the phone all the time. And I help my sister with whatever my sister can't do for my niece. That's not my child. That's my family member. Her father is dead, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's what black women do every day.
Every day. And you notice ain't no TV shows or movies about that shit.
Of course, because we work hard, not only for ourselves, but for everybody that we love, that we care for, and that we know need our assistance.
Yep.
They don't show that. That is who we are. And we never let these people down. Like, I told y'all a couple of weeks back in a video about my girlfriend Holly, whose mother has, like, she got dementia bad, right? So she can't even talk no more, none of that. So, Holly's really going through it. And me as a friend, I try to check up on my girl as much as I can to give as much support. And I told her, when you done dealing with this, I have something planned for her. And I do. Me and my other girlfriends, we're all gonna go take a trip, because she needs to feel the warmth of all of us supporting her and knowing that we're here for you in any way we need to be. That's also another thing black women do every single day that nobody ever puts up.
They want to exploit us for it. That's why
they don't show how positive it is, because we actually keep our communities together by being the support for other black women when they can't stand straight no more. We come and pick them up, hold on to them, and like, okay, let it out, get it all out. We got it. All right. Put you back. And when it's my turn, I know you coming for me. That's who we are every fucking day. We not none of this shit they talk about on YouTube, none of this bullshit like they did in this movie here, making us hoes and prostitutes and all that crackhead shit. That's not who we are. That's not who we are at all. The collective of us are exactly who we were just talking about. All of us, whether we come from Africa, the Caribbean, or we born right here in America. That's who the fuck we are. And we need to be given our fucking accolades for that, but that frightens people, because most other women don't do all the shit we do. They don't know how.
Yeah, because I mean, there's just certain things you're not gonna know, because
they're selfish.
They're selfish, number one, and number two, they ain't been on this planet as long as us to know.
They haven't. That's true. Like when I was talking to y'all about those face masks that my grandmothers used to make of each other.
Uh-huh.
I have never seen that anywhere else outside of African women.
Yeah.
I've never seen that anywhere else.
I never even heard of that until you told me.
Oh yeah, that's done in Africa all over the place. All over the place. Oh yeah.
And then also, I don't know if you know about a book called Mami Wata.
No. The birth midwife?
No, this is about the Sibyls. How basically Africa was ruled for the first 6,000 years by
yeah.
African matriarchs. It was all women.
That's what I was telling you about when I was saying that, when I started telling my grandmother's story.
Yeah.
I didn't know the name, but I knew about those women. I was taught about those women as a little girl, because that's the other thing people don't tell you about Black women during slavery in the South. They really came from real African women who had cultures that came from all over Africa, despite the fact they try to tell you that we only came from West Africa. We did not. It is historically recorded that when they started going into Africa, they started in the north. The very first people, and this is in African historian books, right, about American or transatlantic slave trade. They started taking the Black people from what's that Arab Muslim country? This the one that starts with an M, Morocco.
Yeah.
That's the first place. Now we know when they started in South America, the first place was Brazil, right?
Oh yeah.
So when they got to Africa, because remember, the Atlantic trade took years and years after the Portuguese and the Spaniards had been doing it in Africa, taking everybody to Brazil for hundreds of years before they got to the transatlantic, right? And the Arabics was hundreds and hundreds of years before the Spaniards and the Portuguese, right? So these things that these women who came from these African lands, right? When they came here to America, they were teaching their daughters. They were passing on the traditions, even the fucking languages. They were still doing that. That's how I got that book in my family. So even to this day, when you go to, like I told y'all, there's places people don't even know America owns. Like America owns Gullah Islands off of the coast of America. When you go through the waters off of the Carolinas, you ride right along the shore, everywhere from Mississippi all the way down to Atlanta, right? There are islands out in those waters that are owned by America, where they used to take the Yoruba people when they first came here. Y'all all saw the movie Daughters of the Dust. I know y'all saw that movie.
Daughters of the what?
Daughters of the Dust. I know
No,
y'all saw
I
that
never
shit.
saw that.
All right, watch it. That is the story of the Gullah Islands. Okay? And I'm not talking about the Gullah Geechee in the Carolinas. I'm talking about the Gullah Islands.
Okay.
They're all out there. That's where my father was born. He was born in an area called St. Anne. So anyway, St. Anne, just like in Jamaica. But anyway, those people, those were all full-blooded African people, every one of them. And they passed all that stuff to their daughters, and they taught us all that stuff. They taught even me, with my great-grandmother being the last African woman to come from those women, out of those 6 grandmothers in that book that I have, she's the very last African, full-blooded, right? Her, when I say full-blooded, meaning no white people mixed in. Black woman, black man, okay? All right. From her, right? She taught them all those things about those women who ruled in Africa. She taught them about all the people she came from, the neighboring countries, the tribes, because Black, even African people to this day, they know their country stuff and they know the neighboring people stuff too. Because you know that they all got to deal with each other, trade, etc. They know all that stuff. So it's not like how the whites make it, and I'm saying that for a reason, to realize that everything you've been taught has been whitewashed. It is not the truth. It is a version of the truth to make you feel like you are inferior to people who are genetically recessive to you, point blank.
Yep.
And that's the reason why they react like this when people give you a compliment. They get upset and they must hurry up and take the compliment away from you, because they want to keep all the slots in the places that they currently are. They got to keep the status quo, because at any time people move you up the ladder on the totem pole, they fall down. They don't want that shit to happen. That's what it's all about. And even in that movie that we started off talking about, with this lie we're supposed to cover, right? It shows you that in the movie. There's a portion in the movie at the end where they talk about and show you how the same thing that was shown and exposed in one part of the country, in this one state. They never told you exactly what state it was. They called it the Glen. I don't know where the Glen was, right? They showed the same thing being replicated in California. And that's where the movie ended. To show you that supposedly all of these places where you got all this out of control, insane violence in the hood, this has been manufactured. And all these people have been replicated to and put there, systematically planted to cause all this destruction. You know, and even though it's a movie, you know it to be true because they had that movie, Kill the Messenger, right? A true story. Sorry I can't give this man the respect he deserves. This white man was not a fucking joke. He was a white man that gave his life exposing the government for putting drugs and different things in the black community to tear it down. He really exposed that, and they killed him for it. And so not
What's the name? What's the guy's name?
The movie's called Kill the Messenger.
Kill the Messenger. Okay.
But I don't remember and this is a real life story. I forget the real reporter's name because I actually thought they was going to kill his whole family, but they spared his family and they only killed him. But when you see that movie, you'll see how deep it is. But this they clone Tyrone.
Yep.
Is giving you hints of that in there, as well as I don't know how many of y'all saw the movie Black Dynamite, but it is it spins off of Black Dynamite too. So whoever made that movie, they need to be giving Michael Jai White his money because they owe him royalties. Okay, because they ripped off a lot of his movie to make this one.
Oh wow.
Oh yeah, I hope he sees this movie.
He might already have. It might be doing something behind the scenes.
Yeah, go get him because I love Black Dynamite, but this was a modern version of Black Dynamite. Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah, you know what? Honestly, what show I did like that I thought should be more. I think should be more talked about. Black Lightning.
Oh, on Netflix.
Yeah.
Why you say that?
Because I noticed that with that, I feel like there's a lot of pieces of that show that are true, but it goes against the status quo of what they like to show and promote in America. The messaging is different. Because if you think about it, what was the last season that just happened when they found out that the black girl from one of the tribes, what's it called, Sanjay and something?
The last.
Have you ever seen it?
I've seen it, and I don't know where I'm caught up at, but the very last one I saw was when the little sister realized that she had powers. That was the last I saw it.
Oh yeah, when she finally unleashed, and she's pretty much the strongest of all of them. She is.
Yeah, and then the albino dude, I think he had got killed if I'm not mistaken, or he was like turning into, I don't know. I just remember she was coming into herself. And the albino dude, I found out he was like the mastermind criminal behind everything. I don't know.
Yeah, the albino guy, because he had a dark skinned father who always used to beat him. It was a colorism aspect of it too, because he grew up, I think during segregation, and he had a really abusive dark skinned father who would always shit on him and abuse him.
Yeah,
because of his skin color. Because you remember he was being shitted on by white folk. So he saw that boy as the perfect patsy to take his abuse out on. But the dark-skinned sister will always step in and defend him. So he started his love of black women came from that. Like that's from that.
But you know what? That whole thing with colorism is old. But the fact that black people just have a problem with albinos, I don't know why. And it is really bad in Africa because they really kill those people, and they shouldn't be doing that.
I've never heard of African Americans having a problem. Like, I don't think that's an African American thing. I feel like that's more of a.
I don't pay no mind. I mean,
because we tend to uplift. I see because I have like there are companies that I buy products from that have black
albino models,
albino models on them, and these are black women that run these like makeup companies, and they'll put them on there.
I don't care about them either way, but I just think that I know in Africa they kill them. I don't like it, so that's why I said that. I know they
Yeah.
treat them fucked up over there. Okay, man, I misspoke. I take it back. but I don't be caring about. I don't care about no black people like that. I just be like, oh, they black, whatever.
Yeah. Like,
Whatever.
that's the thing. Some of them have more Negroid features than we do. They just have white skin. That's it.
I think it was Essence that had did like a some type of cover where it was like 4 different albino women and their daughters or something like that. I don't know where I saw that at. It was either on here or in the magazine, but they were showing how they look and their daughters look. It was really nice. It was really nice. And then there's those twins that are albinos that are like supermodels or some shit like that.
I think I've heard of them.
I've seen them in a few magazines. I've seen them around. But yeah. Well, all right, Asia, I'm gonna start to wrap up because
Okay, yeah, we've been on for a minute.
I'm not getting ready for work tomorrow, but and I gotta think about what I'm gonna eat. But I was acting crazy yesterday. I had me some curry goat. Shout out to all the Jamaican people in the house because I was killing that curry goat. Okay.
Listen, I did like 2 days in a row of oxtails. I said I need to chill.
I was killing that shit. I was killing Gary. Let me tell you, we don't have Jamaican store over here where I live. So these people brought a Jamaican truck. Yo, I am there every day. Okay. So yesterday I had the oxtails, rice and peas, cabbage, and what's that shit? Plantain, right? You know, it always come like that. I came up here, I had a big ass watermelon. I ate half that shit with that rice and peas and curry goat and iced tea. I was feeling so good at that table. I was like, you can call all the jokes, the stereotypes, all you want. I am enjoying this shit right here. I don't care. I was loving it. Thank y'all for making good food.
Oh yes, I have so many Caribbean spots, Bobby. It's ridiculous.
That food is fucking good.
That's a good thing.
I personally say it is better than soul food. I don't care who gets mad. That shit is good.
I put it on the same level because I eat both.
I prefer that. I'll take that any day. That's me. Maybe I'm just prejudiced, but
no, everybody's different.
I think it's because of my husbands. That's what it was. I think
you have Caribbean husbands?
2 of them. So I think it's because of them and their families. Because the women in their family, they was good with me, and they taught me all types of food and things that I didn't know how to make. That was really fucking good. I know how to make it now. But yesterday I was just in one of those like, just eat this food and be fat and a fucking pig, and that's what I was doing, and it felt good. It did.
Yeah, honestly, I love having weight. Like, I don't understand what this skinny ups. I've never understood this whole skinny slim obsession, but I don't know. I like having weight on me.
But I think that also ties into like when we're talking about the women and the fact that we can't get no merit for anything is because see how I'm so comfortable in talking about what I just said. Like I don't care how anybody feels about it. It was good for me. It made me feel good, and it was very fulfilling. Yeah, it was good, and it is part of Black women, so I don't see nothing wrong with it. But all these type of things that we do, how we express ourselves, whether it be the style of dress, the food you prepare, where you do your hair, how you present your face to the world, to me, it is very exotic. And each one of us has our own flair in exposing the essence of who we are. Makes it a problem for other people because they want to fit into the little boxes so much that whoever came up with that phrase, when you don't compare, you can't compete, they was spot on with that shit. Spot on with that saying.
Yep.
They really were. They were spot on with that. Yep. So
I'll let you go because I know you gotta go.
No, wrap up. Say what you want to say, Age, because I'm not gonna die right now or have to leave this instant. But say what you gotta say. I'll let you wrap up.
All right. Well, what I'm gonna say is, I'm definitely gonna I'm definitely gonna start launching my channel more. Honestly, it took me such a long time to even initiate this because just with everything that I was seeing and what I was like, oh, what's the point? Nobody's gonna listen. But I'm starting to see more people pop up in spaces like this where the real talks are happening. So now it's like motivating me to like really, feel like I can actually make a difference.
You can. Like I said, look what happened to me, Age. The first channel I had, like, finally got.
I was the first channel too. I was pissed when they took that down, and I was lucky to find you here.
I did it.
I thought okay. So I thought you got okay.
Let me tell you, I got tired of them fucking bullying me, right? I don't know if you guys remember, but like every time I would put up a video or post, they was like, "Oh, you getting this? You get a strike? You get a this? One more thing, we're gonna take your channel." I was like,
you were getting attacked for everything. I couldn't, and I just didn't understand it.
I told them, "Fuck you," literally. Like when they send you that video, the email and shit. Mm-hmm. I told them, "Fuck you, YouTube, your channel, all that. I don't give a fuck," right? Mm-hmm. I sent it back to them just like that. And then they sent me some other shit telling me that, I'm wrong for being like that. So fuck y'all again. And then close the shit down. But the thing I should have did was I should have saved some of those videos. But
that's what I wished I thought you had. I thought maybe you had, or you did.
I had all that shit fucking with them. And the ones that were saved on StreamYard, it was like they had it locked where I couldn't get it out. So I was like, I'm not paying y'all extra money to unlock videos. So you can have them shits. Yeah, they didn't do it. I did it because they had kept threatening me. They kept timing me out. Like every time you turn around, I didn't have access for like a week after another week after another week. I'm like, you know what? Let me show you what I feel about your channel. And that was that. And then when I came back, people wasn't really feeling me except for the people that was really, really with me the first time. Like, look at my thing right now. I only got like 350 people or some shit like that. And I can almost guarantee half of those motherfuckers are black dudes. Or here.
That's what I'm saying. I'm like, how do you have these many subscribers but very little views? That's hate. That to me, that's like somebody monitoring you.
I don't think so. Because the women, first of all, think about how I am, Age. I'm gonna be real. I call motherfuckers out. True. People don't like that. So when you call people out, I step on people's toes. They don't like that. Oh, fuck that bitch. She's a hater. She did it. No, I'm not. I'm being real. I'm telling you how I feel because I have actually been here a little while on this earth and I see things the way I see it. You don't have to agree with me, but if I tell you what I see, you should at least listen to me because in time, you're going to actually see that what I'm telling you is a matter of fucking fact.
Because and also they tried to attack you on this channel because I remember I left a few comments under some of your videos where people were, because I remember there was a video, I guess, where you called out somebody. And then a couple of people came over and were leaving comments under your video saying that you were an undercover mammy and all this other shit. And I remember responding. I don't know if you've seen my response.
Okay. I seen them too. And I most of the time, Age, I would just delete their ass and block them. You know how you do that hide shit where they can't put comments no more? Mm-hmm. Because they waste my time. And a lot of times, like, I've been out here a little while, so I know how they do. It's not always the subscribers. Sometimes it's the people from the people's channels I'm talking about, right? Yeah. Or it's the people themselves pretending to be somebody else. A whole lot of bullshit. But I'm not gonna stop.
And you shouldn't.
I'm not. Until I feel like literally not doing the shit no more. I still I may stop making as many videos, slow down or whatever. But I'm actually trying to get a trademark for the name. I have to work on that this week too, because I have to revise it and send it back in. Because I don't care about YouTube. I just want to keep the Simply Stephanie, because the other things that I want to do, people later on down the line, they will remember, oh yeah, that's the one from YouTube, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's the only reason why I want to keep it. But yeah, because the stuff that we're talking about today, like, I really want to, like, in New York City, there's two things I really want to do. I want to get a nonprofit started for Black women only. I don't even know if I can legally do no shit like that, but I want to find out, right?
Well, I think you can petition it because there's plenty of areas in here where they do it for certain demographics only. So why couldn't you?
I don't know. I got to find out. But that's what I want to do because I know here, as you know, in New York City, black women need everything here. They need mostly a lot of stuff to take care of their kids so they can go to work. Other thing is they need like a program done by black women for black women to help them stay in their apartments when they fall back on their rent. Cause you living here with me, you know it's hard down here when you fall back on your rent. 9 times out of 10, you're gonna end up getting evicted. Because most people don't have thousands of dollars to come up out of their pocket. Because their rent sometimes is really steep. You know?
Mm-hmm.
So I want to do that. And I'm still looking into like the thing with the boxables where I found 2 more lots of land. I found it on the east side down on 16th Street. That's one. I found one out here in Queens and I found another in Long Island. But I gotta like find out, how do you buy this shit in New York City? What's all the stuff that goes with that? Do you really need a lawyer for that? Or can you just do that being an everyday person? Like, here's my money. Let me get the land. You know, I don't know. Then I have to find out for Boxable, right? I'm on the list, but like, how long is it really going to take me to get one of these fucking units? Because that list is crazy long. And it seems like it's going to take years for everybody to get through the list. I don't know. So that's the shit I'm working on. And I think it's needed because if black women could own property, own places to house other black women, then even if it's a small percentage of black women, they don't have to worry about eviction. When those black women are the way we want them to be, which is black women be centering themselves. When they're there, themselves and their children, and they really trying to do the right thing, I think that they deserve to be looked out for. Period.
I think so too.
And so I'm trying to do that, but you know, I'm still learning, still trying to figure this out, still waiting for people to answer my fucking emails, all that type of shit.
Yeah, and seriously, I wanted to start a Black Woman History channel too. Like, just talk about historical things that celebrations, but also things in history that relate to us and what we need to do today to make sure we don't go through it, especially when it comes to maternal health care, when it comes to housing, when it comes to like just our history up and how we got to this point, like why basically from the beginning and why we're dealing with the problems that we have now. Because I think psychologically that'll help too by telling the story from beginning to end.
Yeah, people sometimes need to know the story because they're in my opinion, they're giving up. Like they're giving up and they giving into the bullshit. Like
and they don't know a lot either. That's the thing. They're giving up because they don't know much.
True. Give me 1 second.
No problem.
I really hope y'all didn't hear that.
No, I did. I was gonna say, did you take you have any ginger?
Yeah, I'm gonna take it. I'm gonna take what's that shit I put in there? Eucalyptus, and drip it in my nose too.
Oh yeah, that'll help.
I know that when I go outside, the pollen count is gonna be real high. That's the reason why it's like that.
Oh yeah, especially if you're surrounded by a lot of trees.
It's gonna be high. But yeah, I want to do all of those type of things, and I know that it's not gonna get done and gain any momentum until the normal ones of us, the everyday ones of us, start doing it, and then other people will be like, "Oh yeah, that's a good idea. Let me get on board too." That's always how it is. No one wants to ever just be out, take the initiative to do the right thing. It always has to be cool, acceptable, or trending. It's annoying. Everybody has to gotta be prompted to do the right thing. It's ridiculous.
Because we live in a system that unfortunately pays our community to self-destruct. That's the thing.
True indeed. Very true.
We get paid to self-destruct, so there's no incentive.
Yeah. Oh, I wanted to say that in that movie they cloned Tyrone. The very thing that these dudes do here on YouTube, where they're, like you said, get paid to be self-destructive, the way that these black dudes make all this money off of these channels dehumanizing and demeaning black women, that's part of what they were showing in that movie. How all
Yeah.
that stuff is done systematically, intentionally to keep the dysfunction. Like,
But what I didn't like was that they had the added feature of the mind control thing of controlling his body, because to me that also takes responsibility away from the man, or away from black men too, because it makes it seem like they have no choice and they can't stop their own behavior. No.
that's what RWS hashtag exposed was talking about when she did her live today. She was talking about how that movie is once again making them the forever victim and always making it seem like they're not responsible for their actions, and how black women are always running to the rescue, which is true. Because when you look at Yo-Yo's character, she wasn't thinking about, taking care of herself in the beginning. She was concerned with what was going on with Fontaine, because she knew him, right? Later on, after she explained the bigger picture to Fontaine, and she realized, like, you're not worrying about people because he literally gives up in the movie, right? He don't give a fuck. He's like, fuck it, I don't care what happens. I don't want nothing to do with it. So he leaves. And then Yo-Yo says to him before he leaves, like, I hope the next clone of you has way more courage than you have. He goes, I hope so too. And then he leaves. And then the next dude does have more courage, right? So the thing that you're pointing out is that she realized that after she was putting up all this fight for him, and she explained to him, nah, man, this is bigger than you and me. This is all of us, right? He was like, okay, and that's when she realized, I don't need to be out here spinning my wheels for him when he's not concerned about me too. It finally clicked. Yep. So when these dudes get on here and they're running us down into the ground, and women, eventually it finally clicks for the ones that want to be on them panels, want to watch them, want to subscribe to them, why the fuck they giving them money? Giving them money when they ask for it is beyond me. When they stop doing that shit and they realize that they have control over everything that's happening to them, if they want the bad mouthing of black women to stop, it's real simple. Stop watching all these black dudes channels. Stop giving them money when they interrupting their lives and every 5 seconds asking for a cash app. Stop doing it.
Yep.
Stop going on those panels. Act like they don't exist. And when you move on in your life and you partner up with a black woman that has the same goals and focus as you, do that home sharing we spoke about. So black women are not as evicted as they normally are in America, the way that they like to do us. Make sure that your money that's coming into your home is more secure when you pair it up with another black woman who's like-minded, because you can rely on the woman. You can't rely on the man, but you can rely on the woman.
Right.
You just need to roommate up, share apartments up, share homes up, and get shit together where you have an actual person that has your back and that is there for you when you're trying to make it through. Y'all both hustling together or trying to make ends meet. You got it. You don't need this other intervention that's gonna, this other person like this guy to come in and screw that up, because he's only there as long as he's being entertained and getting whatever he wants. And then as soon as he's not in the mood to want to be there anymore, that's when the problems arise. Everybody knows that. So it's better when women stick with each other, work with each other to benefit each other. That's the way I feel about it. What you got to say?
No, I agree with you. I completely agree with you. And I also think that we should also have more, I don't know, maybe I'm superficial for saying this, but I think as women, we should also have more pampering sessions with each other too. Like just
most definitely.
Yeah. Really taking care of ourselves. Like, even though we come together to work, we should also come together to relax too.
You know what I think? I think that black women, wherever you live, need to seek out black-owned salons. Go get your hair done. Go get your nails done. Go get your feet. Go get a body massage. Go seek them out.
All the places I go are black-owned.
Yeah, go get your girlfriends, treat them, bring them, tell them come along with you. Do whatever you got to do. Promote and take care of each other the same way everybody else does. And the other thing I want to add is black women, try to cut down on your fucking spending with Asian people. I don't care how anybody takes that. I know
I haven't spent with them like at all in years. Maybe like $10 a year, like for some Chinese food every now and then. But
you don't need to. Like cut. If you can't eliminate it altogether, cut that shit down to like every now and then, because they disrespected crazy when it came to the Little Mermaid. That shit is still rubbing me the wrong way.
Yeah, because they're very white. Well, they're very white identified,
and they always in our communities making their living off of our money. Never giving us jobs, never not giving us decent respect or humanity when we in their businesses. Stop fucking with them altogether. Yeah. Take your money, take your business, take your time to a black salon. Stop it. Even if you buying products online and stuff like I do, there are black owned companies out there too. And please don't forget, y'all, that there is a black women's virtual mall. Damn, that's the fucking video that I should have kept.
I was gonna say, what's that?
I did that video like a year ago. I'm gonna find it again because I had showed it's a virtual mall. Like it's a mall that a black woman created, where everyone in this mall is a black business owner. So you could go there to buy everything from these women, everything from hair products, clothing, makeup, all types of shit. I'm gonna find it again. I'm gonna go out of my way and find it again. A lot of this stuff you could get from, remember I showed y'all Boost magazine online? Mm-hmm. That's all about black women. So make sure y'all always go on the Boost magazine website, because they have everything on there concerning black women. It is one of the best magazines around. And says she stopped going to the hair store. I mainly get my hair products from an online shop created and owned by black women. It felt good. Yeah. Oh, I forgot to show y'all my lunchbox. Let me tell you, I didn't know. I just found out because you know I'm the Amazon woman, right? Mm-hmm. I'm always on Amazon. All those black women are on Amazon. So when you go in there and you type in black women products, black women owned products, whatever, those women pop up. And there's the black lady that made my lunchbox. Her products are in Target now. Give me 1 second.
Oh, nice.
Yep. So this is the lunchbox, right? You see it? Can y'all see it? Maybe
that's gorgeous.
The background. Can y'all? She's fading into the background. I hope y'all can see it. Y'all see it? It's black lady on there.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
I love it.
Yeah, it's really beautiful. This black woman, when you go on Amazon and you look for this lunchbox, she has like a whole bunch of other stuff, even stuff for your bedroom and etc. She is like one of 7 businesses that have a contract with Target. I suggest that black women start a little list, whatever you into. If it's just products, hair products, lotions and perfumes and shit for your body, make a list. And then when you go to these stores, buy the black women only. Okay? When you order it online, buy the black women only. I'm gonna tell you why. The bigger those people get, the more they can employ people. Hopefully they will do the right thing and employ other black women. If they don't, stop buying their shit. But as long as they're around and you want them to exist, you have to patronize them. They're not, you know what I'm saying? You have to buy for them in order for them to continue to be here for us. That's it in a nutshell. That's the same way when Asia and I first started off in the live, we were talking about coming together, which we are going to work behind the scenes to try to do things in our states. The rest of you, wherever you live, get together a few women. It doesn't matter if you're content creators or subs or just viewing. Get together. Work together with a few women to get the message out that we, as the black women who are centering ourselves, we got to start working in our communities to benefit each other. I'm gonna end, but I'm gonna go back to the beginning, right? When I first came on, I was talking about how Black women, we could take a state if we wanted to in this journey that we're starting and try to do what is best for Black women in the majority in those states. Right now, I was talking about Mississippi because I know that Elvis Presley's cousin is running to be a representative in Mississippi. Now he's a Democrat in a long line of Republicans that have fucked up that state for Black women for the last 30 years. So if you Black women in Mississippi are listening to this broadcast, you want to start checking out Presley, look into his background, make sure he's somebody that's interested in looking out for you and making your community better, please go vote for him. The last thing you want to do is vote for another redneck Republican that's talking about being tough on crime. You don't want that bullshit because that is code for we gonna fuck up Black people everywhere we can. We already seen them get in trouble for suppressing our vote, and even after the judge told them they have to redistrict the lines to give the Black people back their voting rights, they still haven't done it. So it is no time to be fucking around with people based off of the fact that, oh, I'm a Republican and I'm going to vote Republican. Or just because some divested woman is telling you that because you don't like Black men, the way to get back at Black men is by voting Republican. That is not what you should be doing. You should be getting the best person from the job, for the job, whether it's Democrat, Republican, or whatever. But this guy so far, going by the Black people that work with him, live around him, they say he's the real deal as far as making real change in government. So y'all live there, I don't. Do your homework, and if this guy is decent, make sure you spread the word to as many Black people as possible to vote for this dude so you can get some real change. That's how it starts. That's how you got to do it. Follow Stacey Abrams' model. Go house to house, knock on doors, get the Black people motivated, Black people, Black women. Do it for the Black women that need the help. Because we the ones out here struggling. Nobody else. All right? You got anything to say, Age, before we wrap up?
No, this is actually good. I was wondering when the next time you were going to go live.
Girl, I don't know. I'll just be popping out. Like,
because I try to catch, because I swear that's why I had stopped. Because I rarely catch you live. I'm like, damn, I always catch you like either 2 hours after or like an hour after. And I'm like, damn, I can never catch her. So that's why I had left in the middle of the unbiased and unbossed. I said, oh shit, she's live. Let me go. Because I can never ever catch you. So
well,
to catch you today.
I'm gonna put both of my emails up again so that you can get in touch. You can get in touch with me because you need to start talking with me so that your channel and mine, and we're gonna try to get Spiritual Whistleblower so we can start doing something in New York, so that everybody else could start catching on as well. Because y'all got to come on, y'all. Y'all know November's right around the corner, right?
Yep.
We ain't got no time to waste. And
it's about to be August.
Yeah, and for those of y'all that came in later, like Kiana and Ann, let me tell y'all, look out for the bullshit that's coming. They're gonna be trying to get the whole country to vote against Black people's best interest with this crime shit. They're gonna be running all over every state talking about, oh, I'm gonna be tough on crime, vote for me, I'm gonna do this, I'm gonna do that. You don't need that type of people. You need people talking about housing change, employment increase, dealing with the immigration situation, making sure Black women get what they need. And if they're not talking about this shit, then y'all got to either go to those places where they're speaking, hold up actual signs and saying, do not forget about Black women who work. Do not forget about Black women in poverty, Black femicide. You got to put all that shit up and let them know you about to lose fucking votes because you're not addressing all the people you need to. This we tough on crime shit not gonna work this time around. You got to come better than that. You got to do it, y'all, because you know that's what they always go to that default in the campaign. No, that's not enough. You don't need to be tough on crime. You need to enforce the law. If these motherfuckers supposed to go to jail, put them in jail and keep them the fuck in there. Period. If you're gonna bring, like Asia said, if you're gonna bring back 3 strikes and you out, bring it the fuck back. Period. If you need to bring back the death penalty for black femicide, do that shit too. Thank you for circulating that petition, Asia.
Oh, of course. And I'm still gonna circulate it. Anytime I get into a big space, especially when it's like thousands of people, oh yeah, I'm circulating that any chance I get.
I should start doing that too. And the rest of y'all do the same. Anything I post up that helps black women, I'm not feeling no type of way about it. Take it, use it, do right by black women. Do it. Take it and go run. We supposed to be here for each other. I'm not the black women spokesperson. I'm just one of black women who wants to see things done right by us.
Mm-hmm.
Hold on. What Kiana saying? What? Well, why are black women fucking without condoms? If that's the case, what are y'all doing?
Well, I don't think. Well, that doesn't mean it's a black person issue. They just said Houston, Texas.
Well, I'm talking to black women. Don't be fucking these people without condoms, all right? I don't give a goddamn, husband or not included. Put a condom on his ass too. Because there's a story I heard earlier this week where
for some reason a lot of these arrogant ass married women feel like they somehow can't get anything by being married. I'm like, you do know your husband can step out and come back to you with some shit, right?
Do they know that this black lady died from full-blown fucking AIDS because her husband had AIDS and did not tell her he had it?
Wow. Not surprised.
But
they think stuff like that only happens to us, though, even though that happens all over.
Listen, it's funny how whenever black women, this is the thing I don't like about certain black women on here. When they tell stories about black women being degenerate and all this shit, right?
Mm-hmm.
Why don't they talk about the white women? You ever notice how they always
exactly? You know what they don't. They don't talk about other race. And you know what? And I brought that up. I've called a lot of them out for that shit too. And you know what their thing is?
What?
They're up for them. It's about the men. That's all it is. It's about, because the thing is, they'll say that, oh well, they have men that protect them and they have more of an incentive and all this other stuff. And I'm just like, so it's okay. So what you're saying is that it's okay and it's not as bad because their men protect them.
They're wilding, but I don't know what's wrong with them, but white women have a lot of fucking STDs. Okay?
Yeah, they have a lot. The only thing that helps is HIPAA laws. They have HIPAA laws on their side with private physicians. So a lot of their statistics aren't taken into account.
Yeah, but they got that shit. I would say more than white and black women because they be fucking everybody everywhere they go.
Yeah.
We're very choosy about who we sleep with, contrary to the bullshit that goes on here. But no, we just don't be dropping down with everybody. They do though. They even show that in even the fucking the goddamn Lifetime movies. I was like, goddamn, just met the dude, fucking him already. Goddamn, okay.
Yep.
It's just insane. So y'all could get to me. Like,
but you be told that happens all the time, like one night stands. That's old actually. That's been happening for.
Yeah, but still, we're fucking condoms. Goddamn, you get your choice of condoms. You can wear a man's condom or you can wear a woman's condom. They got both. There's no reason for this shit, but there is. As crazy as that just sounds. When people trust people because they think they've been with them long enough and let their guard down.
Yeah.
Those are the women that are out there getting fucked up.
Oh yeah, but they don't think it though because they got a man.
Man, you ain't got no man. That motherfucker's community property.
I see a lot of women default to that. They like, well, at least I'm married. At least I've been with my man such and such many years, and you can't tell me. I'm like, all right,
listen,
you got it.
I told y'all my story, right? The first STD I ever got was from my husband, and I caught chlamydia back when nobody even really knew what that shit was. Okay. They treated me, got rid of it, right? He gave it to me. And the doctor told me he gave it to me. Okay?
Wow.
Huh?
Did you ever confront him?
I got rid of that motherfucker.
Oh.
I got rid of him. But you know how, like, when people do your blood work and they're your doctor or whatever, and he went to the doctor too. So it's like, this dude had all types of shit I didn't know he had. That's why you got to be careful, husband or not. You don't know what the fuck this dude is doing.
Yeah, that's crazy. Like
That's real though. That's so when women are telling you, make sure you don't trust these dudes. You take care of yourself at all times. They're not playing with you. If I wouldn't have gone to the doctor, suppose he would have caught AIDS and then gave it to me, I would be dead too. He gave me that. I didn't give it to him. So you know what he was doing. You cannot trust anybody. And I told that story so that people understand that when you think it can't be you, yes, it can. Yes, it can. He gave me that shit. I went to the doctor and I was so young. That was during like the first 5 years of our marriage. It didn't last long after that. That was a done deal. Done. Because you know how when the doctor talks to you about shit, he explains to you how stuff happens, what could come of it. I was like, oh my God. Wow, really? I had enough of that shit. On to the next.
Mm-hmm. Right.
But
I'm sorry that happened to you because
that's life.
No, but still, I mean, it's just I hate hearing stuff. It's just me. I don't like hearing. I hate hearing stuff like that because it's just I'm just big on. I hate deceitful. I really have a real like hate for deceitful people like that, and that's malicious to me.
That's how they are because in their head, everything is about doing whatever they think they can get away with, and they're not going to stop until they get caught.
Yeah,
it's really real. That's how they are. So.
And it's like I don't get people who are in great situations who find every reason and every reason to fuck it up.
Because they don't give a fuck. They don't really care. Like when we got down to it, when it got real, people get real nasty when it comes down to the bitter end of the divorce. They will say shit you never expect. Okay. All that kind of shit came out. I was like, oh, tell me how you really feel.
Right? Oh, you felt this way this entire time. That's when all the stuff they've been holding in for years comes out.
That's what it was. And I was like, well, you know what? I feel the same way too. And I got this to say about you.
Right.
Good riddance to bad fucking rubbish. Like, yeah, bye, motherfucker. It's true.
No, it's just the way you said it. I was like, the comedic timing is just the way you looked at the camera. I was like, girl, that shit looked funny as hell, but it was good.
Yeah, so I was, no, listen, I was a character. You got to
like, motherfucker.
True. I was acting crazy in the courtroom. The judge had to warn me, all right, you getting out of control. I was like, sorry, judge.
Like, my bad, not for it.
I'm going to shut up. I'm like, fuck you. No, you motherfucker. The judge is like, hey.
Were you really young at the time?
Huh?
Were you really young at the time?
I was 27.
Oh, yeah.
I was 27. I was going off in that shit. I was like, you nasty motherfucker. Okay. The judge was like, sit down in your seat. Sit down. I was like,
oh, my God.
The lawyer was all, I was killing me. I was really crazy. I was going wild.
In divorce court.
I was going to fuck off. They was like, judge threatening me and shit. I was like, oh my God. Rolling my eyes. They was like, oh, this one right here.
Oh, that's the thing. They hate it, but they love it.
I was going crazy. I was going off. The attorney took me out in the hallway. Listen, you gotta stop. I was like, all right. I went back in and I was sitting there in the chair like this. When the judge wasn't looking, I'd be like, all types of shit. Like I was young, so I was doing stupid shit, like putting my finger up, all types of crazy shit. I was insane.
Man.
I really hated that motherfucker. All types of shit. I was doing everything. When the judge would look down and read some shit, I'd be like, yeah, I look at the judge, look away. I was ridiculous.
Oh my God, that sounds hilarious. But I'm glad you're in a better space though. So that's
Yeah,
what's more important.
yeah, we cool now. We cool now. No, like I told you, I got 2 sets of kids, right? So I had told this on another video. So that same husband I'm talking about, he had got remarried. So my kids and the other his children plus my other husband's children, they wanted to go to the wedding and shit. I didn't want them to go. So they was telling me, "Oh, mama, you being ridiculous. Come on, come on. He's our father too. We gonna go. You just gonna have to be upset." So I was like, "All right." I was upset, but then after I thought about it and stuff and everything, I was like, "Yeah, the kids is right, whatever." But so when I had after I got married and shit, I didn't go to the wedding, but I went to all that dumb shit afterwards, right? So I went there and when they people were talking to me and they're like, "Oh, you his ex-wife," I was like, "I don't know that motherfucker." They was looking at me like, "What? What?" I kept walking too. I was like, "I don't know that motherfucker." I was eating food and shit. Yeah, making my plate. Hey, what's up? Talking to all the people and shit. But you don't know him, right? But you motherfucker.
Like you just showed up and just dropped some kids off. You just showed up and dropped some kids off. I don't know.
I was really a black woman that day. I was like, I don't know that motherfucker. I was putting stuff on my plate. Oh, you Stephanie? I was like, me? I don't know that motherfucker. I literally said that. People was like, what? Yeah, you see my daughter but some of my sons was like, "Mommy, stop acting like that. What's wrong with you?" I was like, fuck him. I'm still acting like that. It was fun.
Right. There, I would have said you'll understand when you get older.
I really can't stand him still to this day. And I still do things like, what I'm supposed to do with my kids and stuff. But I don't like that motherfucker. I'll tell the truth. I'd be like, fuck him.
I wouldn't listen. I wouldn't either. I like guys for much less. I dislike guys for much less.
Yeah. Let me tell you, it's crazy how women are, right? Because his wife that he married, she's more friendly with me, okay, than she should be. She calls me to ask me things about him, like, "Oh, I noticed certain things, and have you ever had this issue with him?" I was like, "Girl, make sure you check the money, because when that motherfucker start acting like this possibly could be going on." He's telling her everything. She's like, "Oh my god!" I'm like, yeah, you gotta watch him. He like to steal money. He like to do this. Oh, man.
Mm-mm.
I'm not the woman that's like, "Oh, that's your problem now." I'll be like, "Nah, I'll be trying to do everything to make his life miserable." Fuck you. You did all that foul shit to me. You deserve hell itself to drag your ass into it. Fuck
Right.
you. That's how I feel. I don't give a goddamn. Yes. I'm gonna tell your wife everything. How fucked up you are. And if she stay there, that's her business. But I'm still gonna tell her.
Right. No, you're not gonna lie to put up to help his image. Like, what the hell? No.
I told her everything. I even told her about the kids that he was hiding and all types of shit. I told her everything. I like, yeah, he got more kids.
Mm.
He had kids. I told her he had kids when he was a teenager. He don't even all this shit. I'll tell her everything. She like, what? I said, yeah, you'll know about it when they hit you with that child support order, like they did me. She was like, what? I was like,
Wow.
That's how I found out. I was like, oh, you got me. Okay.
Right? Ain't that crazy?
Nah, that shit was an eye opener. I was like, what the fuck? I didn't even know what that was. I had to go to my mother. I was like, what is this?
Mm-hmm.
She's like, oh, that means he got kids with another woman and now they want you and him to pay for it. I said, what? She was like, you heard what I said. Yeah, that's exactly what that meant. They start garnishing my check immediately. Okay? Immediately, right after that paper showed up.
Mm.
Yep. I involuntarily, because I had married him without knowing that, had to help him pay for those kids for 2 years.
Is there a way that you could find that out in the system? Like if you wanted to look it up prior to like
I don't know. I really don't know. I guess you'd have to write the child support office where you live. I don't know. Okay. I really don't know the answer to that, but I know black women need to be aware of that. Be very.
If they could put an order out on him, that means he's in the system. He could be searched.
I don't know. I've never done it. All I did was receive that letter telling me that they was going to start garnishing my money, and they did.
Wow. And what was this? Was this like this was during this
This
your
was
generation?
this was 2 years before we got divorced. So I
Got it.
was like 24 going on 25.
Oh,
And
okay.
I was like, what the fuck? And then I had never seen no shit like that in my life.
Wow.
And then and then I had to I got an attorney. That's the first thing I did. Because my mother told me to do that. Went sat with the attorney. They tell you all the things, that you have options of. And in my situation, it was best case scenario, I get rid of him. So that's what I did.
That's good. That's good, honestly.
Yeah, because otherwise I would have to deal with that for the rest of that kid's life and then here in New York State, you know how that goes. The kids don't stop receiving child support just because they're 18. If those children go to college, their child support continues and can continue until they're like 26 years old. So as long as that kid has a child support order before 18 in New York State and they go to college, if they get a bachelor's degree, that's 4 more years. But then let's say they take an accelerated program and they're trying to get a master's or something, or just get a master's, depending on your case and what's going on with it, you could pay child support up to the age of 26 in New York State. Yep. So if all you black women in New York that didn't know that, make sure when your kids get ready to graduate college, high school, they immediately go to college, and then he will still have to pay child support. And then if you want to be a real bastard, you go put in for upward modification and go, hey, judge, I need help with the tuition. I got to fly this kid backwards and forwards, or the books cost this, the transportation cost that. I need more money, judge. That's it. That's how you do it. I'm telling you. What she said, Kiana said, most insurance companies keep the year until 26. They doing that now. Yeah, that's because of the Obamacare thing. That was because of him. Because before they had to, I remember they had to come off your insurance at 21. So that's because of Obama. But
yeah,
that's
they
good,
it.
But also in New York, if y'all women didn't know it, there's the 2 private insurances for New York is Forward, right? Forward.com. And then there's another one just for women with gynecological care called TIA, TIA.com. So, and they don't accept, I checked it out, they don't accept most of the insurances. You have to have like private insurance or pay out your pocket to go to them. So, but y'all can look it up because they have the ads on YouTube. And if you just Google it, it'll come up. It's called TIA. And it's in downtown Manhattan. It looks pretty good. It looks really nice, but it's expensive. So,
oh wow, I'll have to check that out.
Yeah, TIA, because if they would get over if they would take Health Plus and Health First. You know what I mean? They would be good, because then they would get all the women in New York City. Because I would be there, because I have health insurance through the state. You know what I'm saying? I have it like that because when I paid for private insurance, they was trying to charge me like $350 a week in a month. That's almost $1,000 a month.
A month.
No, I'd rather get it from the state, because with the state, you pay into your plan and you get everything that the state has to offer, plus whatever they say your copay, not copay, your payment plan. There's an amount you have to pay to the state just to have it. It's always cheaper than the employer, so I'll go with them. And they have everything. They have everything. They have this the Medicaid programs. They have the private programs. They have what is it? Blue Cross Blue Shield. They have all that shit. United, all them, HIP, all that shit. So I spend less than like $250 to go with the state. The private is like $1,000. No, thank you, because that's only gynecology. What if I need lab work, or I got to be referred to somebody else? Then what I'm gonna do?
That'll be extra money coming out.
That's why I was like, it's beautiful and everything, but it's not for me because it's not. It's you need to accept all the insurances and then you be good. But you know why they do that? Because they want to get paid top dollar. That's what it is. Why get paid $100 for something if you could get paid 1,000, right?
Exactly. And plus, anything medical insurance, all of that is a lot of that is scammy anyway. A lot of them just bump up prices, especially when it comes to the pharmaceutical companies. Don't even let me get started on that.
Especially in this state, we know that story.
Oh,
Oh my God, this state is notorious for that shit.
hello. Oh yes.
Whew. People, y'all got to know how it works here. You can
And have
have,
you seen housing?
huh?
I was gonna say, have you seen housing lately? Like, have you looked on like Housing Connect and Housing Development and just seen some of the prices for these places that they're building?
I'm supposed to do that today. I got to go on there and set up an account because somebody was telling me that they're calling people for those apartments really fast.
They are.
So I said I'm gonna go make the account today. So I'm gonna get ready to do that in a little while because I've been on there, but I really wasn't taking it seriously. Like,
No,
also,
they got a building literally like every other week. Sometimes they'll have 4 or 5 buildings, and they're all based on income. The thing is, some of these incomes are not. I can't consider some of these affordable housing because some of these buildings are starting off. You have to make a minimum of $100K on some of these buildings,
what?
and this is under night, and this is supposed to be under affordable housing.
Maybe that's the max.
No, I'm telling you, it's a minimum on some of these because some of these new high-rise buildings that they're putting terraces, they're putting rooftop, all those extra amenities, so they can charge it.
Oh, so they trying to act like
Putting luxury buildings up,
yeah, and they trying to act like the MCI covers the cost of what they're trying to demand when that's not true.
It doesn't.
That's not true. So I'm hopefully not, but if it is, it is. I'll just put in for other stuff. But don't forget that we have Mitchell-Lama in this state too, right?
Yeah.
So if you more than likely people will be able to get better apartments with Mitchell-Lama. You just gotta wait a long fucking time because they always have a long waiting list because everybody's on it.
That's true.
But I'm gonna look into the Housing Connect right after this. All right, y'all. Listen, I enjoyed you. You need to let me do it again. I put my email up.
Actually, I have both of them.
Yeah, so give me yours and how we get in contact because we need to start talking about how we're gonna deal with these black women. Because even if we meet up in the park or something like that, we need to start getting these black women together, state by state. Here we need to get the black women yelling and screaming about employment and housing. Hold up, I just saw I had a private chat. Let me just see what that is.
Oh, that's me. I was putting up my email.
All right, great. I got it now. Good.
Well, let me type it up let me type the whole thing out because I made a mistake on the first one. So it's
Take your time. Take your time. Yeah, because but before we go, because I know we keep saying that, but what do you think some of the things we need to address with these women here with us?
You said what are things that you think we need to address?
Yeah.
I think we need to address grace, giving each other more grace in regards to making mistakes. I also think that we need to talk about systemic abuses more, like as far as maternal health care, housing, and also employment discrimination as well. Hair discrimination, that's a part of it too, because the Crown Act, even though the Crown Act has passed in a few states, there are still places that are firing people due to our natural hair.
And they not, and what the nobody's enforcing it.
Some of these places, no, because remember, if it's not, remember if they feel they can get away with it, if it's not like a huge news story or anything like that, and they can do it, and the woman doesn't file anything, then they'll just do it. And unfortunately, I've in the many rooms that I've been in where where a lot of other black women have just vented about things that they've been through. I've heard those stories pop up a lot where they got laid off because of their hair and stuff like that. I'm like, wait a minute, and you didn't do anything?
Yeah, that's the shit I don't like about black women. You can't keep complaining and you don't get up and do something about it.
Yeah, I'm like, hello, give us a name. Give us what place fired you? Who was the person? What's the name? Like something.
They really be believing the Kool-Aid way too much. Like these people don't employers do not talk to each other. And it's against the law for them to badmouth you. It really is. Like you I guess we got to work on that, like making people aware of their fucking rights and making sure they know what the law is. Because
I'm gonna tell you something. When it comes to laws, this is something. The laws is something that black folks do not prioritize teaching.
they have to, because it's the only way you get to fight back.
Yeah,
Like that's fucking ridiculous.
I couldn't believe it. I said, wait a minute. That's an easy EOC case.
They being silly.
But again, I guarantee you she was uneducated. I guarantee you she was probably a girl from the hood, probably didn't know much, and they knew they could do it too.
Or even if she was like maybe middle class, but maybe she was afraid and thinking that nobody's gonna believe me anyway or care about it because I'm black. That's also, a thing too. Like I've run into that in my life where I have to fight people because they didn't give a shit about what I was saying because I was a black woman. I'm like, oh, fuck that. Hey, I'm talking to you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's just, that shit is crazy. It's wild. It is really wild.
Yep. And then of course black femicide, that's always going to be on the list to talk about too.
Why is that shit so hard to be the thing that black women refuse to wrap their head around when it takes so fucking many of us?
Because it's a really bad awakening for some of them, especially ones who have assimilated. Because remember, there's a lot of them online that have so-called other races of friends. I'm like, how? And this with the shit that we're dealing with not having support, not having allies, being attacked the way we are, you feel like you have other races of people as friends?
What does that have to do with you fighting for your rights, though?
Yeah, like they feel like because a lot of them feel like they're gonna lose those friends.
So then, if you lose them, they're not really friends, right?
You can't tell them that. Because they gonna look at us as the problem. Like, oh, they gonna look at the black person calling it out as the problem.
Well, then you know what? They fall into that category of black women that we got to leave behind.
Yeah, because the thing is that what's going around now is that, oh, black women are too self-isolating and that we don't like to go into other places. And I'm just like, wait a minute, excuse me? I'm like, we self-isolate. I'm like, do you not see the bullshit that goes on this world? Why wouldn't we self-isolate for certain reasons?
But you do understand that's a fucking tactic, right?
It is.
Yeah.
But it kills me because I'm hearing it from other black women. No.
That's because they're part of it. They're probably getting paid to promote that shit.
Yeah.
They're part of it. There's nothing isolating about people where there's an anti-movement against them. How are you isolating yourself when it's an anti-movement against you?
Exactly.
America is anti-black. Everybody knows that. People who don't even live in America know that.
Exactly. Because a lot of them still want to make it about just black men. And it's like, no, like they're not our only issue.
They're not who we should. If you're a black woman and you put a man before what you are, you have a problem.
Yeah.
Because what affects them does not affect you.
Exactly. And I tell dudes this, and this is an issue I've actually had with guys growing up and why I've never really let them get, and a lot of them have tried to get close to me and I don't let them because I have to tell them yeah, we're both black, but I'm a woman. So if you can't understand that, or if that's a problem with you, I'm going to forever be annoying reminding you. So you can either leave now or you can stay and be annoyed because I'm never going to be doing that.
Nah, because when you're at work, they look at you differently than they look at them.
Mm-hmm.
And the other thing black women have to always remember when it comes to these other women saying this shit or black women saying it is because unless they're gay, you're not looking to sleep with a woman. You're looking to sleep with that dude. So that's why they're trying to put him over you. And it shouldn't be like that.
Yep.
It should not be like that.
Until that dude fucks around and does something to her, and then she'll want to come running back to me for some support.
But I mean, maybe we should address that issue too. They got
That's
to
another
stop.
thing. I think a lot. I think that's also another thing we need to address. Us using ourselves as a fallback
Yeah,
when
that,
shit don't work. With the, with I had to actually call some of my homegirls out for that shit
that's crazy.
because they would be going through, and I would notice how many times they would call me when they would go through shit, but then how many times they would call me when everything was all good, and I'm like, all right,
Yeah,
I'm
I don't like
better.
that. I don't like that at all. Yeah, I don't like that. I had to talk to my cousin about that. I don't like that shit at all.
Yeah, it's like I'm not here for that. I'm not your marriage First of all, I'm single, so I can't be your damn marriage counselor anyway. And it looks crazy as a married woman that you're coming to your single friend to solve your marital problems.
Because they can solve their own fucking problem.
Yeah, I'm like, I can't do that. I'm not married. I don't even have a boyfriend right now, and I can't help you.
They know who they dealing with. They know exactly who they dealing with. They know, and it's just a matter of them deciding to do the right fucking thing by themselves and stop worrying about him. Because it ain't really about what other people is gonna say. They're worrying about him. Period.
Yeah, and they're also worried about image too. A lot of that is also image too, because everybody wants to put so many women are trying to get this. Oh, I'm the wife, and he chose me, and all that bullshit.
That's what I was telling you. I don't care about that. Like when I told y'all the story about me personally when I was 27, and that happened to me with that husband of mine, I immediately was like, "Well, this is the end. This is done. This is over." Because there's no way in the world I'm gonna keep going through shit like this with you. No fucking way. I don't give a goddamn. Because to tell the honest truth, like when you first get married and you're dealing with these people, you wonder to yourself all the time. I know I did. Like, do I really want to be here?
You said what?
I would wonder all the time and say and ask myself, do I really want to be here? The answer was no.
Wow. Yeah, you know what? I asked my question. I knew I was at a bad space too when I asked myself, why am I even here? I remember one time I asked myself that, and I knew I was at a bad space. And I said, I always had this inner voice in me that would be like, excuse me? No, we here because we here. We supposed to be here. Like I always had this inner voice that would always tell me, like, what the fuck you doing? We supposed to be here.
Yeah.
And I don't know if it's kind of like an arrogant inner voice that's like, what are you talking about? Like, what's wrong with you? What the fuck going on, Asia? Like you need to smoke today or something? Because this don't sound right.
Well,
and I think all of us have that inner voice. Like when we get to a very, very down spot, and then we just have that voice that says, "What the fuck are you talking about? What?
Pull your ass back in check."
Yes, and not everybody has that though. Some people just
they have it. They ignore that shit. They got it. Because believe me, even though I was young and dumb and crazy as fuck, because I was a wild little young woman, but I knew better too. And then when it got to the point when I couldn't make any more excuses and I had to just accept what I knew was inevitable, I was like, fuck it. Oh, ain't none of this shit worth it. I'm out. And that was it. And the best decision I ever made, because I had to get up. I had to do for myself. I had to get a job, take care of my children, take care of myself, build back all the stuff that I had to give up as part of the fucking divorce settlement. I had to get my shit together, and I did. And it made me better, because the next time around, I knew things differently and how to protect myself better than the first time around. And then after the second one, I said, I ain't never doing that shit again. And I mean it. I don't need that bullshit. I don't need it.
Not at all.
I don't need. I go to sleep, feel good when I go to bed, feel good when I wake up. I have to deal with nobody's bullshit if I don't want to. The men I deal with now, I deal with them at my convenience. And when I don't want to, I'm like, no, I'm busy. Bye.
To me, that's actually a good when it's good for you. That's the best situation.
Yeah, it's true. Like, please.
Because everybody wants to, and that's another thing I don't like about these femininity gurus and dating coaches and shit that want to tell you, oh well, you need to do this and you need to look like this and oh well, and I'm tired. I am tired. We have way. I swear, you would think the marriage rates would be at 90% with the amount of marriage counselors and dating gurus and shit that's online.
They full of shit. Every dude has always liked me better when I didn't give two shits about him. Like,
Same
get the
here.
fuck out of here.
Half the time I do it on purpose. It's like
They don't care about all that. Man, please. I had to learn the hard way. And when I did, I never went back. Like, I ain't.
I'll say I was lucky. I learned at 6 years old. I actually learned at 6 years old. The first time, 6 years old was the first time I ever smacked a little boy up for trying to bully me. Because the thing is, at the time, I was me and my mom and my dad had like split up when I was 2 years old, and so they both had joint custody of me. I would do 2 weeks with my dad, 2 weeks with my mom, and we were in the same neighborhood too. So it was like I didn't have to do much traveling, but a couple of blocks. But this time I was with my dad, and I remember I was starting elementary school. I was going to the first grade, and I was going to be going to school in Harlem because I live in the Bronx, but I was going to be going to school in Harlem. And my dad said, any little boy there that says he's going to puts his hands on you or talks to you any type of way, you make sure he never feels like he can walk up to you like that again. And so I said, all right. I said, okay. So I just took that advice. Lo and behold, about my second week of school, a random little boy just walks up to me and kicks me.
What?
Just out of nowhere. Looking miserable, looking mean, and just kicks me. And so he starts calling me names and starts bullying me and all this. And I'm just looking at him, and I got up and I just started smacking him and stomping him and punching him. And mind you, what I noticed, nobody tried to stop him when he was cursing me and talking to me. When I got up and started wailing on him, they all came to me.
Yeah, because that's that bullshit when they try to, he hits you because he likes you.
Yeah, that's what they told me.
No, he don't like me. He's an asshole.
Yes.
He's about to get his ass beat. That's what's going to happen.
And you literally read my mind. That's exactly what they said. No, don't do that. He just don't know how to express himself. He really likes you.
No, but
you know what I said? I said that's not how you show that.
That's bullshit. He's expressing himself. He's expressing that he wants to inflict pain on me, and I'm not gonna fucking stand there and take it. Nah, I'm not.
Yeah, because I remember, and this is how I was. So my parents always told me that I was so intuitive as a child, and some of the questions I would ask would be like it would throw them off because they wouldn't expect it from somebody so young. But I would always ask. I said, look, if he likes somebody, why would you treat them badly? Because I was asking that. I always say, why would he treat me badly then? Because, when you're a kid, you say it in simpler terms. I said, oh, well, why would he treat me bad if he likes me?
What'd they say?
They said, oh, well, he's just, basically, it was just making it seem like he was like a stupid, incompetent, a retarded kid that just didn't know better. They had to spin it. They had to spin it that way.
Nice harassing me.
And I'm like, no. I said no because I said I would use an example. I said, look, when I came up to you, did I kick you? Did I punch you?
Sorry.
Oh no, it's okay.
Now it's fucking harassing me, jumping up your big ass.
Is it cat?
Huh?
It's your cat?
My big ass dog.
Oh,
big ass Naya. She be scaring everybody in the neighborhood and shit. They like, oh my God, what's that? That's a fucking wolf? I'm like, no, it's not a wolf. What the fuck is that?
Oh, she wants some love.
She's fucking tired. She's running around harassing Buddha, my other dog, and then she comes over here and jumps on me like I'm one of the pack too and shit. She's fucking crazy. Vampire claws and shit. Naya's a wild character. Now she got her toys, so she'll be flipping around the area soon. I'm in the living room, so she'll be like running all over the place, flipping and throwing this freaking toy in the air. Thank you, Asia, for being my co-host today.
Oh, of course, and I definitely want to be back for more. That's the thing. I like watching your lives. So
I be bugging out,
but in a good way though. It's always.
I'm
it's
like
always
I already know it. I'm like the most uncouth fucking creator on here. I just be cussing every 5 minutes. Fucking that. I'm like,
That's why.
and I was like, oh my God. Girl, do you know any other words?
But honestly, it's needed, and it's just the truth. It's raw gutter truth.
Yeah, I got a problem with that. Believe me, I do.
I mean, okay. Me personally, I prefer it. That's just what I'm used to, and I grew up with it because I just think that's just the best form of love is just to tell somebody
exactly
just
how it is. I think that's New York City in us.
Yeah, because everywhere else, I don't know. They take it the wrong way, especially people that come from out of town. Yeah.
Oh my God, they think I'm coming at them. I'm like, no, babe, that's just how
the energy. You know what it is? Energy behind it too. We got to remember, we have a very potent energy that nobody else has. Because you notice when we're screaming, it's a lot different. It don't feel the same when other people. Because you notice when somebody else scream at us, it's like we look at them like, we don't really feel nothing.
It's like people. Okay, here's the thing. I think right. New York people understand that Black people tend to shout when they talk. Right, we get that because we fucking loud. Oh my God, are we loud? I was in just yesterday. I was getting my nails and shit done. It was, of course, Black people in there, and they was laughing and talking about something. I was like, God damn, shut the fuck up. Why you so loud? Right? I was trying to listen to YouTube. They was drowning my fucking headphones out. I was like, yo, what the? I turned on, I was like, yo. It was like, oh, sorry, sis. I'm like, all right.
And then also some of us are hard of hearing too. I also got to remember that.
Yeah. And it's. But with us, with other people, because I guess other places have like the hospitality thing, especially in the South. I get in all the trouble in the South, okay? In the West, they think I'm too uppity and all this kind of stuff. When I go to Kentucky and all that type of stuff, the people where my sister lived, they do not like me. They're like, oh, she's here again. I'm like, she's here again, and what, motherfucker?
Because remember what you said. It's like the raw truth showing up.
Yeah, but we I don't know. I guess with us, we understand people flip because we flip every minute, right? So we look to see what's coming next. Is the person they want to fight or they just expressing themselves? What's next? We don't really care. We like, okay.
We normalize it, but everybody else they look at us like ground zero.
You're right. The normalization of the craziness, because on the train, you know how the people be flipping on the train.
Uh-huh.
So the other day when I was coming home with my girlfriend from Nigeria, right? She live out in Rosedale, so I'm in the West Side, so I get off before her at Roosevelt, right? So I'm coming and we sitting on the train. She falling asleep. So the dude next to her, she fell asleep on him a little bit. So he's like, hey, get off me. All that type of stuff. She's like, all right. It ain't that serious, right? So she goes back and she starts leaning on me. So then her bag hit him. So he's getting up. Fuck that. I don't want your bag touching me. All this crazy shit. So the whole time I'm just looking at him. I don't be arguing with people. I just look. So I'm looking at him and saying to myself, how am I going to attack this nigga when I get up, right? I'm serious though, right? So I'm looking at him and all this stuff. So that he must, I don't know, maybe he saw it, whatever. So he starts walking down to the other part of the train, talking mad shit from the other side, right? So I'm still just looking at him. She's going back and forth, right? So I'm looking to see. I'm looking at him and say, okay, if he's really about it, he's going to get up. He's going to raise up, right? He's just still talking shit while he's sitting there yelling back and forth. And I say to her, okay, chill. The whole train is looking at us. Stop. Right? So then she stops talking. And I'm like, because you know what's going to happen. When we get to the next stop and it's You know how they do that shit now here with the announcement. Oh, New York City residents, this platform has the police available so that if there's anything happening and you need the police to respond, they will be at the. I'm like, we don't need that bullshit. So sure enough, she chills out. He's still talking shit. The fucking recording comes on, the doors come open, police stand right there, nigga shut right the fuck up. I was like, yeah. Mm-hmm. But I was telling her, I said, you see that shit? I said, I ain't trying to get arrested for no bullshit. If I do something that's different, but bullshit, nah. No.
Yeah, if I get arrested or something, it better be like it'll be related to me.
Yeah.
It'll be if I ever get arrested, it'll be black femicide related. Trust me. It's gonna be related to something black femicide if I ever get arrested.
But that's what I'm talking about. Like, that's the shit people don't understand about us. That's behind everything about us. Like, that's the reason why I get so crazy when I'm looking at these stories from black femicide. Because I'm like, yo, when you're a black woman in New York City, you faced with the fact that you got to square off with people every day in the fucking street, no matter who the fuck they are. White man, black man, this kind of man, that type of man, this woman, that one, a fucking pit bull, whatever. All right, this is the life we live. So it's nothing for us to tell other black women, and maybe that's the problem. You got to stop being afraid. You cannot walk around this life being afraid of people in your neighborhood and people that you're in relationships with when they're hurting you. You have to stand up for yourself because nobody's coming to your rescue. And I just don't get why that's so fucking hard to gather. I don't. Like,
I think a lot of them. I think honestly, a lot of them know. They just don't. They just honestly are trying to explore every other fucking option, but the one that works. I don't get it.
Yeah, which is to leave them the fuck alone. Leave themselves alone. I don't. It's like they have.
It's like they want to explore every single other scenario first before they entertain that, and it's like, no.
Or that they have allowed these people to be built in their identity so bad.
Yeah.
They can't function independently without them. That's too bad for you, because I know the fuck I can, and so many other black women too. So we go this way while y'all go that way. We over here,
right? And then you still got some out here that are still trying to look to see if they could blame their moms and saying that, oh well, in this community, oh my God, some black woman really came on a Clubhouse room, and when I tell you she got checked in the craziest manner, she tried to come on there and say, girls are coddled. Girls are coddled. The men are not the ones that the reason why the men are so upset is because it's hard because we're extra hard on them. And we were like, what the fuck? You ain't talking about this community. It can't be the black community you're talking about.
Remember, Asia and everybody else listening, you have players in the game who have a real interest. We talked about they clone Tyrone and everything else today. Y'all gotta always remember on this shit. Deep fake is real.
Okay? Bots are real too. We also can't believe avatars. Just because you got an avatar and a name that sounds or looks black, don't mean you a black woman.
I'm telling you, that shit is more real than people know. When you say it, they don't believe you, but in time they're gonna find out.
How don't they? They saw it with they saw it with the Facebook situation with
they don't want to believe it.
When the whole Russian bots thing, when they mess with the election,
they don't want to believe it. I know it, you know it. They don't want to believe it. Like when you tell them, and I know there's a lot of people that use this shit, but when that's always the case, and these people are always trying to take you in the opposite direction, you have to always consider that. Always. Because it's a real possibility. And whenever anybody comes into a platform when it's black women trying to encourage black women positively to look out for themselves and do better by themselves, and they come in popping that shit like what you're talking about, I automatically think that's some bullshit. That's not even a real black woman.
Yep. And a lot of people will hide behind avatars. Yeah, they'll hide behind black women avatars. Like they'll say some shit. Like I remember I was under a video and somebody left a comment saying, "Oh,
well, dark skinned women aren't attractive, and most dark skinned women aren't attractive, and I'm saying that as a black man. And I'm
Yeah,
like,
that wasn't a real black person.
no, yeah, it's a bot. I call those.
That wasn't real black. That's bullshit, and it's also white people putting, making the accounts like they're black, doing that shit too. Because mad people have done that shit to me.
Yeah,
Plenty. That's why I'm quick with the fucking block shit. Because I'm like, you're not black.
yeah.
You're not. I could tell by how they say things they're not black because I know black women. Even if they as black women, I know black women.
Yeah, it's the same thing when with Dr. Phil. That's the reason why his ass is discredited now, because he did that same thing with that black girl who came up there talking about, oh, I'm really white and I hate being a black woman. Turns out all of that was a hoax. He paid her to do that shit.
What? I saw that shit. I was like, she's playing. She's bugging out.
Yeah, I was like, this can't be real. I'm like, somebody put her up to this. But yeah, they paid her to do that.
Because but it's believable because all those people are full of shit with them shows. I don't watch them. I don't really like them. But
yeah.
But I'm gonna really go now. But thanks to everybody.
Have a good night too.
And I will be emailing you soon. I want to see whatever we can come up with, whatever we can do. We'll put our heads together.
Yeah, and even if you want to share random things like articles you see or anything, definitely.
We can talk about it all because I really don't know where to begin. But there's a whole bunch of women watching me and in this chat. They're more than welcome to help us out to begin. So I know, Kiana, you got some thoughts. So you need to be in that email. And you too. And who else was talking a lot tonight?
I don't know who N is, but N too.
Rhea. And MN, she's always like here and stuff like that. Her and Rhea. But they could drop into and anybody else. Everybody's welcome.
That's the thing. To answer, and before we go up to answer N's question, I think that's the problem. I think it's the black women that have a problem just being with other black women that have this issue. Because who cares? You think I give a fuck if other people don't? If as long as we're a group, I don't care.
Yeah, I don't give a fuck.
Like this.
I don't. Let me tell you, even at work, I don't give a fuck about nobody. I be in my own little shit, chilling, music, talking on the phone, watching videos, talking shit. I be doing all types of shit all day. And don't give a fuck what they doing around me. I'm like, yeah, whatever. Right? And then they go, oh, Stephanie, you want to come do this? You want to? I'll be right there in a minute. I do that shit for 5 minutes, break out, be right back in there. Yeah, girl. I don't care about that.
Right.
Yeah. Every day you going to work, they're worrying about what you wearing. Where'd you get that? Where'd you do that? Like,
right. And don't let you go in there looking too good. Oh my God.
Girl, let me tell you. They all think I'm poor, right? Until I pull up in my car and then it's like, oh shit. How much did that cost? I'm like, what? Get out of here.
I'll be like, no, I'm broke. Don't worry about it.
That's what I say. I go, I ain't got no money. Somebody gave it.
I'm one of those that proudly.
I'll be like, somebody gave it. Who gave it to you? I don't remember. What? I'm like, I don't know.
I'm one of those people that proudly say I'm broke. I'm like, nope, I ain't got it.
They be bugging out. They really are crazy. It's like, oh Lord, like the crazy. When Ann put that up and you answer her, it's like the shit that, oh my God, like they worry about dumb shit. I'm like, I don't care about that. Like, okay, all right. And then what was the other thing? The other girl, I didn't realize she was watching watching my pockets, like, cause I eat out every day. But somebody's at the door. Okay, I'm coming. Hold on. And then she's like, oh, you eat out every day. And I was like, no, I don't. She's like, oh yeah, you went out every day. I was like, yo, why are you watching me? I said, yeah, you got issues. So no, you can't be worrying about what people doing around you and what they think of you, because they're fucking weird. And probably what you thinking is never what the fuck they're thinking at all.
Oh yeah, that's the thing. You'll notice when somebody's stalking your every move by the things that they say and the things that they ask. Because that's crazy. She was literally watching you every time you came.
But it's like what Em was saying, like you never, when you're thinking one thing it's always something totally different than what you're thinking because you're not thinking about yourself the way they're looking at you.
Yeah, because the thing is, you're in your own business and she's in your business.
Right. I was thinking of her like just casually saying like, yeah, you don't. I'm thinking she's meaning like, oh, you just don't want to eat with us. You don't want to hang with us for the lunchtime. And I'm like, nah, that's not what it is. I just want to go outside and shit. But she's thinking about money, and I'm like, why is she fucking worrying about what I'm doing? Nigga, don't you work here with me? Mind your fucking business.
Right.
That's really how I feel.
Yeah, they want to start pocket watching, like, how can she
Because
afford
you-
you that every day?
I'm coming because you're a black woman, so you're supposed to be a bum, remember?
Supposed to be struggling on welfare. Yeah.
The black men be telling them, right? The black men
Yep.
be telling them. There you go. All right, I gotta go. Somebody trying to beat
All righty,
me.
honey. You have a good night. I'm gonna see you soon.
Good night, all of y'all. See y'all again soon. I'm gonna email you, okay?
Yeah, same.
Okay, later.
Have a good night.
Night.